Right, let's do this pack open with everybody. Everyone, thank you so much for being here. You're a bunch of legends. Big up this community. I appreciate you all watching these streams and being here every day. Time to get stuck in. Come on, guys. 175 plus, and you know this is going to be shite, but we'll take it. Hey, I'll go with 81 over the blue waffle. That's hella creepy, System Geeky. Have you been looking out the Smurfs this CG? How did you know? A slush in this weather. It is random, isn't it? I know. What the fuck? It's good, though. 83 plus now, guys. Come on. I mean, you know, from 83 plus, could have been worse. It's a little bit low rate of fodder. We'll do it. Okay, then. So 2 more picks. We've got 1 and 4. These are the biggies. These are the big picks right here. So we've got 1 and 4 85 plus. Could be an absolute banger promo behind that. And then we've got the 1 and 2 base hero players. So hopefully bang out that one. Come on, guys. Got a big dubbing coming out. Come on, right. 1 and 4 85 plus. This should be a big one. Come on. Oh no! Oh, Troll Fest. Proper Troll Fest there from the EA. We've got to go with 87 Martinez for the fodder. That's rubbish, that. We should have definitely gone with a different one. Rubbish like that. Bad luck. Nice guys, only 5 likes away from 200 likes. Who's going to be number 200? Who is it going to be? Let me know once if it's you. Okay, 1 or 2 base areas, then we're just going to rip it. Let's rip it and stick it. Wait, what? Let's just rip it. Let's see what we got, guys. Oh, yes. Were you drinking Ovaltine in Spain? I wasn't so sure. No. I got over here too. Ren's 8085. Hello, Ren's. How you doing, Ren's? A long time legend. How have you been doing? Here we go. Base hero. Thank you, Kiki. Can't look. Base hero. Oh, you know, it's mid. Pappin's actually, and the cat, they're both pretty sort of decent mid. You know, Pappin, in fact, I think might be worth a little bit. Because he's pretty raw in his old finishing and shit. I don't know. It's mid. It's mid, guys. It's not anyone. It's not Genoa or anything. But yeah, Pappin's alright, isn't he? Who do you think we should go for then, guys? Pappin or Nakata? I think we've got to go with Pappin. I think he might be a little bit better. And also, it's high rated fodder. Nakata looks good. He does look good. Big Bird. He does. 4-star, you know. But Pappin, I think, might be. Who's worth more? Surely Pappin's worth a bit more, I think. And he's also at 89, so we'll probably end up using either of them for fodder, won't we? Huge else's look. Yeah, that was a bit of an L. Neither of them gets much. I'm actually going to choose Pappin. Let's see how much he's going for on the market. It's fuck all, guys. They're all shite. Either way, either choice is bad. I end up just using them as fodder, so I've gone with the 89 because it's high rated fodder. Alright then, well that was disappointing then. Let's go on to the packs then. That was pretty gas though, guys. We just managed to get to the next level. No. Let's get on to the next pack then. Don't need no packs and potions, so I'm the singing the dead up. On the block like where up, packs and back from Jack. Back from Jack. Right, here we go. So, have we got any big ones here? Not really. There's a few at the end here that are alright. So let's just go left to right. Yeah, Kinkichi player picks. Just need Tullis Joyce. That was a ladies' pack, that one. Because it's ladies' night. And the feeling's right. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. And the feeling's alright. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, what a night. No, wait, you got Lucy out of that base here, 650k. That's a banging one.
That's good.
That's absolutely awesome. Who are the best heroes? So, yeah, Lucio's one. You can also get, obviously, Janola's one. Who's the other sickest heroes? Oh, Yaya Torres, a banger. Ramirez is a pretty good one. I've got Ramirez. I've had him twice, actually, both on trade mistake. But yeah, Ramirez is a good one. Yaya's a good one. Dina Tardy's a skank. CDM. I just realised there's a bear on their badge. I've never really noticed that before. That's cute. Oh, bless him. Unless they've got a bear on their badge. Never knew that. Until now. Decent mid. Pappin. Yeah, it is a mid sort of. He's alright. He's not going to get nothing. He's shut out. He's 40. But he's got 93 shooting. Oh. Right, Right, keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. 40 progress. Keep them coming. Still time for us to pack an absolute worldie here. 18 packs remaining. Hurry, man! What did you do tonight? Some daddy comes up to me like, Bruno Gamir is rough. That's rough, man. Thank you, Kinkichi, for the dance. This is rough. Prime gold players back then. 82 plus guaranteed. Oh no. USA flag is guaranteed to be a shite one. Unless it's an icon, guaranteed to be shite. What did I tell you? Sauerbrunn. You got base hero Ollie Gunnar last night. Pissed off Ace of Trade. Yeah, I mean, for the United vibes, it's nice, but in game, no bullshit. I mean, I was actually using Hero Ollie for a little bit. He was like my lone hero that I got right at the start of the game. I was using him right at the start of the game. He was alright. But now I don't know. Got base hero Ollie Gunnar. Yeah, that's tough. New promo that's got from the card designs by far the worst not in team history. Looks like some fucking like hazardous shit, doesn't it? Guess what's that? What's it doing? Called radioactive. You know what I mean? It was like, I don't know, like some fucking bullshit. You can work on a building site, they wearing high vis. Yeah. Bruno Fernandez, 88 rated fodder. That's a small dub. Hello, Bruno. And we've got ginger pubes here as well. But he doesn't have ginger pubes, he's just got ginger pubes on his face, like literally on his chin. Doesn't have it down below. Not that I know. I'm just saying that you know. Left mid French. Stadfield around here. Ren says, when are you coming in for a strip in Amsterdam? Ren, this is a great question. This is the thing, if I go to Amsterdam, I like to be horny. You know, Louis Van Gaal likes his players to be horny, and they need to not have sex for a long time. Before going to take some proper stuff. Mrs. P, if you're out there listening, I'm not going to Amsterdam, I'm going to full space opposite of bollocks, don't worry. I do touch down that rage, it happens, mate. Rage happens to the best of us, mate. I keep it in tow. I keep on top of the rage for the best part of it. I'm pretty chilled out, controlled individual. I keep it in check most of the time. What's this? Ford, that's fucking dashed! Chevrolet better! Play Bruno Fernandez in the next game. You what, Aaron Baybridge? No thanks. I think I'd rather get a test tube and insert it into my nostril and then use the power of my sneezing to then break that test tube inside my nose and then snort it out and then go to sleep. I think I'd rather do that than what you just suggested. I'm being a striker who goes by the name of nobody gives a shit. Torino. One man, one test tube. Well, that sounds rough, that. Sounds rough, that. Right, we're coming on to some decent stuff, though. Do some little packs and potions here coming up. Great, prime action player pack. Go on in, cheeky individual. Italia, never any good Italians on this, by the way. It's your leading. Rubbish. Italy's another one. When you get Italy flag, very seldom anything good. It's most of the time just guff. This is a shame because a few years back, Italy got Italy flag. Me, there's some absolute bangers, but it just goes to show where Italian national football's at the moment. It's definitely not in a strong phase for the Italian national side, is it? Go back 5 years, even 10 years, 20 years, some of the best teams in the world. But right now, they are bang average, guys. Bang average Italians. What's that all about? Is it because their league's weakened over the years? I don't know. Whatever it is, they don't seem to have the right set of crop of players. Call it a few more cash packs remaining. Italia, again, it's Italy. They've done that right, we can see how it goes. I could have a look at evolving the place, so there's this new like radioactive evolution stuff, isn't it? I haven't really got into the evolution stuff this year. I know a lot of people love it. I'm just waiting for the right sort of players to evo that actually get into my team. I've got 2 high rated players, but most of the time you can evo a player, and you can't really evo them to that high of a rating. I've already got a 6 high rated team. It doesn't really seem worth it to me. Unless you can evo like Giant Action to a 90 or something. I don't really want him in my team, mate. Unless you can actually be a 90 rated player or something. You know what I mean? Right, we're on to the meaty ones now, guys. Keep the good luck vibes flowing because this is where we're going to pack a banger. Has to be a banger pack here. somewhere. We haven't even done our cheeky little preview pack. What? Let's do that now. Skag says, Evo's fun for fans of cards who don't get promo cards. That's true. I rate it in that sense. Unlike if you don't have a really high rated team, just a way to get a good player into your team. So I do get it, but it's just not really, doesn't really add up for me to do one unless they have a sicko. But these are the promos, I haven't even looked at them. I can't be asked so many of that. Alpha pack, micro pack, gamma pack. I like the names of them though, pretty cool. Pretty cool. It sort of fits the theme, very nice, very nice. Okay then, let's open up these last few little dash packs then, but these are some good ones. Let's actually open up the radioactive lone player pack and see if we can get that messy or something. Radioactive lone player, it's Weir, and he looks pretty dash actually. I mean, he does have pace, but he looks pretty garb. I don't think I've played it. But actually, you put him into your side and they get an improved rating or something, don't they? I don't even know how that really works. That's the first radioactive player we've got in the team, so we'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to play with him because we've got Cafu. Right, 80 plus times 5 red gold players. Let's go. These are the ones, guys. These are the ones. Come on. Germany. Right. It is indeed signed. Alistair says you can chain Evo, so you can Evo someone with 5-star, 5-star, decent play style, and hope another Evo comes in that fits. That's true. So what's the highest sort of player you can get to the highest rating from Evo? Do you know? Because the highest I think I see maybe like 88, 87, 85, something maybe. That seems a bit shit, really. 81 plus times 2, here we go. 81 plus times 2. Oh, dearie me. See, there's a bear there, guys. Getting something from the tree. Your copy menu is 85 of these nuts. Oh, that's a sick one to do, actually. I might actually have to do copy that. That's actually a banging one to do, James. To replace Ramirez with copy that. I like your style. Go on then, go on then, come on then, come on then, come on then. Spain's always terrible this year. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Sergio bringing his biscuits. You've got up to 86 so far with Joe Bellingham off fair play. The highest right now is 90 from Tough It Up, but it's a bit gash for 70 pace and 9. Oh, okay, yeah, that's a bit gash. I played the Alistair McAllister. Right then, okay, 84 plus at times 2. This has been a dreary one. England right back. Oh, it's Lucy Bronze. Decent. Not bad. 87 rated. Hashtag fodder. Mate, these are shocking though, guys, honestly. Dash packs all on the floor. Dash packs. Give me some more dash packs. They're ridiculously dash packs. Give my cash back. Dash packs. They make me sick. Dash packs. What a bunch of pricks. Dash packs. Yeah, they're dickheads. Dash packs. Dash packs. All on the floor. Dash packs. Give me some more. They're ridiculously dash packs. Give my cash back. They make me sick, dash packs. What a bunch of pricks, dash packs. Yeah, they're dickheads, dash. Okay, here's one for you guys. So Lucy Bronze. Here's one for it. See if we can play a game, a hard game. Lucy Bronze. If you had to name a team of players so, that are like related to metal, who would you choose? You've got Lucy Bronze, right? Surely there's a player called De Silva. Rafael De Silva. Yeah, you've got Lucy Bronze, you've got Rafael De Silva. Yeah, who else you got? Is there like a gold? Like a gold man or something out there? For like 83. David Silva, yeah, exactly. That's just going to be a whole team full of Silvers, though, isn't it? Bernardo Silva, David Silva, Rafael De Silva. Proper gas Silva team. Ryan Gold. That's a good one. Ryan Gould. David Silva, Freddie Mercury up front. Oh man, that's a shot back, man. Thiago Silva, yeah. We can't. I don't want to be a full team of Silvers though. That'd be quite funny though if you just had 10 Silvers on your team and Lucy Bronze. You got 10 Silvers and 1 Bronze. Right, okay, last 83 plus times 3. 4 I was hoping somebody might come up with like a clever one, you know, that we hadn't thought of. I don't know, there might be like a Ricardo Gallium out there or something. You know what I mean? Just like some real obscure shit. It'd be quite funny, wouldn't it? It's just oh, Jason Steele, that's a banger, Bolty. Bolty, that's a fucking banger, lad. Steele, yeah, the goalkeeper, Jason Steele there. That's absolutely quality. Zola Zinks. Oh, Zinchenko, mate. We could have Zinchenko in there. That counts. He's got Zink at the start of his name. This team's coming together, mate. This metal team. Zinchenko in there, along with Jason Steele, Lucy Bronze, and Rafael de Silva with Thiago Silva. Well, come on, guys. This is getting somewhere now. This is getting somewhere now, dude. Yeah. Zinchenko, mate. You know what I mean? Let's go with Zinchenko. That counts. I reckon that counts. Don't you think that counts, guys? Actually, what if you reckon Zinchenko counts for the metal team? Right, last one then, guys. I know this is going to be shit, so I'm just going to rip it. Oh, at least we lower. No, it's not. Paris Saint-Germain. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's Jersey's daughter, mate. Jersey's daughter, Jersey Dudek's daughter, mate. Jersey Dudek's offspring there, mate. Oh, no. Jersey Dudek's daughter, mate. It's Liverpool scum of second-hand vibes, man. Second-hand Liverpool scum of vibes. I believe she's from the loins of a Liverpool scummer. Do you know what I mean? There you go. Right, okay, guys. Well, there you go. Rate that pack open out of 10, everybody. We have finished the pack open, and I honestly think it was a 2 out of 10. Dash one. There's a couple of little fodder players, but honestly, really shy. Really shy. Right down there with a very dashy super dash. Yeah, what about Chris Wood? Does he make the fences, James Kennedy? You can't have Wood on the metal team, though. No. David Platinum, is that a real guy, Sam? Doesn't sound like it. Connor Goldson at Rangers. Nice Gary Mathers, mate. Yes. Nice Gary Mathers. That's banging, bro. Proper shit pack opening that, guys. There you go. Okay, well, there you go, guys. We didn't get anybody good. Rubbish. Some serious dash packs on the go there, then. Okay. Well, let's get started back into some champs games then. Disappointed hugely, says Jonathan Gallagher. Yeah, always the way. Jonathan, just a question for you, Jonathan Gallagher. You play this game, who's your best ball this year that you've packed, either tradable or untradable? I want to see what your luck's been like. So let us know, man. And that goes for everybody, I guess. Who is your best individual player that you've pulled? I think if I had to choose mine, I think I've kind of got to go with Catherine's a sick ball at mini point. But you know, Ramirez at the time was a banger. I thought Ramirez was a mini coins, and you know he's been played so many times in the game. So Ledley King's your best, is it Pay and Mbappe on trade? What's his one next time? Wow, that's actually sick. Let me buzzing the tits up there. Yeah, Steve Cooper's close to Copper, says Wessex. That's the sort of outside the box thinking I like there, lad. Yes, good shout. The Bristol American says, and Grant Ledbetter. Oh, that's a banger, lad. Grant Ledbetter, yes, the Bristol American. 6'6" out. Ledbetter, mate, Led. Dude, we're actually coming up with a sick team here, guys. Kylian Mbappe is your best player, says Aaron. Figo says Rajat. Right, fair play. Trailblazer Mbappe. Right, guys, okay. Just got to go and check on that list again real quick to see if she's gone to sleep. It's 1:16 a.m., so just got to tell her to go to bed, basically. So give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back, everyone. Do not go anywhere, and I will be back in Uno Memento por favor. Who have we got in there still? 296 legends. You love to see it. Smash the like button, smash the subscribe button, and strap yourselves in because we've still got a couple of games to play tonight. Oh, yes, right, back in a minute, Pete. Back in a minute. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a second. Oh, hell yeah! The Bacon Brigade! Assemble!
Oh, God.
Yo, 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 I'm back, party people. Sorry to keep you all waiting there, folks. We are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge, my friend. We're going to go in there and smash up these fucking Maltoids and measure 7 and 2. Do you believe? Do you believe that we can make this 7 and 2 tonight? Oh, we're going in there with Dalvetian Muller up top. No card on Muller, just going to go in there raw with Muller, see what he's all about. Ian Rush, Iron Rush, and Steel Bruce. DJ, you're pushing it a little bit there, man. DJ, like you weren't thinking of it. Granite Xhaka, that doesn't count, man. Granite fucking rock, man. What? We got to be moved on to rocks now. Oh, wait, hang on. Solskjaer's a Croatian centre back plays for Locomotive Moscow called Tin Jedvaj. Tin Badge. What? Right, go on then, boys. Let's do it. That's a good lead. 7-2 is what we want for the first night. I hate when that thing goes up in the bottom, man. Where they're running down the wing. Let's see what's happening. Amazon Prime looking clubs, man. It's cold telling owner in the UK that it's -2 here where I am right now. Yeah. -4, -5, -6 in some places. It's chilly on the old building. It's pronounced gently. Oh, okay. It's not as funny as jet lag, but it's real. We're definitely going to keep on jet lag. Oh, I can't fucking believe he's just banged that right there. It's so raw. Sonny young men throw him off at posting. What a finish. Shite. Off from the blue. He's absolutely done me there. Oh, come on, lads. No, it's all gone to shite. Go on. Go on. Straight back in the game. Ooh, referee! Feels the tender eye. Nice. Up. And then son. Yes, boys. Yes, mother. Oh, it's so annoying. Been doing some pennies. What DJ gig tomorrow? Nice, very nice, Logan. What's that all about? What sort of music do you play then? Bit of techno, is it, man? What sort of stuff you play? Bit of house. He's going to come out here and say, fucking I can do now. Delhi aluminium. Delhi aluminium. Delhi aluminium. Good one. That's a good one. I'm not going to let you have it, but it's a good one. Oh, man. That's just too filthy, mate. That's too filthy. And the sun doing me. Oh, I thought it's a shit about Cantona and Henri. I need Cantona and Henri back right now. Oh, then, well, this is your pal, buddy. You're a fucking rated beast, yes, man. Oh, down piece of shit throws offside, didn't they? Fucking hell. Chris Alcalfo's 9 wins in from a usual big dash. You reckon we're 6 and 2 at the moment? Don't really appreciate that. Definitely don't really appreciate that. It's only for the 6 and 2, I believe, but at least they get to 11 wins. Come on, at least they get to 11, but most likely they even do better than that. So screw you, bro. Call it thing called the league. Just because you're a jealous little virgin, so he gets fucking 2 wins in chance qualifiers and then doesn't even qualify. Just because you're a mount to that, he refuses to play. I'll back you at the game for yourself and prove it. You're a player, you can destroy that game, man. everyone's talking in the game. I'll back you at the game, man. You know it, Bob. You know it, Bob. Outlaw torn. Unfortunately, the Liverpool still is done with. Simon needs a team like that and still shit load FC. Well, we're about to put the load back. Simon, you're just bitter because I battered you the last time we played. Fucking battered you, man. Didn't I? Ended up fucking battering you, son. Oh, too easy. I should have fucked it over. No, he's moved his keeps as well. Bollocks. Embrace this cup. Oh, shit. Oh, I wasn't ready for that. I just looked up. I wasn't ready for that. Come on, Miller, man. He's a bit of a cumbersome melt, that Miller. He's a card, man. I don't want to. I'm actually not going to play with him again. I don't like the feel of it. Thank you, Benjamin. Oh, he's in again with Real. He's got raw pace. He's in again. Yo, John Layton. Hello to you, John. Yes, brother. Johnny Layton. Oh, nah, you got absolutely battered, Simon Lee. Who was there when they saw me batter Simon Lee, guys? Smash your on if you reckon Simon Lee got battered by the pig. Oh, is he onside? He's not onside, man. It's a fucking shit fest. Thank you, Fries. How unlucky was that? Should have definitely been a goal. And missed the initial effort. It's how cold is it? Pig looked like a living hermit crab. -2, that. I'm in a 3-foot garage, mate. Fucking shit. No insulation. Apart from these soundproof cars which is stuck to the 3-foot walls. Shit! So, yeah, I'm in a cold, cold room right now, fella. Need it. Might look like a questionable individual right now. But I need it. Miller ain't it. Miller's not it, man. I'm not going to Miller through the corner right now. Just get some teeth out. Living in a house with no heat when it's -3 degrees is so bad for the rest of the fucking imagine. How cold is it, Pig? Look like I bet that. When I beat you, you rage quits this Simon Lee. Yeah, so what? This is what it's like a dead horse, mate. I knew that I didn't have the right sort of set of players or right vibe in that game. My tactics. Destroyed you, sir. You gashed Simon there. I think I will play you against him, Simon, and you will get defeated again. Yeah, oh yeah, in due course, all in good time, my friend. You will be defeated for that. Again. Again, lad. After the last one. Again, you'll be defeated, lad. Oh, I was doing so well. And I bottled it. 7-2 will look so sweet. 6-3. I mean, it's better than we usually do, but it's still it's not what we're looking for now. So, for fuck's sake, mate. I've got a heater, William. Yeah, I've got a little oil pilot heater thing here that is still for a shooting. You run the air conditioner even in the winter in my house. What? Steady on to the environment there, Outlaw this more tomorrow, James. I'm taking Muller out of the team. He's just not it for me. I know he's got high rating and everything. He looks good, but he's not it for me. So I'm actually going to play. Can Luis Figo play on the left? He can't. But Salah, what can he do? Nah, never mind. I'm just going to play. Voller. Voller's decent. Actually, Capper, he can play up front, can't he? I can even play Cap. Yeah. All right, well, we'll just go with that. We'll could be food for up top and Neymar left mid. I'm just going to go with Voller. Come on, boys. Probably going to be last game of the night this one because that'll make it 10 games completed, and we want to try and keep the other 10 games for tomorrow's stream. So we've got some nice games to get stuck into tomorrow as well. So let's have a good one here, guys. Let's make it 7-3 to end on. 6-3 would be Ash, 6 and 4 would be Ash. We need to win this one. Time to break out the hot water bottle. Finn says, the main question is, do you believe in life after love? Feel this feeling satisfied. I really don't think we're strong enough love. Do you believe in life after love? Cheers, lad. We're playing well on the wrong side. Well, that's probably got a lot to do with it. They still do good things, but the big parts are not. Slow, we've got slow. Voila!
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh,
Oh, challenge. Well in, son. Well in, son. Oh. Okay, rotate. No, no, he's got no leash. Yes, well in, Ramirez. Ramirez, a piece of individual. Team Kenny put anyway, but do you know what? Team Kenny's not bad in this game. He's so good. Liverpool star. Let's have a look. And he's a proper Liverpool star. There's only one king for me, and that is King Templar. I hate the fact he's called King Kenny because there's only one king around these parts now. Oh! So Kenny's untradeable detail away. I'd definitely sell it. It's like a million points as well. Oh, he'd have been gone straight away. But he's untradeable, so it's too good not to play, I guess. Very decent player. Oh, sorry, look it down. He's on you now. I don't believe it. What? What the fuck hell have you got control? How did he get back there and get the leg in there? What? Kenny getting fucking absolutely done there, raw. What a little mouse, what a weakling little mouse. I was about to shoot him on his shell. What? Yeah, we were, Mike K, to be fair, lad. We definitely were there, bro. Good talk there. Yeah, no, you can score some banger finesses. That's the point. Yeah, let's try and score those finesses with that week. He's got a meaty finesse on him. Just remind me. Ah! Struggling to get him down there. Yes, it's lovely football, guys. Get in! Oh, I really want to win this, guys. I have a 7-3 record after 10 games. That would be sweet for the first night. All day, baby. It means we only need to win 4 out of 10 tomorrow to get to 11. And we could even do 7 out of 10 and get to 14 if that's the case. So, come on. Oh, beautiful. Oh, shit. Yes. Thank you, DJ, for the goal emoji, sir. For real, it's a red card, mate. Get me this way. It's a squeeze. Yes, mate, get in there, Rudy Lawrence. Lovely football. Sit cross in there, buddy. Fraction time. That's it. It's lovely stuff. Has John Charles got working card? I don't think so, Social. We definitely should have. There's a bunch of those old school legends that should have. What about Hugh Fontaine? You know, like old school World Cup legend. Or, who's some other like old school? Stanley Matthews should have one. Imagine Stanley Matthews cards game. Should be like one of the best cards on the game, but ultimately, that'd be sick. There's a lot of those sort of old school legends that just don't want the game for some reason. It should be on there. What about Dixie Dean as well? Dixie Dean. I think Dixie Dean scored like 60 goals or something in 1 year, in 1 season, like in the theatre. 6 or something like that. 50 or 60 goals, like in a Premier League season, basically. Not obviously it wasn't the Premier League, but you know what I mean. Like 60 goals in a Premier League season. Pretty nuts. Yeah, Dixie Dean's a soldier, absolutely. Oh shit. Janino card, yes, mate, 1993 kit. Janino card. Why didn't they have a Janino card? I'm so sure. I would love that. Still. Robbo, 100% mustard. Definitely need Robbo on the game, man. Oh, he's surely sickly good on the game as well. Definitely need that. Dennis Owens and the Patrice Evra. Too many United legends to name. So sad they only just brought Bobby Charlton into the game now he's passed away. Literally, this is his first year in the game. Andy Cole with the Epilepsy. Yeah, if you're going to have an Andy Cole card, you've got to have a Dwight York card. Cole and York, that's my dream on FIFA on the team. If they had like some sick like, heroes of those two icons of them, and then you could have York and Cole up top, and they would be sick, mate. They'd be sick. That'd be good. Dream like that. Wicked tackle. Cafu's such a don. I'm so happy to pack that guy. Basically, just got a sick right back for like most of the game. He's going to sort me out the right back for most of the game. Epic player, man. So his tackles have seen his passing ridiculous. Absolutely insane. Football's quite. It's just an epic part. Watch this ball. Watch this ball. Cafu. Oh, it was actually too much meat on it for him. Still, he's a raw one, man. He's a raw one. What a ball that was. Maybe my best ball of the year, I guess. Because he's literally in the boys right now in the game. He's just sick. Oh, you're telling your subs. Yeah, tell me you're not your subs. Yeah, nice. Nostalgic days. What's all about. I'm still hoping for the day when they actually bother to upgrade career mode. Like, guys, smashing one in the low tech would love it. If you could just go into like legacy seasons. Oh shit! You know, oh bollocks no! You know they've got like the databases for all the games, and you could just like drop in AC Milan 1994 and just play in that era. Why not? I there's a lot of time database. Yeah, look, every player scan of all the big players. Some randomers will have random gems and all that. This would be sick, man, if you could just have a legacy career mode. That would make it so much more interesting. You could just choose, like, oh, okay, I'm just going to go and play in La Liga in 2003 or something. You know, why not? That'd be sick. Career mode's just dead. Okay, so we are still winning this, guys, but it's just not been back, and now it's supposed to come to hate this man. It's just chilling. I'm going to concentrate now, folks. Icon managers would be amazing as well. So true, man. So close an icon manager, etc. Oh, yes, mate. 100%. I mean, I'm literally old enough and I've been playing FIFA Ultimate Team long enough since it literally first came out to remember actually having transfer to icon manager type of thing. You know, that actually used to be a thing. He's almost a Jeremy Bastard, this man. Oh, goodness me, he's a corner merchant. Oh my goodness me, he's a corner merchant and a half. Oh. Shit. Shit. Proper concentrate on this thing, but I've never usually concentrate on start streaming, do I? I'm just really want to get this club, mate, and I've got the lead, but it's fucking sweaty clubs. Oh, shit. Put it in there. We'll make a couple of changes, 16 minutes left to go, normal time. We'll get Llama. I think I'm going to bring Chaka on for Voller, actually, randomly. Zanetti, do we need to bring Zanetti on? Actually, I'm going to bring Zanetti on instead of Perlo. Zanetti and Ramirez is the defensive midfield, it makes sense. Futra's a little bit tired over on that left wing, so I'm going to bring Neymar on to Futra. And I think that's what I'm going to do right now. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do right now. Come on in, boys! Come on! We're going to smash them up, mate, like United are going to smash them Newcastle tomorrow. Jordy's going down. What's your score prediction there, guys? I'm going for. Do you know what? I'm going for 2-2. I'm actually not going for a win. I think it might be a draw. I think we're going to get beat. Maybe we'll get tougher. But no, I'm not feeling it right now. I think it's going to be a draw. Get your predictions in. I'm going for 2-2. No. 4-2 to Newcastle's that one. 3-1 to Bob. 2-1 to PG to Newcastle. 8-0 to Newcastle. I wish I never asked that. Williamson's 4-1 to Newcastle. I wish I never asked that. 2-2, guys. We fucking bottled the game, haven't we? Tucked it away, mate. We fucking do. Come on now. Get this done. Refuse to lose. Refuse to lose this one from a winning position. No, he's on as well. No, he's the Nana in goal, so he's never going to concede. That's a problem. Sambo, what? He's onside. He's onside. He's onside. You shit, I tried to shoot ages ago and fucking playing around on the ball. Check it out, please, you're a fucking shit, man. Honestly, you suck, mate. Should have been a tap in and he's just fucking floundered. I don't know what he's doing, mate. Standing there with a fucking chicken deep fried back in Mars bars on the twat. Instead of bloody putting the ball in the back of the net for me. Oh! Yes, crunch that Kenny Dalby's prick. Like he's your player on my team. Good one, That's so great fun. Great fun. It's a quick great fun. I'm glad my actor picked down his Dalby. Taking my frustration down that Dalby quickly. I'm glad he's got the Dalby on his team as well. Good stuff. Oh, you shithead! You can throw the ball in, you absolute time-wasting bastard!
Oh, okay.
Huh? Sorry, Kenny. You're away, Kenny. Do something, Kenny. Are you actually worth anything, Kenny? Or are you shit as I think you are? Let's find out. Oh, Kenny Dalby's with an insane bit of fucking we break the tackle on the back stick to the tapping fucking come on! Yes, man! Oh, the scenes! The scenes in Fergie time, guys! The scenes in Fergie time, mate! Tackle, what a sub! Yes, bro, Dalby's doing bits there, come on! Fucking last kick of the game, come on! Thank you, Lester. Yeah, that's it. Good. Obviously, put some respect on King Kenny's name. Okay, I will put some respect on King Kenny's name. I'm just not calling him Cunt Kenny from now on, like, yeah? Get in there, get in there, son. Thank you, Luke, man. Yeah, game on, boys. Game on, boys. Yes. Oh, yes. Samson says King Kenny. King Cunty. We got the big fat juicy drops. I'm looking like Emperor Palpatine. Mate. There you go, guys. 7-3 record. That's meaty, guys. And even if I say so myself, I feel like a really meaty individual now, guys. Because we are on track, believe it or not, for 14 wins. If we keep the same record up tomorrow, that's 14 wins, baby. Thank you, Benjamin. 7-3 is respectable. And in fact, we could have even maybe had an 8-2. I only feel like I was really outclassed in 2 games tonight. Enter and start, come on, can't leave after this, Castro. Well, yeah. I am going to leave, mate, because we've got too many games left, bro. We've got too many games left. I mean, we could have one more, I suppose. Should we have one more? Should we have one more, guys? I tell you what, if we can get to 250 likes, we'll have one more. Everyone take a second and smash the shit out of that like button right now. Give us a massive thumbs up, guys. Hit the likes. We're going to stay for one more. Hit that like button. Help us get to 250 likes. Hell yeah, I'm the head football lad. Nice one, mate. Okay, let's do one more. One for the road, yeah. That means we're only going to have 9 games to play tomorrow. That's cool. We have the rewards pack tomorrow as well, so that'll make it a bit more of a meatier stream tomorrow. Sick. One more then. One more it is. One more match. Just one more. You want a winning streak? Choose man to what I was. I mean, I've lost a couple before that one. But I think it's the blue tongue giving me the good vibe. I think it's the blue tongue. Right. Take fatigue. Super take fatigue. Nice one, Basin. Sorry, yeah, we're going to do one more. Everyone, take a second and hit the like button. That's all we ask is a cheeky like. Please do leave a like if you can. It helps us on YouTube to boost up the algorithm and all that show. So hit the thumbs up and subscribe. Yeah, if you're new, there's a subscribe button down there that says subscribe. Click that. We're on the night. We'll be back on it tomorrow night. Playing foot champs out to the finish and getting the rewards back to them for those bad boys up. So join us tomorrow night for a cheeky stream as well by subscribing and clicking the bell icon like your name was Quasimodo. It's Banana, the bears, it's Banana. It's filthy football. It's sweaty, dirty, sweaty football. Ooh, dirty individuals out there, mate. Let's make him rage quit, Mason. Sorry, man. Come on. Oh, that's a very good ball. Oh, shit. Lovely. Play that well, it, Colin. Yes, man. I am on fire tonight, for my standards anyway. I'm actually winning. More often than not, anyway, which is mad. Shit. Let's well in. Ah! Oh, it's on side as well. Shit, he's done me. Rashford. Up against Lauren Blanc. Lauren Blanc. What have I done? I've fucking answered it! No! Yes, Thatcher. Good block. Your defense is terrified, get piggies on fire. Your defense is terrified, get piggies on fire. Your defense is terrified, get... Oh, stodgy shit! I didn't need to do that. Space over on the left. Come on then, Kenny, make that run. Do it, Kenny. Get there, Kenny. Gash touchdown. Bit of scouse on scouse action there. Dalglish against Virgin. Done well. Oh shit, he's in again. He is in again. He's filled it in again. Got that pace progression there, watch out. Yee! Back to another good block. Who's still here lurking, by the way, at 2 a.m. everyone? Smacker 69 in the chat. You're still lurking away there watching the stream, chilling. That's good if you're still here. What's a ball that is by Inca Casillas? Oh no, Kenny. Finesse shot saved. I should have maybe done something else there with it. But, so close to being the game over on it. No, guys, fucking bullshit. They piss passed it up the other end of the fucking pitch and scored straight away. Wait. Fuck off, dude. Shit the bed, mate. Fucking shit the game, mate. How's he done that so easy? Fucking crumble at the back, man. Look at all these Legends 69 in the live chat. Hey-oh. Thank you, everyone, for still being here, everybody. I can't actually read your names after all, I'll lose. But you know, thank you, everyone, who's there. For two loads, still in here, lurking away. Legends. Oh. Oh, this guy's a filthy jabber. Why is my right side of my defense all the fucking time? He's waltzing on through at will, this guy. It's a disgrace. 69 the pillow, master. Crikey. Too much information. Distribution of the fucking dead fish. Go on. Oh my god! Oh, no way! What an attempt. Yeah, -4 is obscene. Obscene chili on the old Willy, mate. Freeze your bollocks off time. Freeze your Bertie bollocks off time. Oh! She was so shot, I was trying to split it. I don't know why. I was through that. Oh! This guy's really pissing me off down this left hand side. Great save. Hey, nice one, Joseph KG. Yeah, man, you're a long time dog. Been following the channel since 2013. Insane stuff. That's literally not long after we started. In fact, we started in 2013, so right when we started the channel. Oh, the other channel, not this channel, but the other channel. Oh, what? How's that not a pen, mate? He's fucking ridden me like a bloody horse pony, mate! What? He's sort of coming all over me, mate. I'm just after fucking tapping Henry. He's fucking left arm crop all over me, mate. Fucking Sylvester Stallone, cliffhanger boy. Unreal. How is that not a fucking turn or some shit? Oh, fucking hell. My control is on screen game sharp just so you can see my inputs. You know, it's supposed to be like an interactive thing. You can see what I'm pressing. You know what I mean? So you can see what I press. That's all it is. Just to show you what I'm doing. Shit! Clearly, what I did there was fucking shite there. Starting to get pissed off with people tonight now, guys. I should have quit while I was ahead. I knew I should have quit while I was ahead. And you know what? Stop that. Let's get this done. Let's get this done. Let's get this fact duty done. Hashtag I believe don't get anywhere without some fact duty. Let's practice. Go on, that's lovely. Oh. Shit. Try to be open every time. It's too easy for him. Nice one, Chris Oates, still here. Legend, legend. I missed your message, did I, Kim? What's that all about then? See if I can find it. Kim says scout on scout action. Just add that image with two facts I get into the back of the can. The suspension breaking. Oh, still, I bet you enjoy that sort of stuff. You're better than him, just focus. Thank you, Bob. I don't know if I am, though. He's battering me, mate. Getting done. He's cut me open seriously down the left edge. Filthy. You swear this game's making rugby with tackles. Should have quit while I was ahead, mate. I knew it. I knew we should have played one last game there. Was it a good move? Now we're potentially not going to win it. But it's okay. It's 2-1. Actually, not bad now. 45 minutes left. Let's go. Let's go get that equaliser right now. Oh, what? It's just so fucking easy. Crunch. Great tackle. What? Casillas is decent, you know. I rate him. He's actually definitely better than Schmeichel. He can't be that much money. I might end up buying him. I like him. He's one of the best people I've used so far. He's actually alright. He seems better for me anyway. Strauss is coming off the pitch, mate. He's a fucking shambles of a man. How dare you miss that by such a massive margin now? He's fucking shite. He's coming off the pitch right now, playing Futra up top. Neymar over there. He's fucking gone. Kenny Falcone, you are shit, man. I don't care if he's working with him, because he's gone. You know how hard to get hit, Piggy. That's true, though. We'll keep going. I don't know how he missed that, man. It's ridiculous. This is off the pitch now. Take him off. Only substitute for God, man. Nice one, blazing side. Let's smash this guy. Thanks for being here, still watching. We'll just smash this guy up. Good. Let's go for me earlier now. It's working against me. Save, though. Casillas, man. I'm telling you, Casillas. How much is Casillas? Can somebody look it up for me? Like, check Casillas. I might have to purchase him, man. I feel like a better, more solid player. Casillas in there because he's just saving more. Schmeichel just wasn't saving that much. 225k. Thank you, Chris Oates. That's decent, man. That's not a lot, really, for extra wins. Oh, what a hit, son! What a hit, son! You can't be giving me that space. What a hit, son! It is definitely time to unleash the piggy warfare. Hey, super chat, super Dreddy Dread. Dread lad, thank you so much, Dread. He says good screen tonight, nice play. Thank you, Dread. That's so nice, dude. Let's get some raw love in there for Judge Dread, everyone. We've only got the judge in here, everyone. Thank you, Dread. Very nice of you, mate. Big up for the $9.99 super chat there. That's it. Let's go get you the dub for that, man. Cheers, Dread. Sicko. You're a sicko individual, lad. In a good way. Cheers, Dready, lad. Get in there, we say.
And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. I'm Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and alongside me at the microphone is Stuart Watson. And we've got the opening match for the Champions players coming towards us. Mr. Perkins, what is the biggest thing that
Oh, so lame. On the side, See, I don't really want to chuck them on fire with the camera. What do you reckon, guys? Should I go and try and get this? Oh shit! No, this is good to me. Castro! Super chat! Super chat! Super chat! It's Super Castro! It's Castro! Thank you, Castro! Appreciate you, bro. I'll have to read that in just a second. I'm already pants down, guys. I'm already pants filled. Yes, he's missed. Castro says win, lose, or draw. Lose or draw. I appreciate you giving us one more night. Thank you, Castro. Appreciate the tip. That's very kind. Thank you for that raw tip. Everyone get a super chat note and thank you, Castro. Cheers, we'll stay. We're going to get this stuff. Win, lose, or draw. Yeah, nice. We're going to get the win, mate. 2-2. Numbers in there. Too many bloody green. Shit. Oh, he's can't be the mustard. Yes, man. It's all over the place. The thumb is loading. I don't know. We're going to get the He's in it. He's actually in it. Bang! Oh. No, I didn't really get obviously not there. That mother shit. You said, mate, you can't do that. The price tag we got on either. Shoot! Is that right? You can secure one. Shoot. Oh, not the possible. Go, come on. Chance saloon, baby. Let's check in for the last chance saloon. Brazilian on Brazilian action here. Shit, man. Alright, last chance. He gets in there, my son. Next time we've done it. Come on, today. Yes, boys. That's what I'm saying. Let's go get this win. We've got extra time, guys. Extra time. Thank you for that. Yes, God. Thank you. Extra time it is. Oh. Pen slightly sweat, foot trap back tonight. Mike is usually the sweatiest of the three. Surprised myself. Wings tonight. Usually worse. Oh, multiple. Multiple. There is letting me down. Yes. Shit. He's double. Good one on the bench. Taku says, he's got to go that Muller. He's fucking shite. It's a big old Robert Spunky up there. 93 rated icon beast, but I tell you what, he's shite, mate. He's so bad for the average. It's unreal. I can't control that. Can't control that. Don't do well. Ugh. Referee! Oh, Muller! Come on, Muller! And you're off, mate. Actually, I've got those Singapore subs, so he's kind of lucky. I'm going to bring heaps of pounds for Village, though. Come on, guys. He's still on the pitch. I'm going to bring heaps of pounds for Village for some basic effect there. Let's see that today. Tattoo, yes, thank you for your order. I couldn't bother to have the right personnel to replace him. He's made up for that, anyway. Yes. Red says, you sure you're taking the call? No, I'm not. Hell yeah. Once again, guys, just one last time, if you're in here for the first time, subscribe. If you're new, smash the like button. We've got 255 days watching. Hey, we're only 6 likes away from 250. We can hit 250 likes. 250 on the card. 15 minutes of extra time separate us from a famous evening. Nah, I didn't get done. Oh, it's too fucking easy, mate. Yes! Oh, the FIFA gods are scrolling down on us there. Carved away. So lucky, so lucky. Oh my goodness me. Muller's so bad. Like a journalist with a history or something. Oh, squeaky bum time. Brown trousers alert. Keep on the ball, we've got 3 minutes to go. Just keep on. Sure, we've got pushed into it. Should we get past them? We can. Yes, bro. Yes, bro. Yes, bro. That's what I'm saying now. Yes, bro. Yes, bro. Just fucking filthy about. Yes, bro. Filthy. Yes, bro. Yes, bro. Filthy. Yes, bro. Yes, bro. We're gonna win, guys. We're gonna fucking win, guys. Come on. Yes, bro. We filthed it. Let's go. Shit house me alert. Come on, guys. We've got the big old W. Yes, guys. Yeah, thank you, Blaze and Tari. We did it, lad. Come on, that's a big W right there. All of them. Big W, big W. All of them. Big W, 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 big W. Big thank you. Let's go. Jerome Delon. Saturday, Legacy. Saturday, bro. Thank you, Dread, for the dog. Thank you, Skank. Cheers, mate. So well, big. You've been on it. Yeah, not too shabby. Been very nice tonight, though. Nice. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Kieran. Aaron Bean, Rich. Prize, Connor, Ervin, Stanton, Jones, Mustis has just been one of which of those seriously no names of you love in the dark side. Mate, you should hook up on the old webcam darts and play against each other sometimes. Well, I used to, I do use to most stuff. I might stop you on the rolls. And then put on your head, that's what I'm saying. Put on your head. We want to play some games tomorrow as well, don't we? Thank you, Chastro. They never leave one. Welcome in. And you get on there. I'm nicely in this one. Honestly, I've got 8 wins and 3 losses. I'm buzzing. Thank you, Russell Wilson. I can actually retire in 14 minutes. One league pack to make a life on. The W's return shit. Should be a sick car. Big Bugbear D. Thank you, Rajat. You only need 3 now. What do you mean that? 3? Oh, yeah, 3 wins to get to 11 wins. 3 wins to get to 11. I'm going to try and get to 14 wins. Thank you, Nick L. John. I appreciate you. 248 likes, guys. 2 more likes than 250. Smash it up. Yeah, nice one, Darren. Night. Have a great night there, Darren. So, guys, I've got a cheeky little watcher on set up for tomorrow for the game, Man United versus Newcastle. Can you do us all a favour at the end of this video? Go over there and smash a massive thumbs up on it and set a reminder for it. And, of course, subscribe to the main channel. This is the second round of Flying Pig Gaming. If you want to be a legend, double legend, subscribe to my other channel. It's called Flying Pig United. It's really that 80k stuff. Go give us a follow up over there. Here is the link. Smash a like on Watcher on. Boom. So I just got this in the live chat. Appreciate everyone who takes a second to do that. Does boost us up in the environment. Makes it easier for us to on tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. You can get 14. I think so too. Good night, Aaron David, you legend. Thank you, big up. Yes, hey, thank you very much, Master. I got there just before you, though, bro. You're a fucking legend. You must have put the link in there. Check out the subscribe to Flying Pig United and Flying Pig Gaming. My IG is Flying Pig United. See, all the links are in the description of the video. Flying Pig United on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Twitch. In fact, if you put an exclamation mark Insta in the live chat, it will pop up on my Instagram with exclamation mark Switch. It'll pop up with the Switch. Nice one. Or you can check out the links in the description. But yeah, do give us a follow on Instagram. It's Flying Pig United. Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Twitch, everywhere. Thank you, Blazing Sorry, says impressive stream. Thank you so much. Yeah, follow us on Twitch. Sick stuff, guys. We're going to have to leave it there then, but I really do appreciate you all being here. What a community legends. We were 216 people in at one point tonight. Cracking stream, great game. Perhaps all smashed it. You know, not to toot my own horn or anything, but 8 and 3 for me. It's a big one. It's about as good as it gets, isn't it? Looking back on that. Okay, sit down now, Nicole. Nice one, young Burby, DJ, Aaron Torres, Bootleg, Ace Music, all the members of the channel. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. If there's any other objectives going, there might be. I'll get some tech conclusions. It's an all that's on the top. Ace Music, listen, all the members, thank you for supporting the channel. All the legends of the thank you, and all the moderators, chat room, people like Berber, Rusted, Hoop, and Shorty. They're all too. Members of the show, cheers, their show, Talia, and the Mustard. Absolute legend. Come on, United, let's smash up those Geordies tomorrow, mate. Let's sharp on the Magpies. Cheers, Aftab. Cheers, Amit. Cheers, Benjamin. You're the legends. Guys, go over to this link that's in the live chat right here. Smash a like on the watch along. Go over to Flying Big United and smash a like on the watch along. Set a reminder, and I'll see you there tomorrow. Oh, hell yeah. And remember, subscribe to this channel, Flying Big Gaming, for more FIFA or EAFC 24 content. Pack opening, foot jams, vibes. Subscribe, good. Click that sub up before you go. Smash a like and all that shine. And follow us on all those Insta. Bye, guys. Good night. God bless. Big love. I'll see you over on the other channel, and we'll be back here tomorrow night. Raw stuff. Big love. And remember, when you see seagulls, obviously flora. This is because they see sardines. You'll be.
Certainly not the best performance, was it? Just a little off the pace for me. Obviously, a disappointing result, but the key thing is that they bounce back now. They can't afford the risk.
Were these people just natural born scammers? Let's get right to it and start with number 5, the Brazilian DoorDash. Hello, Jessica.
Hi, welcome to my channel. If this is your first time of coming back here, hello, and if you're a wonderful returning subscriber, hello. On today's gist, it's a sad one. I don't know how to carry sad news. God. I don't like sad news, but we just have to pass information to people. We're not just passing information, we're trying to let people have a knowledge of this whole thing. So, this lady you're looking at here is just a normal young lady that went to go and celebrate her birthday, but her birthday led to her death. Nobody poisoned her, nobody poisoned her, but circumstances that happened, things that happened on her birthday led to her being called late today. So the story is that this girl happened to be celebrating her birthday. Normal thing on your birthday, some friends want to take you out, they want to spoil you, not to make bad, not that they have anything in their mind. You understand that kind of a thing. Just that they are just they want to make your day cheerful. Who knows what celebrates a birthday? Who doesn't like people being around them on their birthday? Definitely, people love people being around them on their birthdays. So this lady went out to celebrate her birthday with her friends. As you can see, normal outing when you go out with your friends, you can actually do crazy things. Like crazy things that you don't know the repercussion of it, you understand? So yeah, this understand. Share you understand. Let me continue to this. So this lady went out with her friends on her birthday to celebrate her birthday, and her friends in the is it what's it called? In the light the mood of celebration, they decided to asked her to take alcohol, not just alcohol, whiskey. And she took the alcohol, and as you can see, not just taking alcohol, it's not like she took one sip of that. Like they literally asked her to open her mouth, and they poured the alcohol directly into her mouth, and the baby girl was taking it. And after taking the alcohol, barely 1 hour after taking the alcohol, she became unconscious, and she was rushed to the hospital, and she was pronounced dead. Yes, you heard me. She was pronounced dead. Like, legit from celebrating her birthday to straight to the mortuary. That was it. And what caused it? Just taking alcohol. A lot of times we go out with people who are more wild than us, people who are more crazy, who are adventurous than us. And just because we don't feel we belong, just because we don't want to look odd in the midst of people, we try to take adventures that is not our adventure. And that was just the case of what happened to this young lady. Maybe she's not really an alcoholic, she doesn't really take alcohol that day. Just because her friends were cheering her and cheering her up, she just had to gulp the whole alcohol. And it led to her death. Those friends are alive today, but she's no more. Who has lost her family? A mother lost a daughter, a sister lost a sister, a brother lost a sister, and a father lost a daughter. That is what it is. And people are calling for the arrest of the friends. And in my own opinion, I'm like, did they really cause the death of this friend? Is their friend? I want to hear your own opinion down in the comment section. Do you think her friend should be held responsible for her death, or just life happened? It didn't work out the way they thought it would have worked out, and their friend is no more here today.
No rain in sight. I'm Derek Ray, and keeping me company here on the commentary gantry is Stuart Robson, and ready to bring you
Mama's
more
one.
action from the
Not the
Champions
great.
playoff. Stuart, what are your expectations for today? Well, I'm a beast in their last match, Derek. I have to say, I'm disappointed in this one. Late I really expected to know.
Mama's one. Not the great. Not the great.
Something about Stuart. He was put forward as a goal. Also at one stage alongside your competitor, Solomon. Either your praise alongside more goals in the centre of midfield, and then a pass to Diogo Jota,
Mama's one.
where he is
Not the
now
great. Not the great.
moving into the advanced position. Defending.
Mama's one. Not the great. Not the great. Mama's one. Not the great. Not the great.
Start that very skip.
Manage one. Number three. Number three. 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 Manage one. Number three. Number three.
You see what I mean? Look at where jug, but I can't spot every time I try to pass the ball there.
Manage one. Number three. Number three. Manage one. Number three. Number three.
I mean, look at my Dijon, yeah? My Dijon, I couldn't dribble away from him. Couldn't dribble away from him. And look at the situation. Alright, it's just moving on.
Manage one. Number three.
Alright,
Number three.
here we go. Turn left. He's there. He's there. Yeah? So look at my Dijon's leg now, yeah? So he's got the ball there. Instead of just pushing the ball forward like he's supposed to, his ball goes through his foot, he's left the ball behind that. Yeah.
Manage one.
So again, and then that's it. And that's how they're winning. I can't pass the ball, I can't run, can't dribble, can't do anything. And they're just getting all of it. It's easy for them. 5 minutes up at 43, 44 minutes to the game. Five minutes up, 44 minutes in the game.
More life, just a good life. Bro, just a good life, just a good life, More life, bro. Big boy. You are shutting the whole city down, fam.
He knows he doesn't have to tackle. He doesn't have to do anything. So look, this is a centre back. Look at the centre back. Look at the centre back.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you all had a good week. Yes, we do have a new background. Sorry, just calm down. You're not breathing well. You can't. You're not breathing well. Hi guys, once again welcome back to my YouTube channel. Right now, from breaking sad news, popular Nigerian TikToker Oscar Brown is dead after reportedly being poisoned by a close friend. In May 2022, news went around that the talented TikTok creator gave up the ghost after he was poisoned by a close friend. Although close friends reported that he was getting better before his demise, reports reports have been so reports have it that it wasn't Oscar's first time being poisoned, but he would exploit the first attempt of his life only to be poisoned again. Oscar died in Oscar died Oscar died on 23rd May 2022 in a hospital bed in Asaba, Delta State. Rest in peace, Oscar Brown. Thank you for everything you shared with the world. Condolences go to the family and friends of the deceased soul. Thank you guys for watching. Subscribe to my channel for more updates. He admitted to choking Alexis, Miss Crawford. And while he was choking Miss Crawford, Jordan Jones put a plastic bag over her head. This is the story of Alexis Crawford, aged 21, who was strangled, killed, put in a bag, and then dumped in the woods by her best friend Jordan Jones and her boyfriend Baron Brantley. This all happened because Jordan's boyfriend, Baron, sexually assaulted Alexis and decided to kill her days later with the help of his girlfriend, Jordan, who also happens to be Alexis's best friend. Hello and welcome to Twisted Crimes. Subscribe and hit the like button for more stories. Based on this story, we will be traveling to Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta is a city that's simultaneously known for its rich history and influence on the future. Founded in 1837, Atlanta, Georgia has continued to be a city rich in history, creative minds, and non-stop fun. Alexis Crawford was a 21-year-old senior at Clark Atlanta University. She was studying criminal justice. She was a modest young lady who focused on her studies and did the regular things a young lady her age does. Alexis lived with a roommate who happens to be her best friend, Jordan Jones. They were very good friends. They had been friends since their freshman year of college. Alexis would invite her to her family home during Thanksgiving, 4th of July, Christmas, and other holidays. Jordan was familiar to Alexis's family. Alexis's mother took her in just like a daughter whenever she visits. Just like most young ladies, Jordan had a boyfriend who comes on occasion to the apartment she shares with Alexis. Baron Brantley looks cool, but as seen on his Instagram page calls himself Bad News. It was not a problem for either of them until Baron did too much. Alexis, Jordan, and Baron were all in the apartment one evening drinking in the apartment Alexis and Jordan shared. At a particular time during this chill session, Baron started to rub his hand on Alexis's shoulder and kiss her neck. When Alexis asked what he was doing, he told her that he thought she was Jordan. Sometimes along the line, Alexis went into the bathroom, but Baron followed her, but then she blacked out. Jordan later told police that she realized Alexis and Baron were together in the locked bathroom and began knocking on the door. When Baron answered, he had his shirt off but claimed he had not had sex with Alexis. When Alexis woke up, she realized something was wrong and had a funny feeling. She later went to Grady Memorial Hospital for a rape kit. After Alexis went to the hospital, she went to the police station to report the case, which caused Jordan to not be on speaking terms with Alexis for a couple of days. Fast forward a few days later, Alexis and her roommate Jordan went to a liquor store. She and Jordan hadn't been speaking since the alleged sexual assault, but Alexis had asked Jordan to take her to the store. A surveillance camera at D&M Package on Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard captured what is believed to be the last photo of Alexis. Within hours of their late night run to the store, Alexis and Jordan got into a physical fight inside their off campus apartment. The following morning, Jordan left for class and Alexis wasn't in the apartment. Alexis' sister had been in touch with her for the last few days, but things went silent for the next 2 days, which made her believe something was wrong. Her family decided to inform the police about her going off grid, and she was declared missing on November 1st. Atlanta police began an investigation. In the days that followed, Alexis's family had pleaded for her safe return. Baby, I love you, baby. Just come on. Come on. Come on. I love you. Just come on. I'm not gonna leave. I just want to say to the city now, can you just please help me find my baby sister? And Alexis, we love you. If you out there, you're looking at this, give us a call. We right here with you, okay? Well, I just want to say this is like a very hard time for our family. And if Alexis is watching, I just want you to know you've always been my role model. You're my strength, my aspirations in life. And I
just want you to come home and be safe. And I hope that God's walking with you. And please prevent any evil that comes your way. And we're here for you. I love you, Alexis. Miss you. She's a beautiful girl. She's a beautiful. Oh, I love the little girl. She loves her sisters and she loves her brothers. She loves all her nieces and nephews. And we miss her so much. She's the type of girl that you see when you come to the house, first thing she do is sit on your lap, give you a hug. That's just how Alexis was. She's sweet girl, very sweet.
Jordan initially denied knowing anything about her whereabouts. She claimed she was sleeping alone all night long the day she disappeared. Barron claimed he was innocent too, but after a very long week of investigation, their stories started to be inconsistent. Police learned that Jordan had sneaked Barron back into the apartment for a couple of days without Alexis knowing. On the night that had an altercation, Alexis and Jordan got into it and Barron jumped out of nowhere and began to strangle her until she died. Investigation revealed that Jordan participated by smothering Alexis with a black trash bag until she stopped breathing and died. Afterward, Jordan and Barron put Alexis's body in a plastic bin and took her to a wooded area in the park where she would later take detectives 8 days later.
And disturbing new details tonight about the murder of a local college student. Alexis Crawford was a senior at Clark Atlanta University who was scheduled to graduate this school year. Tonight, we know now what led to her murder, allegedly at the hands of her own roommate and her roommate's boyfriend.
Fox 5's Angelique Proctor has been combing through documents all day and joins us now live with the story. Angelique?
Tom and Marissa, we now know that Alexis Crawford and her roommate Jordan Jones actually got into a physical fight on Halloween. It is a fight that Jones's boyfriend has told Atlanta police he too joined in. Documents released by Fulton County Superior Court begin to answer the question of how Clark Atlanta University student Alexis Crawford was killed. Alexis told Atlanta police when she filed her sexual assault report October 27th that she, her roommate Jordan Jones, and Jones's boyfriend Barron Brantley had all been drinking at the apartment the two seniors shared at Heritage Station in Southwest Atlanta. One thing led to another, and Alexis and Barron ended up in a locked bathroom together. When Alexis came to, she questioned what had happened and even went to Grady Hospital to have a rape kit done. 4 days later, the roommates, whose relationship had soured, according to family spokesperson Reverend Markel Hutchins, got into a physical fight. The documents indicate both suspects strangled Crawford during that fight. An arrest warrant for Brantley indicated he got involved in the fight and, according to police, choked the victim with his hands until she was deceased. The warrant for Jones's arrest says she smothered the victim with a black trash bag until Crawford stopped breathing. Then Atlanta police say the couple placed Crawford's body in a plastic bin and transported her to Exchange Park here in DeKalb County, where they dumped her body in a secluded wooden area. The document indicates on November 8th, Brantley admitted what he did and was arrested. Officers arrested Jones the following day. Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields had the difficult task of sharing the heartbreaking news with the public. The case has come to one of the saddest conclusions possible and has been absolutely heartbreaking.
Barron admitted during his interview with detectives that he strangled the victim until she was dead and took her body to where it was found. Jordan also admitted to the crime. She could not give a good reason for why she committed the crime.
He admitted to choking Alexis, Miss Crawford. And while he was choking Miss Crawford, Jordan Jones put a plastic bag over her head.
Disturbing new details exposing the brutality last week and the awful story of Alexis Crawford's final moments. This week, both of the Clark Atlanta seniors' alleged killers, her roommate and her roommate's boyfriend, were in court. From what we've seen so far, Jordan Jones and Barron Brantley each trying to shift the blame to the other for what happened to Alexis. Ellen Lopez takes us through the timeline.
Yeah, Jeff. Alexis Crawford had accused Barron Brantley of sexually assaulting her just 4 days before she was killed. His DNA was found in the rape kit, even though Jordan Jones, his girlfriend and Crawford's roommate, told Crawford's parents that it wasn't. the shocking details we're learning today. October 26th, it was homecoming weekend when detectives say Alexis Crawford, her roommate Jordan Jones, and Jones' boyfriend Baron Brantley went out drinking. Lead detective Michael Young testified that Jones said she went to lie down after they got home, and when she woke up, she told investigators she went looking for her boyfriend. She said the bathroom door was locked, and when she knocked on the door, Brantley then came out immediately saying he had not met Crawford. The roommate told police Crawford was unconscious on the floor and Brantley took off in her car. Police say Jones called 911 to report that her boyfriend had stolen her car and also told them Crawford had told her that Brantley had sexually assaulted her. According to Atlanta police, Crawford at first refused to talk to the officer. But 15 minutes later, police were called back to the apartment and Crawford filed a sexual assault report. The next day, October 27th, Crawford went to the hospital to get a rape kit. That same day, Brantley told police Jones snuck him back into the apartment she shared with Crawford. He hid in Jones' room until October 30th. Crawford never knew her alleged attacker was just feet away for 4 days. On October 30th, we previously reported Jones took Crawford to the liquor store. Later, she stated that when she woke up, Crawford was gone. But now detectives say Jones eventually admitted
I'm
that she
moving
and
my keeper.
Crawford
I'm
lied
trying to
to
move my
police for
keeper, but
months. And that's when
he,
Brantley
he
surprised
wouldn't
the
allow me to
apartment
move my
and
keeper,
allegedly popped out of the back door
which
and
basically I
killed
can't
Crawford.
stop him when I want to
That's when
stop him.
Brantley told detectives his girlfriend's
So,
behavior was on a
i.e.,
different
if
level.
you're trying to
And
move
that's
something and it won't move, yeah,
according to what he told
you're gonna
police.
hold it for too long and go farther than you expect to
Which
go. Innit?
police had discovered during their initial check of the apartment. It was only after they returned and examined the living room with luminol that the crime scene was revealed. Jones allegedly told police after realizing Crawford was dead, they put her in a bin and dumped it in a park. The detective testified that after that, Brantley and Jones returned home, slept, and then went to a Halloween party that same day. And it was after detectives saw surveillance video from their apartment showing Brantley and Jones getting into the car around 3 a.m. that Jones, along with her dad, led police to Crawford's body at Exchange Park in Decatur, going to a few other parts before the one where Crawford's body was.
They were both charged with murder and were both denied bond. They both had their days in court trying to get bond, which they failed to secure. Barron was seen walking into the court like he was there for a battery case. He showed no sign of remorse. Alexis' family could not believe Jordan could do something of this nature to them. It was so hard for them to process it. They could not believe this person did this to them.
Hold on to your kids. Love them. Talk to them. Appreciate them listening to them. Don't stop listening to your kids.
There was never a reason to suspect that Jordan would do anything wrong or ill to Alexis, one family member said. They said they were like peas in a pod. Jordan tried again to get bond, but she would not be granted.
Bond for a young woman accused of killing her friend, who was also her roommate. The Park Atlanta student's murder shocked the community last November. Her family pleading with the judge today not to release her accused killer. 11 Alive's Natasha Gibbons joins us from Fulton County tonight. During today's virtual hearing, Crawford's mother and father pleaded with the judge to not issue a bond for Jones, with the mother's tearful plea saying her daughter's killing was senseless. Jordan Jones and her boyfriend, Baron Brantley, are both accused of murdering Alexis Crawford last November. Jones was previously denied bond. But today, her attorneys asked the judge to reconsider, arguing she has helped with the investigation, has no previous criminal history other than a misdemeanor. They also pointed out that she has ties to the community and doesn't have a history of threatening or intimidating anyone. But prosecutors allege they found direct messages from Jones on social media encouraging Brantley to destroy surveillance video evidence from the apartment complex where Jones and Crawford lived. And they argued she was on probation for a DUI when Crawford was killed. Crawford's mother and father also addressed the judge during Jones's bond hearing today. And for now, Jones remains in jail awaiting trial. We'll continue to follow this case.
The sexual assault test Alexis went for at Grady Hospital came back positive. That points to a motive in this case. As is the time of making this video, they still remain in jail. We hope Alexis gets the justice she deserves. Our sincere condolences to the friends and families of Alexis Crawford. May Alexis's
So
memory
my
be
controller is
blessed
dead
forever,
heavy now.
and for all who knew
I
her,
already know what's
may
gonna
her
happen
life
here.
and death be an inspiration and a turning point
I'm
towards
gonna miss
justice
any
and
chance I get on net.
protection for sexual assault survivors. Please stay safe and see you guys in the next video.
I miss every chance I get on net. He's just gonna run past me all the time. I won't be able to tackle him.
Hi, I'm Felicity, and I'm a final year psychology student at Sheffield Hallam. Applying your knowledge through practical hands-on learning is really important at Hallam. For me, this involves using specialist equipment for recording and transcribing. And if we ever need assistance, there's always technical experts on hand to help us set up and use the lab.
Hello? Yes, this is 911. Okay, what is going on there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Okay, do you know what they took? It looks like cocaine on the shelf. Okay.
I get calls for every homicide in my jurisdiction, but this call is different.
Breaking tonight, 5 people dead, a woman and an infant pulled out alive. Whatever happened inside that Commerce City apartment is beyond words, beyond explanation.
My memory is that I got there shortly after 8 o'clock. It was pitch black out, and yet the apartment complex was lit up by law enforcement lights. It was a major crime scene. I stood in the doorway of that apartment, and to see these people just lying on the ground, but it almost was like somebody just took their soul, and they literally just collapsed. It looked to us as the investigators like they thought they were going to be using cocaine. Seeing the DEA agent point the true narc at the powder, and then showing me what it came up as, and it just said fentanyl. They thought they were all going to be using powder cocaine. I'm not suggesting that was okay, but it's certainly things that we understand that people do. But they all paid the price with their life.
I actually always work. Oh, my friend. I hated it. I hated drugs. So it's like you know, it's one thing. And it just makes me sad that it was my sister. Sam was Karina's boyfriend. Jen and Steph, they were friends. And Cora was Sam's sister. And Berto was Cora's husband. I mean, it wasn't like a party, it wasn't anything crazy, it was just a few friends hanging out.
I didn't know what to do
You
because
fuck.
I thought somebody killed them. I thought, well, somebody did kill them, but I didn't relate it to drugs at all. I just didn't know what it was. She went to dinner that night, expected to go home and have a little fun. I guess it was her first real time going out since she had the baby.
They had just decorated the baby's room and it was so cute. And she worked so hard and she had everything so perfect. And 2 little outfits hung up inside. She had everything. She just had everything. She wasn't a druggie. She was just having a little fun. So she thought, no, she didn't. She didn't deserve to die. No one did.
It was clear from the crime scene that these 5
So I turned around with Dijon there, and he just left the bar. He keeps doing it. He keeps leaving the bar behind. Like I said, I don't know who these guys are. I'm not interested in who they are more than getting revenge against them. I don't care what Manchester police wants to put out in the public. They can't put nothing out to the public. Simple. I has to go and nothing be said. It just happened. And cases go to court and nothing be said publicly. The moment you man say anything publicly, I'll put my own statement out publicly.
of the highway systems, and just the sheer location where Denver's at, it makes it a very easy hub for these drugs to come into the Denver metro area and then be distributed.
The moment you man put any statement out there after that, I put my own statement out there too.
But this was going to be a really challenging case. I have to have an identifiable suspect that I can prove sold the drugs that were laced with the fentanyl that killed these 5 people. We suspected that one of the deceased brought the drugs, but who did that person get the drugs from? We were able to get it down to one of 3 people, but barring a confession, we weren't able to get to the level of proof that we needed to get to a probable cause.
I would hope somebody would have a purchase and come forward and say something. Stephanie loved the outdoors, loved sports. She vicariously like grew up to our child. She was everything to us. She dropped him off that night. So, be back. I love you. I'll be back. So I gotta imagine like in their mind how they feel.
You know, it's Van Dyke didn't stick his leg out.
She was poison. My son's like an introvert, so he didn't talk a lot. But I can tell like, it's just where that light behind his eyes is gone. My daughter, she says things like, "I'm so angry that mom's not here." It makes me angry. She says that.
He won't give me. He won't give me. It wouldn't give me Van Dyke.
It was different than what.
Yeah, there you go. He knows. He didn't give me Van Dyke. I know why they're doing it. I know who they are. I just want the leader of the group and everything. Everybody else can get what they deserve after that. I just want the leader. Not like the police can do anything about that. Because it would turn out that they were the ones who coordinated the whole thing anyway. So we'll have to shut them off and fuck off. Innit? Simple as that thing. You simply have to shut up and let what happens stay happen, and you can't do anything about that.
I know everybody thinks that they're taking drugs, they should know, but it's not right. They were poisoned. They didn't choose to do that. I mean,
You turning back, watch him. You turning back. I say, I just want a leader. I don't care if you're a policeman. I don't care if you're a soldier, bitch. Because all this will go against you, man. Anyway. So go out there and find out who did it. So while you're trying to get evidence against me, pussy, go out there and find out who did this. Otherwise, it's gonna be on your head. Simple as that. You can't do anything about it. I just want you, but everybody else gets what they deserve after that. Go out there and find out who did it, who's doing all this.
They're all pieces of the puzzle for innovative solutions.
And if you have a warrant to watch everything, which I've made sure you have to go and get a warrant, make sure that your warrant you can't deny that warrant pussy. I've been sure that is the case.
you stop the supply is stop the problem.
If the white boys start, you're smart, innit?
Thanks for joining us. The 10 Investigates team is giving you a look at the effects of addiction.
Now look at white boys. So have to have a warrant. Have to. Ensure that the police will simply have to go get a warrant pussy. And a warrant can't be denied. Who granted the warrant? What was the evidence granted for that warrant? Yeah, ensure that. That's it. You find out who you're doing since it's not you that white pussy also Britain. Tell them kick heavy because trust me, you're gonna have 2,000 hours to play to that courtroom. Yeah. I don't care who that judge is in that fucking bit. He's gonna have to allow that to take place. I'm gonna draw allegations that Britain know what they intended on doing and they wanted to hide it. That's why they came out of Brexit so it wouldn't go in the European Court of Human Rights. Simple as that, pussy. Nobody's scared of you, man. You're the one that's like, scared what to do. And you know the public's gonna want your heads after all of it is done. Trust me, I'm not good. The police has to stay silent. There's gonna be a dead man out there, but nothing comes out of that. Tell you that. Fuck with me and find out what happens then. You're gonna get your warrant and feel like you ain't never gonna be let back in the European Union after that. So them allegations against you, man. You know, get back in that European Union. When sure that is what happens to Britain for what you man have done. You man cannot win. Simple as that. You man cannot win. You won't be allowed back in the European Union either, pussy. I go on holiday, I won't be allowed back in the country. I'm well aware of that. You ain't going back in that European Union when I'm done with you, man, ain't it? So you can see his name up there, and 3 letters, it says hack. So obviously it's referring to what is going on in the game. So they can't tell me that they haven't seen this, you know what I mean? So let them restart that warrant again. As that warrant we being restarted again, I can tell you that. And let's see how far you're willing to go, innit? Because every time you come in with your warrant to watch this, I'm gonna show you. And Xbox is gonna be drawn into it because Xbox would have seen these stuff. Xbox would have seen the names and everything. I don't stand a chance there to see. So they don't deserve the calls that they're getting. Look at them. So go and get them restart that warrant, pussy. Restart that warrant. But that's all you do. You just restart that warrant every single time. And whoever is granting them warrants over and over, trust me, I plan on bringing them into court. I say, why you man keep restarting these warrants? What is good? Why you people keep doing warrants over and over and over and over? Why is it that the police that stay? The British intelligent that you man I told you are intelligent. You're not actually are intelligent. It's a big difference. You know what I mean? In Britain they have people who have jobs. That is to sabotage people, that's their job. To set them up for the police to lock them. They literally have jobs like that. It's not like they're gonna advertise that in the fucking newspaper, yeah? Yeah? Watch this. Not like they're gonna advertise them jobs in the newspaper, bro. I'm sure I'm not the first person to say it was set up in Britain. The rest of them just didn't get the right evidence to prove it. The police not taking action is an offence. There's multiple complaints against the police. So I'm dribbling. My legs through my legs. Yeah, through my legs. Boy, went through my legs. That's what happened there. Look at Van Dijk pulling off the keeper. I mean, fuck off. You can't take no case, pussy. See me in court and see me in town and bounce on me and see what happens to one of you, man. I'll knock you, man, straight in the face, man, in front of the whole town and city, bro. Promise you that, man. Watch and see if nothing comes out of that. A prosecutor wouldn't dare prosecute that. Tell you that. Very sure that 100% positive. That they couldn't be mad in their heads to prosecute that. So whoever that person is, trust me, there's gonna be some connection to you people, one way or the other. No matter how long, how hard, how much I've got to dig. If y'all are not masons, y'all are informants, or you're on, what do you call it, you're asylum seekers. So you stand no chance for. None. You're not connected to the masonry, you're not connected to some government agency, you're not connected to the military, or at very least you're an asylum seeker. That's it, game over, bro. It doesn't matter who says that they're a witness, none of them ain't winning it. Because everything they done that day would have to be thrown in that courtroom. I'm going to tell yourself that, oh, we can say, oh, cameras weren't working. That won't work out what it was for you. Because if I say that, that's what they're going to say before you say it. You're screwed. How did I know that? I mean, I'm a fool, but how did I know that you man were going to say that? What happened where you man have said that before, innit? And then numerous situations where things happen. They say, oh, there's no evidence. because the cameras weren't working. Numerous situations. Anything you might think you can come up with can be used against you, just to say. Any answer, any suggestion, any tactic you man say, there, open it out, yeah, man. I'll use it against you, but simple. If you say cameras weren't working, as you can see, this guy was bouncing into me. You say cameras weren't working. Guess what? Plenty of things happened to me, and I reported it to the police, and they said they can't find any evidence. Plenty of abuse, plenty of violence, plenty of muggings, threats, and attacks. You know what I mean? No, we don't have any evidence, and they can't find anybody. Nobody's seen what happened, so there's nothing that came out of it. And the police tried to expunge it off the record. You know, anything you man have to say, I can say, just the same pussy. You understand a chance here, man. You're led to believe that you man are clever. To his foot. I let him score, let him score, let him score, let him score. I actually wanted him to score like that, through his foot. I said, I'll restart that word again. Because you'd have to name exactly where you became aware of me. And exactly when that warrant started. Plain and simple. You think you're clever? You'd have to, every warrant has a date on it. Date, time, and who fucking authorized that warrant, bitch. To tell the Home Secretary how many warrants he's gonna restart without questioning why is this warrant constantly being restarted, what is going on. So even the Home Secretary is screwed on this one, bro. Through his foot, through his foot, through his foot, through his foot. Yeah? Again, everybody is screwed on this one, pussy. The whole country is screwed. The government screwed for what he done for thinking you're a clever pussy. So you can see, I'm trying to move with Van Dyke. He's going through his foot. But restart your warrant all the time, pussy. You see how many times is that Home Secretary going to grant that without questioning why you keep restarting this warrant, what is happening? I mean, that's the law, bitch. You got to question why is he constantly being restarted? You all thought you were clever, innit? Set yourselves up, man. Believing that you're more clever. And the proof is in the pudding. You know, as clever as you man think you are. So I tell you, send them people to bounce into me, but knock them so hard it's unbelievable. I dare one of you little British cunts to try and hold me down or something like that. You can never let me up, but promise you that. I said, yo, once you have your foot on a tiger's neck, you can never take it off. I'm perfectly okay with that. But just don't no matter where this goes, you man are losing. Yeah, man are losing on the basic level, the technical level, the intelligence level. You know what I mean? The only thing you can do is computers. That means nothing. You're losing at every level out there possible. You know what I mean? So tell Home Secretary, all of them from Suella Braverman, the one before her, whoever the fuck that was, this new black guy now that you've installed with his mixed race kids. And some mixed race guy. You know what I mean? Go on. Go tell him about black and white, this and that. Go tell him, innit? He's gonna have to answer why he keeps restarting that warrant. Because I can go back as far as when I first started to send threats online. Threats towards white people and the British people. So why the warrant started 12 months, 13 months later? Why is it? If you didn't have any evidence when you get the first warrant, why you coming back? Where you get evidence from again to come back to apply for another warrant? You need probable cause for the warrant, just the same like you need probable cause for a search. It's quite simple mathematics. You man are losing on every level possible here. Why you think man is so easy and so chill? You're losing at every level possible, bro. Every level. You man are punks. Nobody's scared of you people. What the fuck you are, bro? And anybody that comes up, bitch, and play a witness, gotta make sure that they were born here. I mean, anybody that gets asylum, anybody that turns up as a witness as an asylum seeker, I'm seeking to have them fucking thrown out of that courtroom as a witness. They got more than enough motive to talk shit. Simple as that. Every time you fire off your warrants, that's it, innit? Yeah. Oh, who's this? Shut up. Shut up. Restart your warrants. Warrants. Full. Okay, full. Shut up. Restart your warrants. Your warrants. Go to the home secretary. That's what they call it, secretary. Okay, secretary. Secretary with his mixed family. Fools. You can only win in virtual relation. I mean, rope. That's, that's actually nice. Warrant, warrant, fool, warrant, uh, warrant, E, E, D. Uh, uh, dumb guy. That's I don't care. She said ain't nothing, and I realize it day by day. Who's going to help? Because he can't grant the warrant. And if he does grant the warrant, and what was the evidence used to grant that warrant? There's no law, there's no crime, is there? Try to. There's no law, there's no crime, pussy. Remember that. Y'all think I don't know why you had to do all these things? There's no law, there's no crime, man. Me saying black and white people shouldn't be together in private. Yeah? Nobody said what the full conversation was. I can repeat it again, lad. I repeat it loud and clear for everyone to hear. Whoever told you, man, that did not repeat the full conversation. Because it wasn't meant to be the full conversation. It was meant just to be that part. So go and tell him to grant you the warrant. He'll have to show evidence. And then he, by law, he's got to do his due diligence and ask, well, how long have you people been looking into this guy? And you'll have to say. And then you say, well, if you keep getting warrants and you ain't finding anything, then what the fuck is the problem? So that's why you have me moving around, because that way it doesn't become an issue. If I move around, you constantly get new warrants for the new property. So that way, how long you were watching does not play a part. But me sat in one simple house all the time, over for years and years, big issue for you. Y'all think I don't understand that? Oh, yeah, what pussies do? If there's no law, there's no crime, bitch. Everything you man do is a criminal offense. Everything you man do is a criminal offense. The idea what they came up with that one in 2020 to say, oh, the intelligence can commit certain criminal acts in the name of whatever. Bullshit. Nonsense. I sat there watching you man for time, but realize, okay, I'm cowards, but I think I can say anything I want, but what can you even do about it? I say, come near me and sit on knock one of your faces, you clean off, you know. I mean, trust me, I'm ready for the whole lot, the whole team. Ready. Trust me. If anybody jump up on me, how did I know that people were going to do that? I play the game like it stood no chance. You're a minor tactic. A minor tactic. Someone jump on me, or restart your warranty. You constantly have to do that. Constantly have to restart that. Constantly have to restart that warranty. Pussy. 'Cause every time I kick off about this, every time I kick off and scream and shout and send threats, guess what? That's the reason. I don't think I give a fuck about you, man, either. Trust me, I don't care about you, man, either. I mean, look at this shit. Every time I complain about these things and send threats to kill white, blue-eyed British people and Jews and say derogatory thing, homophobic things, say all of that, you might have to restart that warrant here. How did he get through that? Every time this happens and I kick off about it, you have to fucking do it. And then come on and arrest me. You think I don't know why you can't arrest me? Look at Van Dyke tackling people. I mean, you might think I don't understand what I'm doing. I perfectly understand exactly what I'm doing. I understand everything I say. I mean, so come on, come with your team to jump on me, you know. See what happens to you, man. But you're led to believe you, man, are intelligent people, and I don't know where you got that idea from, but it's certainly not the case. Everything I say is on there is motive for you, man, to stitch me up and try and annoy me in public. Everything. You can't do anything else. That's the only thing you can do. Yes, man. You might can't fucking come and arrest me for the things I'm saying because you'll have to look into what is going on here. And EA and Xbox is obviously going to deny. And if they acknowledge it, that means human had the warrant. And if human had the warrant, it's human who did it. Plain and simple. So they can't acknowledge it and they can't do anything about anything I'm saying here. I mean, let YouTube go and tell them to take it all off, you know, like it would make a difference. I mean, they'll have to inform me that that is the case. And I simply say, well, these things are important for any pending case in Britain. So just make sure the account is accessible when it comes to any situation when it comes to the law. I mean, I don't need the access to it. You might thought you were clever, but you know exactly what I'm doing now. I think you see my Van Dijk running off the pitch. Yeah. You can see the Van Dijk running off the pitch. I said, go through how many times are you man gonna have to restart that work? Enough fools, but I think I don't know what you that you man can't do anything about this here. Go then talk about how I'm a fraud stuff. Like that has ever helped. I can't help you, but nothing you man say here can help you. Because if you could, you wouldn't be doing all this. It's simple. Because you couldn't win without it. I mean, you man could simply couldn't win without none of this. And even with it, you still didn't win. I'm simply smarter than you. And I'll go out of my way to let everyone in you feel so smart about yourself, but it's unbelievable. You cannot deny that you man feel tiny in yourself. All that big and huffing and puffing that you man did over the last couple of years. Where's it gone, bro? Yeah, man, a locomotive, bro. Like, you get me? Local, puffing smoke, bro. That's all you man do. You man a smoke puffers, bro. Don't know who told you man that you man are intelligent, but that's certainly a myth. Certainly a myth, bro. Yeah, don't get that warrant, bro, because you'll never survive that warrant. There's nothing you man can do about this. A warrant is useless. You'd have to say exactly what your special operation team was doing. I'm calling torture and human rights violation. So it definitely won't count. As you can see, look how weird that is. Yeah, so this is one of them never white guys. You know. So obviously these British black people agree with them. You know. I mean, I don't care about none of them either, but I don't like any of you. But black Harvard. If I were coming out of the European Union, would have helped them. You know. That's what their intention was, because they could stitch you up and say, "Oh, it was a necessary action to cover up something." It must be that, you know. So 44 minutes, 33 minutes, and this guy's four. Every attack he just back in the net. Every attack. And he thinks he's good, isn't it? I mean, so every time you look, there's always a six on the screen. I took the six off my team, and I've woke up now. So I'm gonna go on my video yesterday. I took that six off the game, and I'll come back on and that six is on the game. Restart that warrant, bro. Restart that warrant. I don't want that six on. I don't want nothing to do with six on my team, bro. I don't know why the game keeps forcing it into the game. I've changed it many a time. I literally keep taking that six off. I don't want it on my team. I don't want nothing to do with that number. Anybody that uses that number has it on their face, their jaw, their nose, their eye. I like it, bro. Trust me. I want nothing to do with that. So he doesn't want to keep scoring because he knows he just keep scoring, and score will be 10. So what he's really doing is killing the time for him to not just continue to score. What you're seeing there is nothing more than that. This guy just trying to kill the time. He's basically wasting time. Because what? He would just end up scoring all the time, and obviously they can't just conceding 10, 10, 10, 10 every game would be strange. So this is evidence enough to say, why does he not continue to score? Who doesn't enjoy scoring? I mean, if you know you're scoring because you're that good, you'll just continue to score because it really doesn't matter. But he doesn't want to score because he knows he's good. I mean, so you can't win, but it doesn't matter what I say on this net. It doesn't matter who goes out there and spread it. Because anybody that's on my account watching these videos on my YouTube, all of them would have to be brought forward to say, well, why are you man so focused on watching this kid's thing? Why are you religiously watching it? You don't comment on anything he says. You don't like the video. So then why are you just watching it every day? Yeah, man, you man got set up so badly. You man got set up so badly you can't even see it. Oh yeah, my food, bro. The police boy and keep watching that. Not that you can do anything about it. I walk past every time I leave the house. I walk past pure police officers. I don't hide my face, but they know they see me. I don't hide. Y'all can't win this. Every day there's these specific group of guys, yeah, that just watches my shit all the time. Yeah, there's no way to see your what do you call it? There's no way to see your what do you call them guys? So your followers on YouTube, you can't see their names or nothing. So obviously these policemen thought they were clever. I mean, like, I bet you were sick of your lives. These guys thought they were clever. Bro. I mean, obviously they're going through, I guess, backdoor means to show the public, you know what I mean? And they can't show everyone because people are obviously not stupid. People can say, well, you know you're getting shit for saying this stuff, but what is going on? So they can't be telling everybody. I'm very sure of that. 100% sure. But, I mean, no, he doesn't want to attack. All of a sudden, this guy doesn't want to attack now. So I'm gonna bring it down to my goal and force him to come and score, innit? Come on, come score, bro. I mean, come and score. There it is. That is. He doesn't want to attack now because guess what? That last game 7-2, the other guy, I stopped playing when he scored his 8 goal. You know what I mean? And 2 games and I conceded, 16 goals. Look, he doesn't want to come and score now. It's because they know they're losing. They're blatantly losing. Blatantly correct. They've lost at every level. They've lost even this. Even though I'm 4-1 down, they're still losing that. Yeah. Man, I've lost on every level, bro. There's nothing you man can do to come back and catch this up, bro. There's nothing you man can do and come back and catch this up, bro. Trust me on that. Your co-op team has been beaten by a single individual. One man absolutely annihilated the whole team, bro. I mean, the British government tell them to take all your salaries and hand it over to me, bro. Dickheads, man. At least they all lost, bro. Go get your warrant, pussy, on the suck, you know, that warrant, exactly what are you going to show him as evidence? What exactly are you going to show the Home Secretary as evidence here? Like, ask yourselves, innit? You're probably for, even if you figure out that there's a warrant against him, you're not going to know the technical aspects of it. You were wrong. Because I know how you might think, oh, he's not going to figure out what is going on. Oh, he's not going to figure out that it's legal because they've got a warrant. Oh, he's not going to figure out that, well, we needed to provide evidence for the warrant. Oh, he's not going to figure out that the Home Secretary literally has to question the validity of anything you man put in front of him. He has to. It's by legal law. Because what is it? What are you doing? You are putting a referral for a warrant. You don't just stamp warrants, like you don't just stamp any sort of referral. Somebody has to approve that. And how do you approve something without questioning what you're seeing in front of you? So it simply means either he's racist and he's too nationalistic, or he's a cunt. He has to. For any approval to be done, you have to look through the evidence and realize, well, oh well, you have a right to get the warrant. And if he doesn't see the right, he can't grant the warrant. Simple as that. So what exactly do you human use to grant that warrant? You know, women know you're in issues, but that's why you man keep changing the Home Secretary all the time. You man change more Home Secretaries than you change Prime Ministers. And I'm sure the Home Secretary is supposed to be there and run the same term as the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, what, 4 years? Every 4 years they change it, or they have a general election. I'm sure the Home Secretary should not be changed as frequently as you man have changed them. Because either every time they start asking questions, you man for fuck it, get them out, innit? Or every time it gets to a point, you tell them, well, just resign and go, and you put them somewhere else and put somebody else in. And that tactic is going to defeat you. Everywhere you man turn, you keep changing the people over and over and over. It might be Britain, but Britain is certainly not as clever as me. I ain't about special operations. I'm the only specialist around here. Remember that. The whole government, police force, and military, and intelligence, well, they're the same thing, really. A lot of you got beat. You just sat there watching man videos every day. Every day. And you what? You can't say nothing. You can't. You don't comment. You know why? Why don't you comment? It would strange. You'd look stupid, isn't it? When people say things online, the comment section is full of bear crap. Bro. They're full of people who don't agree with them, and everything. Hostile comments, all sort of support. It's full of all sort of shit. But you man religiously watch my shit, and nobody says nothing. You're clearly the police watching. Clearly. Because you don't want that account to be flagged or identified. Mm. You clearly don't want that account to be flagged and identified that you're watching that. Like, it's obvious. Because you'd have a name or associate with it. What exactly are you going to say? Are you going to? You can't support what I'm saying, because if you support what I'm saying, then you're egging it on. You say something negative, then obviously I'm gonna realize, all right, well, you this specific account, and then I'll lock that account in and always know who the fuck was that person, because that person would watch YouTube every day. But I don't stand a chance there. But, oh yeah, disrespect was way too loud, way too loud. Want a whole fucking. I want to go and sit in the middle of Manchester United Stadium You put a goddamn podium where the penalty is, where the center circle is. And I sit on the circle in a big golden throne like the royal family have in castles. And I sat there and I cut my tin. I listened to you, man, apologize, beg on your knees, but otherwise a war. Simple. Nobody's scared of you, man, bro. You can't bring anybody in that courtroom as witness. None. Because whatever is circulating in the community about me, how you gonna do some? How you gonna bring that up in the community, but not bring that up in the courtroom? The people would obviously realize that you man are lying. You man stood no chance here. And what is more important, going to prison or a community finding out that you man are liars? I know what I think is more important. You man being found out as liars, but I go and do 100 years just to make sure people know you man are liars. But because if you're telling people what you people are saying, and it turns out that wasn't true, then why did you tell them that? Because they facilitated your actions, which means you deceive the public to end up setting me up, and people would realize that oh yeah, he was self. I mean, people would realize it. At this point, plenty of people see me walking up and down in town. Plenty of people recognize me immediately. So it's not like it's not like I'm an unrecognizable person. It's very easy to spot me. And they're saying, well, every day he's out here roaming around with everybody and nothing's happening. So where exactly did that trick come from? I kidnapped no girl, drag no girl in no bush. Where exactly is this threat coming from? The public would realize that human did it all and set that guy up. Why? That's a question they'll be asking. Why was that all that done? Nobody would trust the name going forward. Because be on our own out here in these streets. Bro. And that's the punishment that human are going to face, innit? To be alone, innit? Your families are going to be at target and everything as a result of that. I mean, everything you man do, people are gonna be scrutinizing you, man. You might get so much pressure at the end of this, you won't believe your life. So much pressure is gonna be at the end of this for you, man. You won't believe that, yeah. But what's the Home Secretary going to do? Because everybody wouldn't know. But he was under surveillance. Everybody. So you deny them surveillance, you deny the warrant, you're denying ever having me under surveillance. They don't need to come to me and stand up on my side and say, yeah, he is telling the truth. They know for them fucking self. That's the key. That is the janitor, the skull key. They all know that he was telling the truth about it. And they all see for themselves what you man did in that courtroom. And people would never work with him again. Go there and talk about Russia, like that. Fuck, can you connect me to Russia in any way at all? You man a fool. You man are united in defeat, though. You man are united in fucking defeat, though. All the whole black and white family and the Asians in between, yeah. They're united in defeat. Human are the irony is it's human that's at work. That's how I chilling very good. Today I walked around the whole fucking town. So I'm not scared of you, man. I'm not hiding from you, man. I told you if I spot one of your undercover police around me, trust me, I'm gonna attack you. You man lied and said you wasn't. And I tried to put in complaints and my complaints were ignored. So how you gonna explain that? Well, he attacked. Why did he attack me? How you gonna explain that? You see how smart you man is. You man were testing me intellectually, but we found out yourselves are being tested. What goes on comes around. Eh? Good on the rest. Accountability, mate. That's what it's called. Eh? Every day you man get up and chat shit about certain countries, saying certain countries are this and they're that and they're this and they're that. I'm not buying that, bro. The worst thing in this world is a manipulator, bro. Like, everybody tells lies. Everybody lies. You man ain't gonna make what make me feel bad about lying. Of course I lied to them, girl. They're informant, bro. Who wouldn't lie to them, you know? I mean, I'm on a dickhead, bro. Nobody respects you in a rate, not all word. The whole fucking lot of you are word. So you should, you deserve to be. You man deserve to be in the position that you found yourselves in. Your job is not to fuck up people's lives. You know? Whoever told you, whoever political, whatever political agenda is behind you, man. That's your man business, but it's quite simple, innit? A political agenda, you know, you have no justification here, bro. None. I'm sure of that. The pussies have no justification here. Whoever grant them warrants, what did you show them? Because a warrant is a referral, just like how you're referred in the mental health to the court to say an involuntary blah blah. It's exactly the same system that governs warrants. Same system. You need evidence for both of them. And too many warrants have been issued against me. Way too many. Man, don't stand a chance here. Way too many warrants. And the fact that I'm asking Delta what is going on, and she's swearing blind and swearing on the cross, and she has no idea. That makes sense. She's in problems herself, just like you fool. Just like you, man, she's in a hell of a lot of problems with her fucking self. And sure to wrap you, man, up like a nice Christmas present here. Like. You see, man, love presents so much, eh? I mean, less is simple, but don't fuck with me. Eh? It couldn't be any simpler. I can't make it any simpler than that. I really don't care who you are. I really don't care what you do. I don't care who approved it. The lesson is none of you don't fuck with me, you get me? Simple as that. I sit here and I keep myself quiet and I mind my own business. And, oh, he's shy. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's that. Oh, you thought that. You only think that. I mean, all you just look like fools. You and Delta are in the much problem. The British government and Delta are tied up in one package here. None of you can do anything about this. Me questioning her over and over the last 4 or 5 years, and she's adamant that she doesn't know anything. Bullshit. The counter-terrorism and the intelligence would not be looking at me without justification. And we all know you speak to people's families. Everybody knows that's the case. That's no secret. Everybody knows. Yeah. So why is she lying? She obviously sees that it's causing me extreme distress. Why is she so supporting of Britain? I mean, you must stand no chance there, but why is she so supporting of Britain? So keep watching the video. Bro. I know exactly. Before you man open your mouth in that interrogation room, I laugh at you. Everybody even open your mouth in there and laugh at you. Man. I say, wait, you might think you're actually clever, don't you? I mean, I'll get more warrants, pussy. That's what you're doing. What good is a warrant? What are you watching for? You search every property I've lived in. You've watched me with only, oh, I have no, you've watched me literally with no possessions at all. But two fucking suitcases. So, where exactly is these weapons of mass destruction? Where is the ID, blood? Mm. I mean, a racist, blood, plain and simple. And that's why you have me in that perpetuated cycle of moving around all the time. Because you couldn't do anything without that. You'd lose the warrants all the time. Simple as. You'd lose the warrants. So that's why you had me moving around all the time. Because every time I fucking move, you get to get a new warrant without any reason being asked to say, well, why you updating the warrant if you haven't found anything? Because you only have a certain amount of time. You don't have an indefinite warrant. No, they'll never give that. I mean, they'll never give an indefinite warrant. So when you get the first warrant, you find nothing. Guess what? That's it. Warrant over. You get me? Unless somebody's making report. That's it. It's the only way. Warrants don't. Those warrants are indefinite. If you have a period of time, the warrant is granted for a period of time. Warrants are granted for a fucking period of time. So when it comes to the end of that period of time, if you have nothing, you can't go legally granted the warrant. They can sign the paper and say, "Oh yes, you have a warrant," but that warrant ain't legal. Anything you find under that warrant, I could have 10 million AK-47s. You'll never be able to win that case. I mean, I could have 10 million warrants. I could have 10 million AK-47s all lined up in my house. Never win. Because where are you getting that warrant from? I mean, it ain't scaring me. Moving my keyboard and my mouse and typing shit on my screen, that doesn't scare me, but fuck off. You're the one that's terrified here, the truth be told. I guess that's the plan. Oh, you man are terrified, so you're trying to scare me. But I mean, it's like, I mean, anything on my computer. Boy, I haven't put any fucking evidence on that computer. You can't prove I put it on there. That's the blood I did. Can I prove anything you man are doing there, bro? All them little children and people with kids are always trying to, well, you would obviously see they're telling their kids not to interact with me. What is the rumors out there? So, I mean, all these, everybody I know that has little daughters, they all did the same. So I put them, I line them all up in that courtroom. I said, well, all your daughters behave the same way. I mean, you gotta train them to lie, you know? I said, all these little British girls behave the exact same way around me. Like I'm some sort of pedophile. I don't know where you could have got that from. Exactly what to do with you, man, about you, man. You started something that you can't win, but plain and simple. You man started something that's simple, can't win. through his legs. Like I say, yo, these guys are, this is a 78 rated player, yeah? Literally 78 rated. And look at the tackling that he's doing, yeah? Look at the tackling. Look at that Ahmed. He's only like 78 rated, bro. I tell you, say, I watch this, yeah? Look, yeah? 78 rated player. Look how they tackling. So you man stand no chance. I have no fear your police or anybody in this picture. He can't win. If it's not legal, you can't prosecute. The prosecutors would have all said to you, y'all can't win that. They would have been telling you, they've been said it to you. No, you man can't win that. No matter what you man do, it's already gone too far. Man, they've already warned you, man. You man would have heard me say, I think, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. It's simple, you can't win. Your team, your community, your shit. Anybody you have as witness, trust me, I know exactly what to accuse them of. We're not an asylum seeker. Screw. Anybody there is an asylum seeker that's playing the motive, so he can rule them out as a witness. Anybody that's a mason can rule them out as well. Yeah. Anybody with a certain eye color, you can rule them out as well. Any blonde girl, definitely can rule them out. I can't win this, my nigga. Yeah, I can't win this one. All these years of these things, I'd have to find these people on there that's beating me 10 days. I let them come and beat me in a courtroom. I know that definitely ain't happening. You all know that won't happen. So I don't really understand what you man think you were doing. So it's quite obvious the intention was to have me mentally deteriorate. It's obvious the intention. Ah, smart, bro. You're obviously seeking mental deterioration. And the problem with that, Delta would have known because I made sure what is happening. I'm sure exactly how I am mentally. And she should have been concerned to say, well, what exactly are you people doing to show that she has no concern as a mother? Which means 9 out of 10 times that she ain't your mother. You man, I'm a fool. Not bother about you man in the slightest. That warrant, that key that you man have to this house that you keep coming in here. All I have to do is stop paying the rent. That's all I've got to do. All I have to do is stop paying that fucking rent and force the whatever I can't remember, force the council to go and seek an eviction order. What's the judge going to do? What is that judge really going to do? What can he do? Because I've got to go there and give, and they'll say, "Oh, why you didn't pay the rent?" Also, I've got all the rent in my fucking bank account anyway. But somebody's coming into the property. That's a problem for you on that eviction notice, isn't it? Massive issue. I mean, you might are smarter than me, but you're certainly not as technical as me. I never worked for you, man. I never worked with you, man. Because I dislike you, man. Like, be on level. Just maybe I'm big levels. I hate you, man. That's all I have to do. Force the eviction order and force them to go. And then they have to tell me that they are seeking an eviction because they can't just turn up here without that. Mm. They can't just turn up here with no eviction letter and say, well, when was that done? And all I have to do is harm one of them people who come to evict. Whether they come with police or whoever, I just harm them all. I literally pick up a knife and run at them. I might not stab them, but I pick up the knife. Trust me, don't you worry. I mean, in front of this whole community, literally pick the knife up in front of the whole community and tell them, you ain't coming in there. Which forces you to have to arrest me. Then questions that's about what exactly were you man doing there, or we came to evict you. In that courtroom, your prosecutor is going to have a quite difficult time proving I did receive that eviction notice. Quite difficult. Because if it goes down to a default decision, that means I weren't there. So you don't this only works when the person doesn't know. And it still could work even when I didn't know it still didn't work. Man shit bag. Manchester United in defeat, plain and simple. Plain and simple. Man lost it, you man lost. Disgraceful. The worst part is I know exactly what you man are covering up. That's it, man. That's your biggest issue. I think that yeah, it makes sense. That's your man biggest problem. That's your man biggest issue here. Because if it weren't for that, you might have just let it go through the courts and pay the little compensation. Because it's not like it would have affected you, man. But you definitely don't want me to see the people who are the faces of these people. Yeah, that's it. Definitely don't want the faces of you, man, to be seen. I definitely don't want them faces to be seen. I know exactly why. I know what the intention was from the very get go. Try to make it look like all this that was going on. I couldn't handle it and try to commit suicide. And when that failed, they thought, well, we already said he was crazy anyway, so people will believe when he starts acting mad. I'm acting bad and nobody still believes. I'm acting bad and nobody still believes. People realize that this guy can't be crazy. You get it? People have made sense of it. So he can't be crazy. No chance. No fucking chance. And I know quite a lot of people out there concerned with what is really going on here. Quite a lot of concern is behind this. Even your own government people are concerned. Because they would have never seen something like that. They would have never seen such a turnaround in their lives. They would have never seen such a turnaround in their lives. The fact that Brian don't allow me to see the child, how you man get around that? Even that, I'll tell you, like, it's obviously you man were too arrogant and overconfident. Way too arrogant, way too overconfident. You know what I mean? Me not going to get my license, me not going to the court to appeal the license, that's all I have to use in that court. When you go for your eviction order, you try to get a default against me. When that eviction order, that's all I use in the courtroom. I tell you, I literally pick up two knives. I won't stab any of them police officers. But trust me, I won't stab any of them police officers. Well, trust me, I'm gonna fight them with them knives in my hand. And I say, if people are gonna say, well, if he doesn't get locked up for doing such a thing, well, what is this guy really going to be locked up for? I mean, obviously, people in the community would see it, and people would talk. I said, well, he did that and no, he didn't get locked up. People would realize. Man, we're too overconfident. The mistake human made there was that license situation. Big mistake. But that's what it turned out into. You go to the court to appeal it. Why would they not have appealed it? I mean, why would they not have appealed my license? I don't care how mad you are, why would you not appeal it? Why? The reason is that they didn't tell me about it. When I phoned up the council, when I phoned up the magistrate, they said nothing. They said they can't find the paperwork. So that means that they thought this decision stood. Then, what evidence was given to the DVLA to do to do that? What did the NHS say? Why you think man think I'm not rushing to go and get that license? But because I don't have to get it back. I don't know. Well, I'm thinking I'm weighing up the pros and cons here. Yeah. Do I leave it as in the state that it is? I mean, I've got used to walking, haven't I? I'll just let you man know you can't win. You man are too overconfident, and it shows in your action. There's nothing you man are going to learn from this. There's nothing. I'm ensuring that you learn nothing from this. That's it. You man are trying to study what you can learn from this. There's nothing that can be learned from it. I ensured that I worked that out. I made sure I won't let you man learn anything from this. Because in order for you man to do what you do, you have to do these things. There's no way around it. It's just that other people, anybody you're gonna learn against, then people wouldn't be on my level to figure it out anyway, so it wouldn't matter to learn anything. Just wasting your time too. All this issue about mobility and all this nonsense. I don't know what that means. I really don't know what that means, nor do I care about what it means. Because they said it was mobility. I didn't. I just put the information on the paper what I know to be true. And I applied for it that way. The good thing about it, like again, you man aren't the cleverest. Because it's not a lockdown when they finally paid me out in that DWP. They didn't pay me in lockdown time, they paid me after. So that means they had more than enough time to book an assessment and all that. Thank God for that. There's nothing you man can learn from this. You man just learn that you're shit. And you're not as smart as you man think you thought you are or led to believe. And you have learned that I'm way more technically gifted than you man could ever be. You fear unlocked in it. And my man said it's a scary sight. Violated a lot of you for what you've done. I want you to have as much hate in your heart as I have. Let's see if it mutates you, innit? Let's see if you become like me as a result, innit? That's funny. I hate it. Y'all didn't hurt me in the slightest, man. I've never trusted anyone in my life. Trust me, y'all didn't stand a chance, yeah. White people didn't stand a chance, yeah. Your butlers didn't stand a chance, yeah. When I go back to all the things you man have done in that courtroom, trust me, you ain't gonna stand a chance, man. When I say, well, how does Brexit affect the human rights law and the European human rights? It don't really apply to them like that. They can only give advice, but they can't enforce anything. They can't sanction them for anything, nothing like that. So it shows Britain had a predetermined result. When I put down Britain's GDP now and the expenditure compared to before Brexit, yeah, man, I've lost way more money than you man were complaining about. You guys say I'm putting 100 billion in the euro paying for what? And now you're paying, the country's paying out more than that. It makes no sense. Teamwork did not make the dream work, man. And now you man are in hot water, yeah. You know, belted the whole lot of you. You look like monks. You stop me from becoming even a semi-pro footballer. You stop me from becoming a professional FIFA player. Stop me from too much things with that. You're too arrogant. And that's the reason why I'm behaving like this, because I'm an arrogant. There's simple ways to punish arrogance. You know? Arrogance means arrogance. You know, eye for an eye. And it doesn't matter how arrogant I get, you man can't win. All you can do is just be upset. That's how it comes out for you, man. Just pure upset there that you can't believe this is happening. That's hilarious. That's how it comes out of it for you, man. Bro. Just the idea that you man can't believe something like this is actually going on. Your man trying to come up with every type of excuse on the planet, but for some reason you cannot find the excuse. I mean, you man cannot find the excuse to this point, but simple as that. When I start making them allegations against you, man, trust me, the peak out here. When it comes to me, you don't really have to prove it. Because unless you work in that fucking building with you, man, how you gonna get the proof on paper? I mean, that's how allegation works against the system. Yeah, man, I'm gonna have basic stuff on paper, but warrants and what exactly was the warrant granted for. So you're gonna have more, at least three home secretaries. You're gonna have at least three home secretaries that granted warrants for no reason at all. That won't work out well for you, man. You man thought you were technically good, brother. How can it be technically good when it's literally written down in a book for you people? You want to train to do what you are doing. I just do what I do again. Me, it's common. This is just merely common sense to me. It must be a scary sight for you, man, to say that somebody's common sense. I've got what you call a sixth sense, man. You go, yeah. And that's why I don't like the six again, because the six are haters. Six are haters. Why casually describe as common sense? Is what I call a sixth sense. Is what is known as the sixth sense. As everybody else has got five. You might think I don't know that. You might not trying to pre as or look at as psychic ability. It's just sixth sense coupled with extreme intelligence. You know? I mean, it was created and designed for this. You know? Hmm. I said in that courtroom, you man are screwed. I'm gonna throw everything at you, but the whole whatever I say the kitchen sink. I gonna pick the whole house and throw it at you. The whole flat at you, never mind the kitchen sink. Over 2,000 hours of video evidence. One whole year and I said nothing recorded. I mean, you man know you're screwed. I tell you, come and bounce up with me in town and see if I don't knock one of you over, but I dare one of you people to jump on me, yeah. Like, fucking dare you. You still gonna have to go to EA and still gonna have to send an EA representative to that courtroom for EA and Xbox to say, well, they don't know what's going on. They don't know what's going on. You people don't know what's going on. So how does that affect me? How does that just? Nobody seems to know what's going on. So then the idea that I was stitched up makes sense then, doesn't it? I was stitched up by some unseen forces. And it would cause a major problem because how long has this been going on? How long have people been, their rights have been violated under these terms? I don't know, won't get away with it because the things the NHS has done. And the NHS can't even deny it. Because guess what? The license was taken away as a result of it. Y'all have no drink driving, nothing, no nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because I guess you could have hid it under some speculation of that sort. Innit? You have no drink driving records of me anyway. Must be drinking water. I mean, I have no drink driving records there. Me. What was my license taken away from? Obviously mental health. Obviously. And it must be really severe for you to lose your license. But people with depression don't lose the license. People with anxiety don't lose the license. I mean, it's only the most serious of them all. People with personality disorders don't lose the license. Only people who lose their license is people with and with schizophrenia. Nobody else loses their license. Nobody else. There's nobody going to hospital with depression. I mean, nobody enters the hospital with depression. Nobody. So it has limited. The DVLA is very limited in the in revoking your license and the mental health. Very limited. Very fucking limited. And that's why I went and told them myself. But that little bitch's mum was like, "Oh, don't tell her. You don't have to tell them." I was like, "Yeah, don't." Because I know exactly what you were trying to do. I knew from the very start. And that's what you want. If I didn't tell them about my license, then human could have hid this whole mental health thing. I made sure telling them myself because I knew what was going to happen. And could I have planned human actions? No, couldn't have. Could I have planned it? I could perceive it, I could see it coming, but I couldn't plan your actions for you. And I said, what hostile nation would know what human would do? It would mean if they know what human would do, and if they man knew what you would have done as a result of anything I have done, that means you'd have done it before. So you can't be trained to do that. That is first of all. That's what I'm saying. That's why human are struggling. Because I know if I know human, you're trying to make rational sense of this thing. To try and justify it as oh he was trained and it's some plot against Britain. I know human trust me, definitely. And the problem you're having is how you're gonna justify it. Because how do you train? I mean, when you go and train for the military, what happens? You train to fire weapons, you train in tactics and combat. I mean, it's called basic training. But guess what? You train because you want to know how to fire that weapon. Because guess what? You would have fired the fucking weapon before and know how the weapon works. You train that person for that. So how did some hostile fucking country train me to do this without knowing what human would have done? So either way you take it, human just took the L in. Either way, in some hostile nation even fucking did that. Yeah? Is it illegal? I mean, did they train anything illegal? No, they didn't. I mean, they trained this to anticipate that they will try to assassinate it or just saying something that they don't like. So trust me, human will taking that L everywhere you turn, whether you like it or not. You're out of form, you get me? Yeah. A whole lot of L. Nevertheless, good. Nevertheless, you man, shit, buddy. And because of your arrogance, trust me, I'm gonna teach you what arrogance really looks like. You're gonna have to humble yourself. See, I put the humble in my eyes. I put stay humble on my hand for a reason. Because if anybody has a reason to be arrogant in this life, trust me, that person is me. Bro. If anybody has a reason to be arrogant in this world, trust me, I am that guy. And if I can learn to be humble, you man certainly need a lesson in humility. So pay attention to arrogance and see how it looks to others. People dislike it. And even if it can't, doesn't mean you should. This is a lesson going forward in this world for anybody like you, man. Pick your enemies wise. I mean, it would be in your best interest. Pick your enemies wise, man. Where did they get that red magic from? Pick your enemies wise, man. Pick your enemies wise, man. The level of arrogance you man show there was too much for me. I don't like it. Really don't. And I don't care if you like that. I don't like it. Or you're gonna be punished for that level of arrogance. I don't completely dislike it. Man. We have to have efficacy, I mean, in this world. But, we don't live according to human. We live in a according to human. We live in a democratic society. You live in a democratic society. Even when you hold absolute power, you got to know how to wield it. Innit? I say with great power comes great responsibility and all that. So I guess the pressure got to you, man. Like, man need to wake you up, but I do think the pressure got to you, man, in some levels. This is no more a lesson. This is just a lesson in etiquette. Plain and it's just a lesson in etiquette. Etiquette is calm yourself down and do your job. Not like that job we are doing now. It's not like you would have it anymore, but that's how it goes, isn't it? I mean, I say give a man an inch and they'll take a mile, innit? And you say, we have a saying in Jamaica, give them rope to hang themselves. And I'm sure you have enough Jamaican friends, Babylon boy. And I'm sure you can go to JCF or the JDF and they'll tell you what that means. Yeah. It's not a literal statement. Sometimes in life you have to allow people to do what they do and be themselves. But ultimately they'll fuck up. I mean, I made sure to the point that I can't fuck up. In these towns and streets, then a fucking vest strapped to my chest and any AK 47 across my back. Trust me, man, nigga, I can't lose. Can't lose, you know. Excuse me.
Hello guys, this is Mary on this TV. If you are new here and this feature will come to you, please go ahead and subscribe as we dive into today's topic. And to my returning subscribers, shout out to you guys. You guys are the reason why we do this. We appreciate your love and support. So today we'll be talking about the death of a boss lady, a fashionista, professional makeup artist, and entrepreneur, Arona's.
I'm do that take it pretty.
I was the CEO of Arona's.
The woman did that thing.
So what happened to this beautiful lady? Aron was
He's a woman that killed her.
3 weeks after
What is ugly people? Stay far from them. Babu, yeah, stay far from them. Every time you look on you go look in the mirror, a problem in the head, you can't be with them too.
So her friends had desperate plan to poison her. While at the restaurant, they ordered food and drinks, and apparently they dropped something
And the
in
worst
the
thing,
food.
every time them go,
Immediately she
people
got
always
her
gonna give
friends.
she attention.
Friends were so
And
eager
then
to
that
see
friend
her
is gonna be like,
so
leave her alone,
they
leave
had the
her alone.
plans set to pay
And
her.
eventually they will
This was
kill her.
around 2
It
p.m.
happen, them thing
On the
happen all
day
the time.
the driver noticed she was uncomfortable. Before he knew what was happening, she peed, pooped, and threw up on herself. The driver quickly rushed her to the hospital where the doctors and nurses tried all they could to save her, but she kept throwing up and swallowing herself up to the
Put
point
that
of
in
her
a bin, man.
death around 4 p.m. The doctors believe she may have been poisoned.
Ugly
They
white
gave
people,
her
ugly black
the
people,
diet
ugly
she was
Asian. Go
prescribed. Those
ugly.
friends she administered was because of her minor English. They were eager to
That's
get
a
her
killer
home.
there,
According to the driver, the two friends
you
paid
know,
him
ugly, innit?
10,000 francs to put 500 and give him change. The driver told them he didn't have change, and so they told him to take 2,000 francs. But he still didn't have change. Guess what he did? Instead of taking another taxi, he decided to give the taxi driver 10,000 francs. It was like they knew exactly what was going to happen to her again, so they didn't want to be around when it happened. According to the driver, she didn't want to see when she entered the taxi. The autopsy had been done, but the results of not yet been released. Some of Karen's friends rushed to her house after she was pronounced dead and went through her stuffs. They claimed to have seen some charms and voodoo stuffs and believed she was practicing witchcraft. This made so many people angry. Instead of mourning their dead friend, they are busy spreading bad news. Sullivan accused them of planting these charms in her house so as to confuse people. Her friends even went as far as taking pictures and threatening to post them on social media. Karen's family is actually begging her friends, telling them to wait. Her friends have been circulating audios on social media saying she has been going to Nigeria, sleeping around with rich men. Others said she borrowed money from a bad source and that it's impossible for a 22-year-old to have 11 million CFA to start up a business. Here are some of the audios recorded by her so-called friends. She already signed her debt since from the early times. Did you consider her like a normal person? Like a criminalist? They need the poison man too. They need the poison man too. If you go to go give Pepe, Pepe go leave you. Pepe don't take it. We don't talk say anyway. The two will go to check and then God will accept for her heaven. So most Satan will just send you for her straight. No, but just say oh no, you know what? We say she said judgment day maybe they go here direct. I don't like nothing about her. Okay. She's the one that signed her debt though. She signed it like that. That girl has never been a normal girl to me. Somebody that sleeps with a man and a woman and don't fulfill in this life. They always want to dip their hands to get more wealth. They are not patient. They don't want to wait for God's time. His Peter is doing them. He will do them more and more. Like she's the cause of her death. Since the day at the time I heard she died, I've been saying that it's not like her because I don't like her, because my spirit tells me she's not a clean person. During the nurse, that nurse telling her say, me as a friend and start and start ask questions on the hospital, friend and start talk say this so they go open carry you, they see medications, they see knife, something like jazz. So and it don't get an issue of money, so they think when I really commit the suicide, the suicidal medications and life and some jazz. So
Suicide and medication.
some dem talk how we get exotic money for bad house, other kind stuff there. But so in fact no. Today they comot for hospital dey talk say people take something say people take money for some bad place, they don start ask money or this one the other kind stuff there. She dey don mix up people dey see dey see medicine, dey see suicidal medicine, dey see knife from brain to mouth, you know.
because then you get a top. You get a top any small thing you know about your friend. Even if you don't, your friend never get a top thing on the wash or so whatever. Never get some top thing in one. If it's sick or some high storms, then you get a top. You get a top. Even the way I myself now, I'm confused. I don't know anything. I was with Karen yesterday. I'm not sure Karen was going. Karen had an issue. If you get issue, but what she told me was issue like we needed money. Like she just told me that she needed money, so I just gave her the money to solve the issue. But I don't know what happened. The issue was really serious. All what I saw. So I don't know. I don't know. It was going to be, but now also don't we have to take because I was at work. Now I'm getting at his dead, so I don't know. I don't know. I'm really. Fancy way it happened. This game you don't already involve yourself. If you don't already tell a friend and see the way you don't do you go right on the very already tell a friend and that is just for a next. The prayer you waiting on for open a shop, that open a shop for 11 million. You know, so they go for a room, they see charms, they see suicidal medicine, they see that the family don't take a room. The family don't take a room. The friend they want to post the chat, the family is in they don't post their conversation.
Any friend you turn into an enemy has been hating since day one, and your biggest hater will be your closest friend. That is why it is important to know those you associate with, because those you associate with today will either uplift you or bring you down. Make the right friends and decisions, because your success
No pussy,
depends
bro.
on how you people
Murder, man,
you
no
get to
murder.
feel
Take your joke.
grief to all. Getting so much
No,
impossible
who
for
telling
people
us me a Jesus, bro?
and if you're coming down below.
That's why I know if you make sure it's nobody in the road. Because I know say make it more difficult. Trust me, my nigga. Some man know themselves already, yeah. Know say some man well updated on the situation.
It is a disturbing trend we've seen. Fentanyl deaths have skyrocketed in recent years, and 2 years ago this week, 3 people in New York City died from an overdose of the drug. They all bought the
The
drug
black
from
girl there and him
sympathize.
pull them to left Manchester.
Families still looking to come to terms with the loss.
Because all I do is put up a picture of one them from social media.
Emotional warnings
No
on drug
caption, no.
labels and new details about a rare conviction in the
No
case.
way it set after that, yeah.
Investigative reporter
No, nothing on it, just them picture.
This isn't a story about overdoses.
And them say, watch them border crossing there with them up to yeah. Yeah. That's a border type. Remember man go man a vomit and she laugh and say, oh, that's she. Yeah, alright. You know how who doing it? He just as guilty, you know who it was. You definitely know who it was. Them pussy that's I'm not really fuck with them. Big know about them and know say want too much of them around me. I'm gonna fuck them girls, I'm gonna touch them, I'm gonna go near them, no. I'm gonna chat to them, avoid it. They like the food anyway, so you know, love do it.
Oscar no, he don't even reason am. Oscar still dey go with friends, dey eat anyhow the way he eat. Anyhow, anywhere they give food, he just dey eat, dey waka, dey drink, they be my friends, they be my this. May you don't say your
Why you not
friend,
see me out there doing?
Oscar, he don't
I
forget
think
say,
me always have me one Guinness, but
na so this Oscar so,
you can't have a girl in a Babylon. God. Fuck up over them, sorry, yeah.
he don't come, Papa put another poison for
So me
this.
always buy me like one Heineken and Guinness, yeah.
This thing,
You know, say that pull right. This is me drop the this. Them pussy this way, you get me? That's why I never see the chance.
na life story o. This one no be something wey be like say they just frame dey talk o. This one na life story. Oscar na him dey put food for your family. Na Oscar dey put food for table for dem dey eat o. You dey see am so when people dey sleep, Oscar dey carry ring light dey do TikTok. Dey do TikTok while friends dey sleep. They no know wetin Oscar dey do for back wey make Oscar dey get followers. They start to dey envy. My people, you see this life, your best friend, you need to fear am. Because the moment wey be like say you don already dey pass am for life. Because no friend wan make you pass them o. Friends, many bad friends, they no wan make you pass them. If you be the kind person wey be like say your friends dey envy you, you don enter one shams. Wetin you need to do na for you to just take your bag and run leave them. You know, you suppose keep your circle, make it small. He said Oscar left from the previous mistake. Oscar for never vex this speech today o. Na yesterday here, man. Oscar take Taiso. Na yesterday. Na so the guy take waka. Wetin cause am? Jealousy, enviness. Make it not better pass me. Na dey cause this thing. Wetin Oscar do with friend? Oscar na person wey be like say once Oscar see, once Oscar attach sharp like this, he go call him friends. He go say, guys, no comot. Shey una dey see the video wey I dey put. You no tell una wetin I dey talk so. Oscar go call him friends. He go tell am say, guy, where you dey now? Mo dey go. Make you know say the people wey dey call him friends, wey dey call him blood, you know say e get how friend go dey together with you for very long time. Una don dey rapport, you go come be like say na your blood brother or blood sister. This na person wey Oscar call say na my blood, my right hand man. Na the person na give am poison shop make him waka so. Why? Him think say, man, when I kpai Oscar now, nothing not do. Oscar, I don better pass you. Or you go say Oscar for the teach with a yes. No. Everything for this life, all is vanity. Na naked hospital come o, na so you go take go. Oscar no carry money go. You too, you no carry money go. Because now when you don kpai Oscar, so wetin you gain? You no gain anything. Because e go even quench your light. Maybe na Oscar even make your light dey shine small. But that one Oscar don go, your light and darkness go enter. Cause you no come see light again. This life, enviness, not be for only for this social media. Because people wey be like say you don put for road, e no dey happen to you. This thing wey I dey talk, e no dey happen to you. If e no dey happen to you, e dey happen to me. You understand? People wey be like say because say dem be my blood, dem be my friends. You don't put them for road, put them for road. Some when you put them for road, finish dem go dey envy you. Dem go dey, and I don't think dem come even know say this thing na like this dem dey do am. Instead of them to appreciate God, say the see person wey even show their way, they no go happy. Instead, they go dey do competition with you. They go dey do competition with you. Make them not say you dey do competition with yourself. May you better pass who you be yesterday, they not dey know. And at this moment, the heaviness go dey grow. Because when they try better pass yourself every day, you go dey better, you go dey good. All the things wey you go dey do, touch your perfectness go dey dey inside. And from there, jealousy don come. Why? Because you dey pass those people.
Then they won't compete with you, but you dey do it, you dey compete with yourself. And now you be the best version of yourself. Photocopy and na just rubbish. Now what do Oscar so? See Oscar now, Oscar this is he just is fit so. 6 feet of nine days so. We need to be wise, oh. We need to use our number six for this life, oh. Because if not use our number six, make something what happen to Oscar, may not happen to us. Because like these people they tell they sheep like this, oh. Something like that is maybe for your use TV take push your mouth. That thing go for breast person. You know for breast person. Because these enemies when they talk, if you dey look for them, they're not that far. They close to us, they deal with us, they live with us, and they eat with us. Because person might be like say not do anything about you, the person not fit do anything. Shey they get am. The person not fit do anything. Even if the second person God bless the person go say but this person dey okay now, he dey good now. I never see anything where be like say guy do wrong go. Why go come do us something? Now person when they close to you, now they must do bad thing to you. Now make they say if they look for your enemies, no go far. They near you. And that's why God will prepare a table before you in the presence of your enemies. Not be far, they not far. Now your enemies present because they did here with you. They don't want you rise up against them. The moment you they rise more than the way that they rise up, it don't finish. See Oscar now. Oscar now exerts his feet. As we dey talk like this now, Oscar now first when I say don't get over 500 subscribers for your own TikTok. Money not they come, friends not the best. Oh yeah, work like Oscar. No, I want to be run follow Oscar. I beg but we not use people gum our body for this life. Everybody go also their own. Everybody go also their own. Because if you use people gum your body, anything where they call your hand, they see am. And I will say they bring heaviness. Because they bring heaviness. If they not see, they not go envy you. But the moment that they see, they go they envy you. That's all I say. So my people, make we use our number six. Don't use our brain. I beg, no use our brain for this life. This is the story of Oscar, the Asaba boy, where be like say he dey do TikTok. Now suffering, not just give our boys the shop yesterday. And the guy take payment as we dey talk like this. The guy don't payment like this, nothing again. He don't go Oscar no day again. Oscar don't payment. So my people, now true life story be this. If you hear, may you hear wise. Now so they talk am for my place. May you hear wise. I beg you. I will see you for my next video.
Watch this shit. No French, no Brazilian. Either Italian or some next off nation or some English guy again. French, Syrian, who is somebody rubbish. Makalele. Impeti. Not sure what. They say all that fella.
Justin, thank you. A 911 call revealing 3 people possibly got sick after drinking cleaner that was left behind in the beer tubes in a Winston-Salem bar. According to family and friends, the one man who was taken to the hospital has died. It happened on November 9th.
Here. I'm mad at your pussy. Yeah, that. Tell them two black pussy this. Yeah. You see what the police will do about it. Report to them two people that try to poison me and police did nothing about it. I did tell the police, Greater Manchester Police, to report it. And they did nothing. Them two people still walk around. So Greater Manchester Police is behind. They're the ones that are coming into the house and the intelligence searching the house. So they allowed them to put that stuff in the food. I was just vomiting everywhere. My skin started breaking out, pure rashes. I've got all sort of pictures all over on my phone. My skin's just fucked. Clearly poison.
This guy wanna see so wey DIY for this video. I go play the video for una make una see where he dance. Una go see where later when they go meet blood. Una go come see later when he dey for hospital bed. Una go see later
where they for come put up for inside fridge naturally, my people. Ah, the heart of men is wicked. When I go, they talk here. Even I say people don't really know say these words don't change. Many of you still never realize say the word wey we get today don't change. And it's really a pity say una never realize. I understand. It go dey you hard to say, oh, how I want to suspect my friend. Me and I just start to dey play for my childhood friend, whatever, whatever. My dear, you don't need this. You need a friend, but not be friend to drink. Not be friend to that time when they cook, you cook. They go serve you your food. You go they eat, they go eat. You go feel say you eat, you dey okay. So the story of this young man when I go see so, it dey very touching. When I go wait, make I just explain. But meanwhile, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name na African German First Lady. Abeg make you subscribe to this YouTube channel. Make you also follow Papa Teniwa over this page for more videos. So now wetin happen to dis young man wey never ready to bear wife now? Una go see am. When the guy put drink for ground for dis video, e get another of im friend wey dey near am. Dat one also dey drink too, but dat one no show im face for the camera o. Im hand na im show. You dey hear me so? And they say immediately after they take that drink finish, so they come comot for there. You know, they come break, they break. These people come, this guy, before you know, he say belle dey do am one kind. Belle dey do am one kind. Before you know, they tell you say they do like say you wan vomit. Then they say okay. Then they carry am go back. You go see am for there. Now that time don pull off everything. The guy don dey say belle dey do it, belle, then they say e dey shout. As he reach there, now he come dey vomit. Wetin the guy dey vomit? Now I dey see for ground here when I play the video. Now just watch the video anyway. Make no be like say I talk too much. You go see am, but I dey cover am small because of the platform. They don't go like see something like this. As the guy just vomit small, as they vomit, they come carry am go hospital. As they reach hospital, all him mouth, all tongue, all of them don already finish. Don't like I mean, if the mouth dey like that, imagine where the thing enter for inside belle. E don destroy. So there is nothing doctor can do. So the guy can take BREXIT. Before you know, they don't cover am one with inside fridge. Like this one just finish for this generation. You know, say somebody dey away from am, you know, but na day just wait for start. Na that day the life finish. You understand? So this person, if he dey away for one sake, or he get accident for road, or he sick, the person say they don carry am waka, they no fit solve am. Doctor don try best, no fit. No be say this guy was happy. Everybody dey wait for New Year. Oh God, what is the difference? Yeah, play the video for you. Just take your time. My people, na so the life. Na so this guy life just dey finish. This one I tell you according to the news, other na still take the other drink. Everybody dey drink together. And drinking, when you are drinking, that means you are happy, right? Na happiness make most people dey drink, yeah? And this guy is happy. This New Year dey come. Everybody dey happy to say, no, 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 happy New Year. To see 2022. But somebody go just decide to do somebody this one. Now this guy somebody go dey complain say, oh, the person no dey pray. You don't need to. Make their advice una for one thing according to this guy story. If una be three in number, una grow together, una suffer together, grow together. And according to understand, you
fit dey for that condition. No say, oh, let me take them over. Where I bring them come my house, where I carry them go dinner, my friend. I don't make money, I don't suppose leave them. I think the reason why some people they make money, they will cut all these, you know, like them people from us, like this one. I'm telling you, anything you are doing and you success pass your friend, be careful. Just be careful. Imagine now you come abroad, you and your friend wake up from Libya. There's some like you go know your friends now. Maybe you don't born, you don't even born finish. You go know some of your friends wey still dey do na now they still dey give you belle. They say what? Na now they still dey do up and down. You don't born finish. You can't get your car, you can't get your life. You when you get that kind of friend, come dey follow am do padi. You don't like your life now. You don't like your life. Before you go know that thing go inside your mind, that feeling of jealousy. You go come sit down say, me never do mama. Me never do papa wey say I want to say I don stop in the one, no dey go again when you talk like that. Nah, this my friend. If na say the life your come once he come into your house and study you, he no go remain safe again. That spirit of jealousy go automatically enter. Wetin you go do? You go come look for another cost, you go buy that kid. The day one or two go dey go just put am. Come carry be that you don go. You know, and abroad now when they go say person eat poison, they don't go even for Africa. They don't know who put am. Yes. You know they show who give am. If they only show say na something they cook for am, make it eat. So my brothers and sisters, be careful. Anything, if you see the today now, success people go just give you small. People wey know you before. They don't, in fact, their reaction to you now will be something else. We may not even fail. I mean, I go use myself as an example. I'm not famous. I know. I just be normal me. For me, I look myself normal me, you know. But can I go now, go to Messi when I before we have been out before for the time where they want to cook, where they want to talk wetin no dey your body. They go for their small mind, they go think say that will draw you down. They don't know say who God don bless. But only one thing you need to do, avoid them. There's so many of us ladies who dey today. Avoid them. Help them from afar. Don't once they show you body say, I be your enemy, and they jealous of your success. Oh, yeah, drive they go for who you are. Drive they go far. So that when you live longer, when you sit and enjoy your, they don't go remember the pain. They don't go remember what you don't pass through. How hard you don't pray for God to bless you. And God will bless you now. You will see the kind of your old friend, your waka. He go, they advise you. He go, they laugh with you. I can't bless you. I can't bless you. No. Before you go know how much people know. That's what they do people now for Africa. You feel like what this video that say, no, I don't get any bad friend like that. It's okay. This boy definitely will not for this word like that. Be careful. Be careful. Don't be thinking they'll say, that man, you know what they're going to normally say, that time they say, no, yes, I'm not getting. Take me with you. I know this. You don't need that. No. That's why if you don't get friends, let your friend with your children and your wife. Have your phone in your house. Because you know, if you can follow your friends back and go sit down, drink, talk about blah, 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 blah. But you can also do that with your wife. If you marry who of your trust, that's why these days marry for yourself so that you will be able to spend time with her and play. You look like you have too much many friends. I'm telling you, my name is Africa General First Lady. Stay blessed and then share this video, guys. Share for this new year. We should have many people will still be able to share this video to save the soul. And God bless you as you do so. Bye.
Cherish the moments of love and laughter.
Down the whistle then. We're at the halfway stage in this match.
Hello, my brothers and sisters. Good evening, wherever you are coming from. If today is your first time come across my video, don't forget to subscribe, hit the notification so that anytime, any day I go live or I post video, you will be the first to see. Yes, I don't come again. Today, what I take carry come today now, this our brother when he say he lost his life from Germany. You understand me? This guy na Agbo boy, he come from Utopo. So now this our Agbo brother what we dey talk about today. He come from Ute, I come from Agbo, I know where they call Ute. So this boy say he don't cook food. As he cook food, he can't chop inside. So he come back again, he see say food when he keep, maybe somebody don't chop am, he not really mind because no say we now for Europe here, especially most of us will not believe wetin the poison. Say first way we can don dey for one house, e go poison you, no. Say we not dey believe in that much poison. So na in this boy now come go chop the food, and he chop the food now, he not know say they don poison am, so he dey begin sick, so they take am go hospital. So each hospital now, not too tey for hospital, and this our brother now come die, come lost him life. So how would it be say we dey put this video for here? Maybe most of us when it be say we still dey live for camp, we will be careful because these Nigerians, I know say Nigerians, most of them wicked, not only Nigeria, all Africa, some of them wicked. We see as this one, our brother now take lost in life, we see how he take lost in life. He put food, put for inside when they cook, he keep the food there because me sef na so me I dey do before when I dey for that kind camp. I dey put my food, I no dey care say maybe something go happen to me or somebody go come poison my food. Na so me I dey reason before. Me I no know say now say this kind of thing dey exist. Make you see how our brothers and our sisters wicked for Europe. Tell me what is it you have to gain to go poison your fellow Nigeria when you be say you can dey struggle the same time. Your mama tell am say go come, your papa tell am say go come. Na the same thing your mama tell you, na the same thing your papa tell you. Now you wan come take your fellow Nigeria life without not do anything. Dem say the house wey dem dey stay, say na Yoruba and Benin na dem dey the house. Dem say na dem dey the house and some Agbo people too, and na dem dey the house. Maybe the house now no other African country dey there, na only dem wey be Nigeria. So my brothers and sisters, so anything wey you dey do for where you dey stay, my brother be careful because you don't know who dey there wey no like you. You don't know who dey there wey no like you, who dey wish you death. You don't know who no like you, but my prayer be say anybody wey dey wish your fellow person death, my sister, my brother, na death na it will be your own. You understand me? Because this country where we dey so now, the people wey we dey their country, they don't like us. You must just say they like you or they not really like you because why? They don't need too much people wey not be like them for their country. They don't need them. They don't need that. You must try your best to say they like you, they not like you. But you self, now there you go see yourself when it is say you not come like yourself more than them as they don't like you. Because them now they don't like you, but they don't fit kill you. But you on yourself now when they don't like you, go still carry yourself, you go kill yourself. This my people, look at how our mentality dey. See how our mentality, this one na very useless mentality, uneducated mentality, unintelligent mentality. Killing yourself. You know say now Germany no go like to investigate this issue. They no go like to investigate this issue. I swear to God, they no go like investigate am. They no go investigate am. We now wey talk say na wetin dem dey call am say na something kill am. No, they no go investigate this issue. Believe me or you forget am. Normal, they suppose to investigate this kind of issue because why? This thing na very serious matter. You understand me? Person eat food remain, keep am for gas. You understand me? He come and make he comot am. Before he come back, person don touch him food. As me, na so me I dey do. I understand say maybe person don come collect the food chop because na normal person collect your food. You no need to fight. You no dey Nigeria when e be say food dey really dey help person there dey chop. You no dey Nigeria, but now you don come out now make you chop your own food now before you come out. You no know say person don really put poison. No be say you chop say you dey come you just come put poison. So na wetin person tell me na him I talk here. I no really know whether dem poison am or dem no poison am. So if dem poison am, my brother, you can fight for your right. Anybody wey do this thing to you, they can never be well with am, and that's socially be. So most of una when e be say dem know una try whether una know the boy, like Agbo people whether una know the boy, so that una go fit tell the people wey dey back home, thank una so much. So thank una I so much appreciate you, man. No, I still watch wetin happen for Germany before, but not with now. I just come across it. We don't do any happen too. But more I still look how sometimes they behave for Germany because they know they like camera to deal with them. They know they like to see camera and not do it with the acting for them. If they see camera and people they for them for white people are not really not the white camera, they block camera, not really know why. So my brothers and sisters, stay tuned and watch. Thank you so much. Bye.
The loss of a loved one is something that will never be recovered. It
Your girl Joy FA, welcome back to my channel. I am very sorry for your loss. Remember that Nana Ajua is with the Lord now. I'm not I can't imagine what the family must be going through right now. I am very, very sorry for your loss. May the soul of Nana Ajua rest in peace. If you're in a friendship where you do not feel your mates are fully supported or acknowledged, maybe it's time to gracefully end that relationship. Do not overrate what you have received, nor envy others. He who envies others does not obtain peace of mind. It is in the character of very few men to honor without envy a friend who has prospered. It is never wise to seek or wish for another person's misfortune. If malice or envy were tangible and had a shape, it would be the shape of a boomerang. Do not keep friends that greet your goodness with negativity. When something good happens, you want to tell your closest friends about it. They secretly try to outdo or one up you. They make you feel bad about yourself. You struggle with insecurity and self-esteem. They don't offer support. Please avoid those kind of friends. Any friend that you tell about your success and they act up, they seem jealous, please stay away from such persons. We have jealous friends everywhere. It only takes the grace of God and the fear of God for them not to cause damage to your life or to your success. Please, I don't want anybody that I know should to end up like this. Please, stay away from unfriendly friends. If possible, stay on your lane. Stay alone. It is not a good sign at all. Imagine Nana Ajua that entered the new year hale and hearty but was poisoned by her friends, all because of jealousy. For a UK that after her death, their picture cannot be transferred into her paper. So, what is the benefit of killing this girl? This poor girl that has a dream, she's pretty, she's matured, she's ready to settle. Everything is going on well for her, but one friend just came from nowhere and ended it all because of envy. Please stay away from unfriendly friends. There are a lot of signals that a person is jealous of you. When you sense them, when you sense you don't manage them, stay away from them. They are not healthy. Keep healthy relationship. May those who cause your death never find peace. They will be found and they will face justice. Mama Adua, may your soul rest in peace. Perfect peace.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you all had a good week. Oh gosh, I just feel like I need to take a deep breath for today's case because today's case is a very, very heavy one. Now, as probably most of you are aware, earlier this year I did cover the case of Suzanne Kappa, which that case is quite often referred to as the most sadistic murder in UK history. Well, after I did Suzanne Kappa, I literally got flooded in the comments on that video to do the case of Kelly Ann Bates. And the case of Kelly Ann Bates is also referred to as the most sadistic murder in UK history. And it's just crazy that there are two cases that are actually scarily similar from the UK that are known as the most sadistic murder in UK history. I know we cover a lot of dark things on this channel, but the case of Kelly Ann Bates is up there with the most dark, the most evil, the most sadistic. Because Kelly Ann Bates, like Suzanne Kappa, was put through the most unimaginable torture and abuse. And the two cases, like I've already said, are scarily similar. The two girls are very similar in age. Suzanne Kappa was 16, Kelly Ann Bates is 17. Both of these cases took place in Manchester, England, which again is very weird that they kind of happened in the same location. Also, both cases happened in the 90s. It's just very weird that they are so similar. The only difference is that the case of Suzanne Kappa it was like a gang murder. Like there was a group of people that attacked Suzanne, whereas today we do have a single perpetrator, and he is definitely hands down one of the most evil people I've ever come across. Literally, this person will make your skin crawl. It will make you so angry. This case is so frustrating, and it will make your blood boil. And that evil person is someone called James Patterson Smith. But this case is undercovered. It's not the most well-known case from the UK, and given the extent of the crimes, it definitely should be more well-known than it is. And I think the most frustrating thing about this case is that it didn't need to happen. Kelly Ann Bates was failed by so many people, by authorities, failed in so many ways, and it just didn't need to happen. So I thought that it was important to bring this case to you today, even though it's not going to be easy to listen to. So let's jump in. So I just want to give a huge thank you to today's sponsor, and that is HelloFresh. So you guys know how much I love HelloFresh. I have been using it for the longest time now, and I honestly don't know how I used to cope without it. HelloFresh just makes cooking and planning for your meals in the week so much easier. Every single Monday morning, I get my HelloFresh box delivered, and it is full of fresh ingredients for all of my recipes for the week. And when it comes to actually preparing the meals, it is so easy. I just grab the little brown bag that the ingredients come in. I grab the few ingredients that need to be in the fridge out, and I put my recipe card down, and I get to cooking. And then when it comes to actually eating the meals, I've got to say, they're always delicious. I am never disappointed in a HelloFresh meal. But that is not the only reason why I love HelloFresh. I also love the variety from HelloFresh. And they're always bringing out new recipes depending on the season. So obviously we are going into the holiday season, so there are a lot of festive recipes right now. Like they have a Christmas roast beef with kids in blankets. They have a festive cheesy bacon chicken burger. And then they also have a Brussels sprouts mac and cheese for those of you out there that love some sprouts. But it's not just festive recipes that HelloFresh are offering. Oh no, they are also offering Christmas dinner. Yes, you can get Christmas dinner delivered to your door. HelloFresh. His exact birthday is not known. We do know that he was born in the late 40s though, and he lived and I assume grew up in a place called Gorton, which is just outside of Manchester in the UK. And this is actually where the majority of today's case takes place. Now, something that is just really frustrating is that we don't know anything about James's childhood. His upbringing, his life experiences, really, we don't know anything. And that is just so frustrating to me because you guys know I like to dive into the backgrounds. I like to see what the hell happened, where did things go wrong, what could possibly have led to this person committing horrific acts. And James Patterson Smith, like I said in the intro, is possibly one of the most evil people I've ever come across. So I am interested to know what the hell happened in his life to possibly explain, even though there is no explaining what he did, but we don't know anything. We don't, which is just infuriating. But we do start to get to know a little bit more about his life when he becomes an adult. So at the age of 22, which was in 1970, James does get married to a woman whose name we do not know. Now, at first, this marriage, this relationship was all great because that is what James would do. He would start off relationships and he would be really charming, he would be really attentive, he would be perfect. He would lure you in, and then he would show his true colours. Because James was an incredibly violent man, and oh boy, I mean violent. If there is one thing that you need to be aware of throughout this whole case, is that James is like the worst form of abuser ever. He would use anger and violence to belittle people and control people, and that is a huge thing for James. He likes to control people, like he has huge control issues. So during this first marriage, James would be abusive to his wife every single day. He would be physically violent. He would punch her, he would kick her, he would shove her to the ground. And this was every day. Every day his wife had to go through this, and after 10 years, she was trapped in this relationship for 10 years. So after 10 years of suffering, she had enough and she got enough strength to actually leave the relationship. So his marriage was over, and thankfully his first wife managed to escape. But did it bother James? Oh no, he just moved on to his next victim. So James is now 32 years old and he enters into a relationship with 20-year-old Tina Watson. Now, something that is a pattern for James is that the women that he would go after gradually got younger and younger. So obviously he's 32, she's 20, that's 12 years. That is a big age difference, but it's nothing concerning, especially given their ages. I mean, 20 is still very young, but it's not like that significant, if you know what I mean. But they get younger. So his next relationship with Tina, she had to suffer through the same things that his first wife did. He would be physically abusive to her every single day. He would beat her, kick her, punch her. Tina has spoken out about this relationship, and she has said that she was, quote, his punching bag. And she suffered through this for 2 years. Every single day she had to go through this. He would smack her in the face. He would get objects and whack her over the head. He would kick her in her shins. He even one time picked up an ashtray and hit it over her head. But that wasn't all, because there was one time where James tried to drown Tina in the bath. Now, I don't know if he tried to do this to his first wife, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised. He definitely likes to drown people in a bath. I will just say that now. So one day, Tina was just in a bath, having a bath, relaxing, and James stormed into the bathroom, grabbed her by the throat and shoved her under the water and held her there. And if that wasn't bad enough, during the 2-year relationship, Tina did fall pregnant with James's child, and during her pregnancy, James would still continue to beat her every single day. He didn't even care that she was pregnant. He would frequently kick her in between her legs when she's pregnant. And I don't know if she actually had the baby. I don't know. I couldn't really find out. But it's just absolutely horrific. This man is the worst. So that relationship lasted for about 2 years until Tina finally got the strength to also leave James, thank God. But again, this didn't bother James because he would just move on to his next victim. So James is currently 34 years old after that second relationship ended. And this is when he entered into a relationship, and I can't even believe I'm using that word. He entered into a relationship with a 15-year-old girl. See, this is what I'm saying. His victims, the women, the girls that he would go after, they are getting younger every time. And that is no coincidence. Oh, no, because the younger someone is, the more vulnerable they are, the more naive they are, the easier they are to control, manipulate, abuse. And James is 34 at this point, and he's getting into a relationship with a 15-year-old. And we don't know if the relationship between James and this 15-year-old was sexual. But if it was, the age of consent in the UK is 16, so it doesn't even matter if this 15-year-old girl consented. This is statutory rape. So this 15-year-old girl was a girl called Wendy Motorhead, and she had to suffer through the same abuse that Tina and the wife before her had to suffer through. He would kick her, punch her, beat her, find objects around the home to smash over her head. He would kick her shins. Again, he also tried to drown Wendy in the bath. Now, we don't know how long this relationship lasted for, but we do know that Wendy managed to escape this relationship when she was 15, so it couldn't have lasted longer than a year, thank God. And it's just crazy that James has been able to get away with this, because I know it feels like we've covered so much, because we have just gone through 2 women and a girl who James has entered into a relationship with and has been abusive to them. How is it that he was able to carry out this campaign of abuse that lasted at least 13 years? How is it that he was able to get away with this? It's just absolutely horrific that he was able to go through victim after victim, doing whatever he wanted and never being held accountable for it. And I know it does feel like I really have just stormed through 3 women being abused, but we don't know the ins and outs of these relationships. I only know the bare minimum, which I've told you, and it just feels like now James should have been stopped. So James is now in his late 30s, and this is another point in his life where we don't really know what he's up to, which is really frustrating. I do know that he is unemployed. We also know that at some point James moved into a semi-detached two-bedroom house on Fernville Road in Manchester, and this is actually very significant because this house on Fernville Road would eventually become James's house of horrors. So we now skip to 1993, and James is currently 46 years old. And now we get to pretty much where the main tragic events of today's case takes place, because when James Patterson Smith was 46 years old, he met 14-year-old Kelly Ann Bates. Kelly Ann Bates was born on the 18th of May 1978, and she grew up in a village called Mottram, which is just outside of Manchester in the UK. Now, it was here where Kelly lived with her two parents, Margaret and Tommy, and her two brothers. Growing up, Kelly was described as a kind, loving, very confident, very independent girl. She was incredibly outgoing, and she loved socializing with other people. She was really into sports. She actually played on the hockey team. She just seemed to be the kind of child that was up for anything. She would get stuck into anything. She always had so much energy. And most notably, Kelly from a very young age was described as mature, very mature for her age. And obviously, I've already said she was very independent. Kelly was always hanging out with older kids, like the other kids that were on her hockey team were older. Sometimes they were even adults. She was just used to spending time with adults, with older people. And she was very headstrong. She felt like she was independent and she loved being independent. And she kind of was eager to start being an adult, really. And because of this, she wanted to get a job. Now, from a very young age, she also knew that she wanted to be a teacher. So she decided to get a job as a babysitter, which made perfect sense because obviously she wanted to be a teacher and any experience with kids was going to be great. So one day, Kelly is babysitting at this person's house. And unfortunately, this is where she met James Patterson Smith. So when the parents of the children that she was babysitting returned home, they also brought a friend home with them. And that friend was James. And it's just like, what are the chances? Kelly is babysitting and she just so happens to meet the most evil person ever. Now, I just want to remind you all that at this moment, James is 46 years old. And when he spots 14-year-old Kelly, he was instantly taken by her. And I think that he pretty much decided right there and then that Kelly would be his next victim. And he wanted to get to know Kelly a little bit more, which honestly, it creeps me out. It does. I mean, I feel like the photo that we do have of him, he just looks like a creep, doesn't he? So after being introduced to Kelly, James immediately strikes up a conversation with Kelly. And I can just imagine it in my head. Like, he's just a creep. And it wasn't long until James offered to walk Kelly. It's just so disgusting because James did. He would be really charming. He would be really flattering.
Hey! Hey! Leagues of a bull over there. Leagues of a bull there. Now they get it. Leagues of a bull there.
It doesn't matter your age.
That's funny. Leagues of a bull there.
To be walked home by this evil man. And by the end of the walk, when James eventually walks her back to her home, he has managed to convince her to meet up with him again. So following the first meeting and James walking Kelly home, they start to meet up more regularly. James started to turn up outside of the school gates. It's just crazy. And he would turn up every day and he would walk Kelly home from school. Now, in Kelly's mind, she probably thinks, oh, this is charming. But James knows exactly what he is doing. He does. He is 46 and she's 40. He is so
denying that.
reeling her into his
No bad, no, no clever.
This is 100% grooming. And every time they would meet up or every time he would walk away from school, he would be a little bit more demanding, a little bit more controlling. He always wanted more. He was always trying to push the boundaries, see how far he could push Kelly, see how much control he had over her. He was trying to spend as much time as physically possible with Kelly, and this is not in a caring way. This is in a controlling way. And in the end, it wasn't long until
I need a bad, no clever pussy.
into James's house and spending a decent amount of time there. Now, there was one very important thing that James would say to Kelly over and over again, and that was, "You cannot tell your parents about this." I mean, of
You
course,
don't
he
need
didn't
that.
bother to
You don't
tell
need
her
that
parents
bad
about
nor
it because
clever
he's
pussy.
46. He is breaking the law. I don't care what anyone says. He made sure that Kelly kept his dirty little secret. But there was one problem. Kelly was
Fucking
spending a
weasel.
lot of time out of her family home, and her parents were starting to think, "Where the hell are you going? Who the hell are you spending time with?" So Kelly had to come up with a cover story to explain why she was out of the house so often. So Kelly decided to tell her parents that she did have a boyfriend, but this was just a boy from her school, and his name was Dave Smith. Which obviously there is no Dave Smith. She was actually dating a 46-year-old James Patterson Smith, but obviously she couldn't tell her parents that, so she let her parents believe that she just had a boyfriend that was the same age as her at school. And this cover actually seemed to work because Kelly's parents truly did believe that Kelly had a 14-year-old boyfriend called Dave Smith, and he was who Kelly was spending all of her time with. And it even got to a point where James was actually phoning up Kelly's house phone and pretending to be the 14-year-old Dave Smith. James would really call up Kelly's home and say, "Oh, hi, Margaret. Is Kelly home? Can I speak to Kelly? What is she doing right now? Where is she?" And I feel like I just got to pause here because I'm just thinking, how the hell does a 46-year-old man, he might be 47 at this point, how does an older man pretend to be a 14-year-old boy on the phone? How did he manage to get away with sounding like a 14-year-old boy? Like, did he put on like a higher pitched voice? Did he change his voice in any kind of way? I don't know, but he must have done. He must have changed his voice in some kind of way because Margaret and Tommy, Kelly's parents, never suspected that they were actually speaking to a 46, 47-year-old man. And also because Kelly's parents thought that he was 14. They didn't think that it was weird that this 14-year-old boy was calling up their home asking where Kelly was. They actually thought that Kelly had found a caring, young boyfriend, and he was just caring about her, worried about her, wanting to know where she was. And I can just imagine that James was really thrilled that this whole plan was working. James, like I've said, loves having control, and he loved that he had complete control over the situation, and he wanted to keep it
Who
this way.
doesn't?
He wanted to keep it that
Who
he
the
had
fuck doesn't?
complete
Why so
control
bad
over
about
the
that?
situation because James had a plan in mind. Because James was
Who
well
the
aware
fuck?
around the laws of consent in
Yeah?
the UK. He knew that he could only legally be in a relationship with Kelly once she had turned 16, which, to be honest, is like, what the hell? Like, no. I mean, yes, technically, legally, he can be in a sexual relationship with Kelly when she's 16. In the UK, the age of consent is 16. And James knew that, and he knew that he needed to bide his time, wait it out. And this is what he did. He forced Kelly to keep the secret about their relationship and pretend that she was in a relationship with a fellow high school boy for 2 years. So obviously he met Kelly when she was 14 and he forced her to keep the secret until she was 16. And Kelly, for those 2 years, was frequently going to James's home. She would quite often stay over, and her parents
Oh,
just thought that she was staying over at her high school boyfriend's home. And her parents for 2 years had no idea that Kelly was actually dating a 46-year-old man. And it's probably worth saying at this point because the
that
relationship
suck, yeah,
between Kelly and
man.
James was kept secret for those 2 years, we actually don't know the
So tired.
details, the ins and outs of what was actually going on. We actually don't know if their relationship was sexual in any way. Like, we just don't know. We also don't know that within those 2 years, was James physically abusing Kelly? I mean, obviously, in James's prior relationships, he has started physically abusing the women very quickly. So I think it's probably safe to assume that he was abusing Kelly physically in some way. But either way, he was grooming her, he was manipulating her, he was molding her, changing her reality. Coercive control is definitely at play here. Because this is a 14-year-old girl and she is being manipulated into lying to her parents, to staying over at this 46-year-old man's house. It doesn't matter if their
It doesn't
relationship is
matter.
sexual or not.
Doesn't matter.
It's just not
Doesn't
true.
matter.
So we are now going
Fucking
to skip
shit
forward
also.
2 years.
Doesn't
This is
matter.
now 1994
Kelly is now 16 years old and James is currently 48 years old. And the moment has finally come for Kelly to reveal her so-called boyfriend. So one day Kelly is just with her parents and she just comes out and says, "Oh, I want to bring Dave home. Like, I want you guys to meet him finally." Now Kelly's parents wanted to meet her boyfriend, so of course they were like, "Yeah, of course, bring him over." Because Kelly's parents thought that this was a boyfriend that was the same age as her that she'd had for 2 years, and this boyfriend would now be 16, the same age as Kelly. So they were looking forward to this. They were like, "Finally, we get to meet your boyfriend. This will be really nice." So Kelly brings James over. Obviously, remember,
Look at that nigga.
so Kelly brings James over to
I
the
don't
house.
give a
Now, the parents are not there when Kelly
That's
arrives
it.
at the home. So Kelly and James spend some time in the home. Kelly shows James around. She's probably showing James her childhood bedroom, which is just creepy. It gives me the creeps. And it wasn't too long until Kelly's parents returned home. Now Kelly starts walking down the stairs and she's like, "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. My boyfriend Dave is here." And her parents are stood at the bottom of the stairs, and Dave, starts to make his way down the stairs. Now, they were expecting a 16-year-old boy, but what they saw was a 48-year-old man. They were absolutely shocked to their core. I cannot even imagine what it would have been like to be Kelly's parents in that moment, to see a full grown ass man walking down the stairs when you think that your 16-year-old daughter is just dating another 16-year-old. I just don't know what I would do. Like, I don't know. I would probably fly off the handle knowing me. But like Kelly's parents are trying to process what is going on. They probably have a million thoughts running through their brain. And James goes up to them and says, "Hi, I'm Dave." And Kelly's parents instantly blurt out, "How old are you?" To which James replies, "Oh, I'm 32." It's like, James, I was about to call him Dave for a second there. It's like, James, that does not make this any better. 32 is still an adult. That is still double Kelly's age. And obviously, he wasn't 32, and we only have one picture of him, which is around the time that this case took place. That would have been his mugshot. Please tell me
That's
if you
all.
think that this man looks 32 years old, because I am sorry, he doesn't. He does not pass for 32. Now, I don't know why he said that he was 32. Maybe he thought it would soften the blow, because obviously he is not going to pass as a 16-year-old. Maybe he thought by saying that he was 32, his parents would be okay with it. Maybe he thought that he could pass for 32, which he can't. But I actually had a theory as to why and how he came up with the age 32. Now, this is just a theory of mine. I didn't see it anywhere, and it's probably not true. Kelly is 16 and James is 48. That is a 32-year difference. And James would be very aware of that number,
Wait, what is that?
32, because of their age difference. So I thought maybe that's why he said 32, because that number was in his mind. And when Kelly's parents asked him, "How old are you?" because that number was in his brain, he just said, "Oh, I'm 32. Now, I don't know, that's probably not true, but I just tried to think of a reason why he said 32, because he definitely does not look and could not pass for a 32-year-old. But Kelly's parents believe, at least I think they did, that he was 32 years old, but even still,
You can see I had the red thing on, and Van Dyke wouldn't run at him with the second man press. I had the red on him. So instead of sending the second man press, it basically it didn't move. So you can see his Van Dyke. Yeah. So his Van Dyke is so aggressive. But what? Look at the AS after the score to go. Yeah. And they say, "What are you thinking? What the hell is going on? Who is this man?" After this, yeah. Look at them kick out. Look at his kick. Look at him kicking out. Kelly didn't see it like this. Yeah, he kicked out after the thing. Yeah. Was taking advantage of her. She thought that she knew best in this situation. Kelly expressed to her parents that she wanted to be with Dave, and that there was nothing that her parents could do to stop her. And this would just be heartbreaking for any parent to hear. And we don't know Kelly's mindset in all of this, but I think we can safely assume that James has brainwashed her. He has complete control over her. And Kelly probably genuinely believes that
James cares about her, probably even loves her. James wants the best for her, so in Kelly's mind, why shouldn't she be with James? She flat out refused to let her parents stop her from seeing James. And over the next few months, Kelly would disappear for hours on end, if not days, just to be with James. And her parents didn't know what to do because they didn't want to come across too forceful, because they didn't want to push their daughter further into the arms of this abuser, but they also didn't want their daughter around this man. So they were thinking, how are we going to get our daughter away from this disgusting human being? And they initially first thought to themselves, we need to find out more about him. So Margaret and Tommy go around the local town, speak to as many people as they possibly can, and start asking, do you know a 32-year-old called Dave Smith? And obviously, no one knew who they were talking about because this 32-year-old Dave Smith does not exist. And this is exactly why James probably wanted to use a fake name in the first place. And it wasn't long until Kelly's parents actually found out the truth. And I'm not sure exactly how they found out, but they found out eventually that 32-year-old Dave Smith does not exist, and he is actually a 48-year-old man called James Patterson Smith. So they find out that he's lying about his name, but more importantly, he's lying about his
Watch this
age.
guy end up scoring 6 or 7 goals. As you can see, I can't tackle this kid.
And this was just one
He has nothing to do with him being skillful. The game just won't allow him to tackle.
And like I said earlier,
So as soon as he wins the ball, I'm gonna press the second man press and just watch it. Watch it does nothing. It's just gonna be a red. It's just gonna be a red the whole time.
Strong-minded, and they were just really hoping that Kelly would come to her senses.
Just watch it's gonna be a red. As soon as you win, I'm gonna press it. Just watch it's just gonna be a red right away and not tackle it. Now these are white boys, they say they're cowards, but everybody knows they're pussies. Everybody knows that you men are pussies, but going around like y'all are gangsters, but when you're 6. And bitches, but I'm gonna chop your head off in front of everybody, but like medieval times in Great Britain, yeah.
Significant thing in this case happens because James is now abusing Kelly.
I'm gonna chop your head off clean in Great Britain, pussy.
Before, it was behind closed doors. No one knew that there was actual abuse going on. First of all, he was being controlling out in the open. He was letting everyone know that he had full control over Kelly. And it started off by controlling her movements, where she went, etc. He wanted to be with Kelly for every minute of every day. And for the minutes that he
so you can see them put their pink up.
At this point, he's still living at home. For the minutes that he wasn't with Kelly, he wanted to know where she was.
Yeah, this government boy, I told you they're racist. I told you British security is not about the protection of Britain. It's the protection of white people. Because long before black people were allowed in any sort of building, they've been had security here. But if you go back to how long Her Majesty's Secret Service and Intelligence has been in play, over 200 years or more, from the Cold War. And 200 years ago, trust me, it was peak racism around there. So if the origin of the organization was rooted in racism, and obviously that's their tradition, that's who they are. And it's just embarrassing for them to have that being pointed out to them. I mean, they exploited niggas while they had these security things going on. So them and niggas being friends now don't make a difference. They still exploit niggas to this day. I reckon mixed race kids in this country are probably some form of plot that white people have to ensure that they can pacify a lot of black people by having them have interracial children. I've long said that, innit? I've long said that. And me myself, obviously you can see what I look like. It's quite obvious that there's some sort of mix in there. But it doesn't take away the fact that it's a possibility, innit? That it's how they think about things. So therefore, how can they pacify Asian people and black people in the communities and get them on their side to fight them, use them to fight against their own? But what better way to, I guess,
button to make that person
What better way to blind somebody than use their own, innit?
feel like they could never leave, even if they wanted to. And at one point, Kelly actually did decide.
What better way to do it than to get them to use their own, innit? It's possible, obviously. It'd be very difficult to prove. But I'd like to know who the first interracial couple in Britain was. I'm actually going to Google that now. Who was the first interracial couple? I'll find out who the first interracial couple in Britain is. But obviously, some people are genuine friends and all that. But how it started out is questionable, isn't it? Because that would be a lot to go against, you get me? Fucking hell of a lot. Because if I'm saying black and white people shouldn't be together, at the time I said it, how did people react to that? Yeah? Because now the whole England will want to fight against me for saying that. Yeah? But what would they have said when it was the other way around, when somebody wanted to date black people? It would have been the exact same 10 times. Now they just reversed it, innit? So like I said, they just reverse it, innit?
Now, of course, Margaret did not win this ultimatum. She was really just hoping that it would wake her daughter up.
It's simple as that.
But unfortunately, it had the opposite effect. Because just a few days later, Margaret returned from home and Kelly was up in her bedroom and Kelly was packing her bags. And Margaret was just like, Kelly, what the hell are you doing? I didn't mean the ultimatum. Of course, I don't want you to leave. I was just hoping that it would wake you up. Please don't leave. But the fact that Kelly was packing her bags wasn't actually the biggest problem because Kelly had her back to her mom, and all of a sudden Kelly turned around to talk to her mom and her face was covered in bruises. Like I said, James is being very open about his abuse now. He doesn't care because prior to this moment, I think we could all assume that James is physically abusing her.
You can see, I told you it was Emerson 6, 7 days. Yeah, this is not a player, this is a bot. El Polo Loco. I don't know what Polo is. Polo is some sort of handicapping. But I don't know what Polo means in Spanish. So I'm going to look at what it means in Spanish. I'm going to find out who's the first interracial couple in Britain and how they were treated.
What is going on? And Kelly lied. Of course she did. She said, oh, it's nothing. A group of girls just jumped me. It's nothing. Now, Margaret knew that her daughter was lying. She knew exactly who was behind this, and that was James, the evil, disgusting abuser. And Margaret confronted Kelly about this. She was like, I know it's James. I know what's going on here, but Kelly kept denying it. And after this conversation, Kelly walked out of her bedroom and went to James's house. Now, this was not a one-time incident. Over the next few days, when Kelly was at home, she kept turning up with different bruises on her body. And it wasn't just bruises now, because one time Kelly turned up at home with bite marks on her. Oh yes, you heard that right, bite marks. He is now biting Kelly. But Kelly flat out denied that it was even a bite mark, even though you could see the dental imprint. She actually said that she had fallen over and she had hurt herself. Again, she is lying to protect her abuser, which is definitely not uncommon. Again, Margaret wasn't buying this story that she had fallen into a white offence, and she knew that she had to do something. Something had to be done to help her daughter. So she called up the local domestic violence unit. She even called up social services, and she even called the police. But according to Margaret, they all said the same thing. Because Kelly was 16, there was nothing they could do. Social services could not interfere in the relationship because Kelly was over 16, and also because no one could prove where the bruises and the bite marks came from, and Kelly wasn't herself going to come forward and blame James. The police, they couldn't do anything either. And when I heard that, it infuriated me to my core because I was just like, what the hell? She is 16, she is a child. Why is no one doing anything? So I did a bit of digging. I did. I put my lawyer hat on. I'm not a lawyer, just want to make that clear, but I do have a law degree. And I wanted to do some digging because I'm just not buying this. I'm not buying the fact that just because she's 16, no one can do anything. I'm not buying it.
I wanted to see what social services, the police, any kind of authority, what were they obliged to do? What could they have done? And from what I found, I feel like they could have helped. I feel like they did have an obligation to help. So in the UK, according to the Children's Act of 1989, a child is defined as anyone under the age of 18. So even though the legal age of consent is 16, there is still extra protection given to those that are 16 and 17 because they are legally defined as a child. They are still viewed as children. They are legally children, and therefore they are offered protection because they may still be vulnerable to abusive relationships. And also, through my research, I found a really good quote that I want to read out, and it's quite long, so bear with me. It is recognized that 16 and 17-year-olds do not have the range of life experience or the same options available as adults. Relationships between 16 and 17-year-old children and adults may not be based on equality of knowledge and power. The wider the age gap, the more likely it is that the young person is disempowered and susceptible to persuasion, intimidation, abuse, or grooming. And that is exactly what has happened here. Kelly is 16-year-old. She is still legally a child, therefore she is under protection because she is a child, and it is recognized by law that she is vulnerable and susceptible to abusive relationships. And this is what gets me so infuriated. Like, I feel like I'm getting emotional here because something could have been done. Because that quote that I just read out pretty much sums the exact situation that Kelly is in. James is abusing his position, his power, his knowledge, his life experiences. Kelly is only 16 years old at this point. She is very vulnerable to grooming, to abuse, to this kind of relationship, to this kind of person. So I believe something could have been done. I'm not buying this whole rhetoric that because she was 16, that is the age of consent, nothing could have been done. I'm sorry, but physically abusing somebody is illegal no matter what your age is. But the fact that she is a child, she is under more protection than an adult. And I'm sorry if it feels like I'm getting angry, but I kind of am angry, to be honest, because something could have been done. Oh gosh, I feel like I've calmed down a bit. So a few more months pass, and Kelly is now 17, still legally a child, and she's actually just finished high school. She's now studying at college, and she's just gotten a part-time job. But Kelly gets a factory job, and she tells her parents, Margaret and Tommy, that she has to work really late, so she's probably not going to be at home much. And to be honest, I'm sat here now thinking, did Kelly even get a job? Do we actually know that that is true? And I wouldn't be surprised if Kelly lied about that as well, just so she could spend more time with James. But from this point forward, when Kelly gets the job, she barely returns home. And it was at this point that Kelly's parents decided that they needed to do something to stop this. So they managed to track down James's home address, and they decide to pay James a visit. So when they arrive at James's home, they start banging on the door. They're both ready for a fight, essentially. And James opens the door, and he's all calm, he's charming. I mean, of course he is. He's a master at this. And he sees Margaret and Tommy, and he's like, "Oh, hi, Margaret. Hi, Tommy. How are you both doing? Come in, why don't you? Do you want a cup of tea?" It's just, oh my God, the nerve of this man, the audacity that he has to invite the parents in for a cup of tea. And this completely throws Margaret and Tommy because they were expecting James to be standoffish, to be aggressive. So Margaret and Tommy go inside and they find their daughter, Kelly, sat on the sofa, and she is just even more of a shadow of herself. She sat on the sofa and she's
Is it
kind
the
of like
same guy again?
held up. She looks scared and nervous, and she doesn't look like Kelly. And it was at this point that Margaret
He
and
got
Tommy
stuck up. Yeah, he
noticed
is.
a
Yeah,
very
come on.
large hole in the middle of the living room in the floor. It literally looked like the floorboards had been ripped up. There was this big hole in the living room, and Margaret says, "What's that? Like, why is there a hole in your living room floor?" And James just passed it off. He was like, "Oh, it's just engineers. They're fixing a gas leak. It's nothing." But Margaret and Tommy got this really bad feeling in their gut that he was lying. They had this really bad feeling about this hole in the floor. And you should all remember this because this hole in the floor, it does come back up. But anyway, Margaret and Tommy sit down on the sofa and they're pleading with Kelly. They're pleading with her to please come home. But unfortunately, once again, Kelly refused. She had been pulled so tightly into James's grasp that she couldn't see what the reality of her world was. There was nothing that her parents could do or say to change her mind. And as much as Margaret and Tommy wanted to grab Kelly and literally drag her from the house, they knew that they couldn't, because even if they did do that, they knew that Kelly would just go running back to James at the first opportunity. So Margaret and Tommy ended up leaving, and they left Kelly at James's house. And then on the 30th of November 1995, Margaret and Tommy got the news that they had been dreading. Kelly was moving out permanently, but unfortunately, Kelly moving in with
This is the
James
same
was the
guy I just
worst
played
thing
before.
that could have happened to her, because we are now, unfortunately, only a few months away from the tragic events of today's case. So now we get to March of 1996, and Kelly had been living with James for like 3-4 months at this point. And initially, Kelly was allowed to make visits home to visit her parents. So every now and then,
I see, you can see where my man was. He wouldn't allow me to just pass the ball to him.
Allowed to speak to her parents on the phone regularly, but by the time we get to March, James completely stopped all of this. He was now no longer allowing Kelly to visit her parents or make phone calls. Again, this is just typical abuser. He is now completely isolating her. So on the 10th of March, that was actually the last time that Margaret ever spoke to her daughter Kelly. A week later, on the 17th of March, it was Mother's Day in the UK.
I don't think he passed the ball there. The ball bounced off him and the AI passed it for him. So this guy has the AI at the back line for him. So because it's recording the actual match now, it's not allowing him to just run past and score. But the last game I played, it was 4-0 up at 22 minutes in the game.
Was James's. A week later, on the 24th of March, it was actually Kelly's dad's birthday. Again, Kelly didn't.
I mean, it was 4-0 up at 22 minutes in the last game. And now I'm 3-1 up. You shit, innit? It's just because they think they're clever, innit? Obviously, that still goes into the whole Xbox thing. Xbox 2, catch that record, is it?
Herself. What is he doing to her? So they call up the police. They tell the police of the possible domestic abuse that is
going in the middle
in that household. And could they keep an eye on the situation? Could they go over and visit? But the police said that they had no motive, no reason to go over to James's house.
Yeah, I mean, super oriented, you know what I mean?
Parents have phoned you and said that their 17-year-old child is in a house with a grown-ass man. They suspect there is domestic abuse going on, and you don't think that there is motive. I am sorry, but what more motive do you need? If they had gone over, if the police had gone over, if someone had gone over,
press him,
maybe the tragic event
through the middle, back wide.
Taken place, because at that very moment, behind closed doors, the most unimaginable acts.
So this guy's getting smashed. Last game he beat me. This guy just beat me 10-2, but this guy literally just beat me 10 fucking 2, but what happened to this skill level? I mean, did he make his brother? I mean, what happened to his skill level all of a sudden? What happened to this guy's skill level all of a sudden? I mean, what happened to this guy's skill level all of a sudden? I mean, where is this guy's skill level all of a sudden? So now, as soon as now the things run out, just watch him now. Watch him immediately score. He couldn't score before. Yeah, he couldn't score before. Yeah, couldn't score before. Couldn't score. I told you, he couldn't score before. So I turn it back on because it goes into Xbox's database regardless. He couldn't score before, but as soon as that turned off, he scored. Everybody is the fools, though. They don't want to be caught on camera because they're cowards. They're not bad boys. Bad boys don't give a fuck about cameras, nigga. They do it in front of the camera and get me in. We see man chop up man in front of everybody, bro. See man beat up man in front of everybody, stab and shot man in front of everybody, bro. Cowards, innit?
Then James decided to withhold food from
I mean,
essentially
cowards, bro.
Now, at the
Let Delta see it. Delta nobody, no mother, man. It will be used against him, innit? Why did she take phone? Why did she take phone away? I mean, what can you do with that? Let Delta see. Go and show them, man. Because when it comes down to the end of the day, she said she knew nothing. So tell England said it's not like you can go to a court with that. Innit?
Once Kelly was left too weak and exhausted to fight back, that is when James proceeded with a series of horrific physical assaults. It started with the abuse that Kelly unfortunately was used to.
Long
It
pass.
started with James's fists. He
Be
started
a
beating
circle,
Kelly
couple.
every single day. But beating Kelly with his own fists just wasn't good enough anymore. So he
Simple.
decided to look around the house for
Make sure when you're showing Delta what I'm saying, you show her the evidence I put up online too. Because if she's not asking for any evidence, then why not? Yeah, I mean, why not? Make sure. Because she ain't gonna be forgiven either way. So I laugh at her and say you were a fool. You made these white men manipulated you, and you were too dumb to ask for anything that I am saying in retaliation. I mean, they were too dumb to ask for it, which means they were against me because they didn't want to see it. That's what plausible deniability is. The act of not wanting to see something. Because if you don't see it, then you don't know. You can't say it.
A hot iron, which he used to scald Kelly on both of her
So let her see in it.
leaving severe.
I'm saying that she abused me as a child. So you run and show her, innit? I'm saying Delta abused me as a child. She burnt me with iron once. She or Andre, there's a thing in the room in my house. If you go back to where I'm from in Portmore, in the bedroom that I sleep in, they got a little closet. And I don't know if that was an accident, yeah? I put my school bag on top of there because that's where we put the school bags and stuff. And the morning I went up to school, I woke up late. And like, I don't know where that broken glass came from. I pulled the fucking bag off, running out of school, and the broken glass fly, yeah? And I had to jump out of the way. I almost, I don't know what, I can't say if it would hit me, but it was a sharp piece of glass, like a mirror. And there weren't no smashed mirror in that house, and I don't know why they put it on top of my bag. So I'm saying, somebody tried to get me to drag that off, so it would stab me. So because obviously, a child, I was only around 7 or 8 years old, what would a child say? You get me? If somebody stabbed you with a glass, you would say, oh, they did it. Well, oh, if they set it up for that to happen, what would you say as a child? Oh, yeah. What would you say as a child? Oh, I took the bag off and the glass was on top of it. So as a children can be set up and abused in technical ways, isn't it? Yeah. So obviously they don't if they don't want to beat the child, they don't want to like hurt the child, stop the child in physical. So they can set stuff up for the child, because the child's not going to know to say, well, this and that. And anybody that's looking into it would have to go after whatever the child said. I mean, they'd have to go after what the child is saying, isn't it? Yeah, I mean. And I've asked her about this. She said she don't remember that happening. I say, so this is the type of woman she is and the people. And she's been doing it for a long time. These guys from England are involved in it as well. Because I know she's an idiot and I know she's not smart. And she certainly couldn't think of that herself. So somebody thought of that. So like I said, nobody can deny that fact. A child would simply say, oh, uh, a child would simply say, oh, I took the bag off and the glass fell. The child wouldn't recognize that, wait, the glass should not have been there in the first place, innit? So obviously, if they went and used the broken glass on you, then you would say, oh, she did it, innit? So obviously that would put them in trouble, and that would be abuse, innit? But if them, but if they put the glass and let the glass fall,
Against this abuse and torture. She survived through so much.
and they put the, this is the button. Yeah, just wash that, innit?
And I really wish that they
Alright, so.
did running. For Kelly, I really do. But James only had one thing on his mind, and that was that he wanted to murder Kelly. So sometime around the 16th of April 1996, we actually don't know the exact.
So watch this here. So got the ball there.
Dragged Kelly up to the bathroom.
Got the ball there. Look at his foot. Instead, I can't move. I couldn't move at the time. Ball there. Yeah, turn. Look at where he is.
This case
Look at where he is.
One of the most sadistic
right here.
In the UK, I think is very justified.
Look at that, yeah.
About Kelly in that hole
yeah.
in the middle of the living room, and we don't know what that hole looks like, but I feel like we can all imagine what it looked like. It was a hole in the ground, and just the fact that she could have possibly been without her eyesight for 3 weeks just adds another level of.
Yeah, so that's what Delta did to me at the trial, and she denied. And these policemen in Britain, them and her working together to make it look like, I don't know, I'm some sort of pedophile. Because like I said, I did notice these little children, like Tia's little sister. She used to talk to me, and then all of a sudden she stopped talking to me. She's a black kid, so it's not like she's afraid of black guys. So there was no reason. Brian's little cousin, Dawn's daughter, or whatever she said that what her name was. Same thing, innit? Like they told the little girl to stop speaking to me. Innit? None of their kids, none of the little white kids spoke to me, to be honest. If I'm being honest, none of the little white kids spoke to me. None of Brian's family members, none of them little white kids with that family, not one of them speak to me. Not one of them would say hello, nothing. Yeah. And I thought I was quite strange. I didn't notice that. So they're obviously saying something. You know what I mean? So we just hook them up to some lie detectors. I just say, what was said to you? Like, that was such a snake, innit? Like, she always used to try to speak to me and that. Obviously, I purposely ignore her and try to avoid talking to her. Because she had like 2 kids, innit? And they wouldn't speak to me. Like they always come into the house and they'd always come into the house and they wouldn't speak to me. You know what I mean?
You heard that right. He's handing himself in, but not quite. So he walks into his local police station.
They would always fucking come into the house. They wouldn't say hello, wouldn't say nothing, innit? And it's like I've seen that behaviour from multiple people. All these British, I've only ever been around British people, to be honest. I've never really been around like foreigners like that with kids.
Police station and tried to pass this off as an accident. Just the arrogance on this man is on another level. So the police take down his statement and they accompany James back to his
I said, in my car windows. Kids get me put on lie detectors too. Just in case he didn't know that. So Brian lying about me being abusive to the. I mean, easy people put the whole of them on fucking lie detector, the whole family. I mean, the black ones as well. Like I said, them two black people tried to poison me, and obviously I can't go out there and do what I want to because the police. That's what the police is doing. Police thinks it's smart, innit? And the plan was to have them abuse me. You get me, innit? And then if I fucking attack them, then they'll basically say, "Oh, he doesn't like British people," and that. But that's why I said it. That's why I said I don't like them because I know what their plan is.
The next thing to do was inform the family of Ken's murder. And when Margaret and Tommy had heard about what had happened to their daughter, they were absolutely devastated. They couldn't believe that their daughter had been murdered. Their worst fear had come true.
Yeah, I mean,
not only had she been
so I did notice that about that family, innit? Like they come in the house and the adults would just go, "Yeah, alright, yeah." You know what I mean? Because obviously, if all of them do it, it would look strange. It would be too over. But they definitely said something to them kids.
The case finally went to trial in
They,
Manchester Council.
they definitely did say something to them kids. But none of them kids say hello to me. She had like certain cousins or sister that would come around, and they wouldn't. These girls, like they're old enough.
allowing the game to flow. Thiago Silva. Nicely played through. With it here. Stopped by some really astute defending. It's full time, and we're going the distance here. Extra time on the way.
On many witnesses, they actually called on the women that we heard about in the beginning of the story.
Yeah.
The women
So
that James abused before Kelly.
that's
And
what
these
that's what they do. Because guess what? In this country,
his character and their experience.
they know about all these stories, yeah. So in this country, they know about all these different type of men that has, abused pure women, and I mean, they know all these stories, innit? So they obviously can go and spread rumors like that behind your back, innit? So like the Pete, what's it called, the Yorkshire Ripper and that. I don't know about them man. I never heard about them man till coming to England. But obviously, all these white people they all know about this stuff and all of that, yeah. So the situations that happen with these girls, they could simply they could cook that story up easily. Yeah, I mean, they can cook that story up very easy, very easy. I said, let the prosecution of Greater Manchester, let everybody see it through, because why can't none of these girls confront me? They got a whole fucking police force, they got a whole military, they got the whole city, they got brothers, they got cousins, they've got uncles, they've got sons, daughters, nieces, nephews. They got fucking iron bars if they really need to. So what's stopping them from confronting me? What they're trying to say? Oh, revenge? I already know anyway. So what would it make a difference? How would revenge play a part there? Innit? I mean, they think they're so clever, isn't it? I let the prosecutor come anytime he feels like it's necessary. Let him come, because he will never win. They know about these stories, and they can make up the story to look any way they want publicly. I mean, they can make up the stories to look any way they want to make that story look.
Why did James even do this? But more importantly, why wasn't more done to protect Kelly? I obviously touched on this during the case, and I did get a little angry, but social services and the police could have intervened. And infuriatingly,
I
throughout the
mean,
whole trial,
because it's simple. They have all these stories. He's Peter Sutcliffe, Ralph Sharif, these type of guys from like the 1980s and them things. They know exactly how it went, and they know how the public in this country behaved about it. Yeah, I mean, so all the old generations, the 40-year-olds, the 50-year-olds, the 60-year-olds, they've all lived through stuff like that that actually did happen. So guess what? You come in the country, you don't know nothing about them things. Yeah, I mean, they can just simply stitch you up, and then white people are obviously going to feel like, oh, they've seen that sort of thing before, innit? You get what I mean? So it's not hard to stitch anybody up. Why they can't confront them? I mean, they got a whole town, they got a whole police force. Why can't they confront me about all of these allegations? You get me? So unless I'm going mad and imagining that this is what is going on, people are saying, I'd rather imagine it. I'd rather fucking imagine it, blood. I would rather fucking imagine it, pussy. Yeah, that. Because why they can't confront me? I mean, every day I sit here, yeah. Why can't none of these girls confront me? Why can't Greater Manchester confront me? Why can't Greater Manchester, what you call now, arrest me and interrogate me on the situation because they know the line. Any country you go where there is a specific type of behavior exhibited in a criminal way, you can just stitch people up that way, innit? So guess what? In certain countries, if you say a man is a gunman, trust me, the police is gonna fuck that up. The police will fuck him up, man. Trust me. And then you hear that he was innocent. But police is not to know. You get me? They're used to it. They see things like that all the time. So all you have to do is just label him and just make accusations. So you saw him with this and you saw him with that. And trust me, police will be on to. So it's no different here. These guys think they're slick, innit? Like I say, all they have to do is remember what was done and how it can be made to how it point out. Trust me, plenty of stories out there I can more than explain that it would not have made sense. And that they conveniently that the British police conveniently had these 5 and 10 second tapes. Yeah, these 5 and 10 second tapes. Nothing before and nothing after this incident that they're claiming happened. You get me in it? Yeah, they just convenient. They tell the Greater Manchester prosecutor, you man stand no chance, man. How many times can the camera not work? How many times can the CCTV be broken down, blood? I'd rather be paranoid, but they got that'll be set up by the likes of you, man. But trust me, all day, all night, innit? Full paranoia, yeah. Y'all are idiots, man. Y'all don't stand a chance. I keep telling you. I'd rather be paranoid, so they can't try any stunt in it. Yeah, I mean, women lie and claim men have their partners domestically abuse them all the time. Women lie all the time about all the fucking time. I mean, women lie about domestic abuse all the time, all the fucking time. Yeah, and when they lie about domestic abuse, it's usually after they try to do something bad to the guy. You've seen women shot their partners, stab their partners, poison their partners, and say, oh, they were domestically abusing them. That's why they did it. We've seen many a time. So nobody should be taken of face value for anything they say. Everything should be thoroughly looked into. Me, I can't go and do things to them. I'm not a fool because I know what these people are like. Yeah? Because guess what? They will go and tell lies, and then the police is gonna need people to help them and volunteer in the case, innit? So they themselves that are used as they themselves who are making these reports ended up being what you call it ended up being used as what you call it now as informants, the very same people. So you can see something's not quite right with that sort of thing, innit? Something is not quite right with that sort of behavior that an informant, yeah, was can play both an informant and a victim. I don't think that should be done. You know what I mean? And like I said, some strange stuff did happen, and they couldn't come and confront me about it. They couldn't come and say anything about it. You get me? I'm the one that has to say, "Oh, this guy hit me." Of course, I hit about it. I'm not hiding. You tell a brother and father come do something about it. Then I go and do something about it. They hit me, and I hit them back. Blood. I'm the one that's out here saying it exactly like it is, innit? I don't need to hide. I'm putting it out there for the whole world to fucking see and hear. You get me? They're the one that don't want me to hear what they're saying. I mean, and everybody would make sense of that. I think, well, they know I don't know, but the things I'm saying is exactly what's being said. Because who is telling me? Nobody is telling me. Obviously, I'm not a fool. I realize what happened. I've even been in houses with girl, yeah, and girl pull knife at me. You get me in it. So I'm thinking like, right, I'm in this girl's mom's house, yeah. And while I'm in this girl's mom's house, Yeah, I was trying to get out of the relationship anyway. I didn't want to be with her because I didn't trust her, and then there's other things. I don't even want to say that. There's other things going on there. I just wanted out of the relationship. So I kind of taking myself away slowly. And I don't know what, like, I guess she had a plan. And because she and whoever realized that, oh, I was making a Brexit. Yeah, I guess she had a plan. Innit? I was making a Brexit. Innit? You get me, innit? She then, like, she called me to the house, innit? So I went to the house anyway. So we sat there for a minute, and I know where like an argument started. I'm thinking, I don't care. I'm getting out of this house, and yeah. And this is her mum's house. Nobody else was there. It was just me and that in her mum's house. So I thought, fuck it, I'm leaving. It. Like she ran to the kitchen and picked up a knife and stood in the kitchen, like a big ass, like one of them big ass bread knife. So you know them knives that comes in like a six set, where you have them, you put it down in the wooden thing and it stands up. So one of them type of like the biggest knife in them six knife sets, yeah. So she pulled it out. So I'm looking at her, I'm thinking like, you know what, I mean your house or your mum's house, that ain't gonna look good for me, you get me? Alright, that ain't gonna look good for me at all, blood. So what I did that for, fuck it, I started walking out. So obviously, I'm watching her a minute, because obviously she got this big ass knife, innit? I mean, so I'm watching her now and I'm going through the front door. And she took up like they had this little crystal ashtray. Yo, she launched that fucking ashtray at the door, innit? So I thought, alright, you lot think you're all smart, innit? Yeah? So obviously, she didn't fling the ashtray for it to hit me. Well, I knew she didn't fling it for it to hit me. What she went for was for she to fling the ashtray and then me run at her, you get me, for in response to it. So obviously this ashtray didn't hit me, innit? Yeah? So it smashed on the door. Yeah? So I just looked at her, I laughed, and I walked out, I stood up on the main road. I was like, come on, Aiden, innit? Like in my head I was thinking like I went because a house is right on the main road. And this is for her just to know that it's her I'm talking about. So she don't get herself confused. Yeah? I went and stood up right on the main road. I was like, come on here with that knife, innit? You get me, innit? Because I'm sat here thinking, alright, I'm in your mum's house. Then it's going to be quite difficult. Anything goes down, goes down. If I do something, they're going to say, well, whatever they were saying. Innit? So I realized from that point, and this was like 2011. Yeah, about 2011. I realized from that point, and I was being stitched up in it, like to look like some sort of domestic abuse, innit? Yeah. So I thought, alright, I got out of the house anyway. Anyway, we got back together. And after getting back together, we moved to Claremont Road. After, like, weird things started going on. Like, you get me in it. Some people started popping up, and I'm thinking, I don't trust these guys. You get me in it. And like, you and them man know each other for all your life, innit? Like, thinking I ain't getting taken out like that. You get me in it. So obviously, I thought, all right, one day when I don't know where she went. I don't care where she went. I was fucked up in it. I just moved out of the house, innit? Moved to Gordon. And she came to the house, innit? After she came to the house, she came now again, this like maybe about a couple months later, she came to Gorton, her dad drove her to Gorton, innit? And like I even know innit, like she rang me. So I was like, what do you want? So I stood up at my door, innit? She came out of her father's car and she came and launched this glass bottle at my door again, innit? The same thing, tactic to fling things at me, innit? Like you get me, innit? The same exact tactic. And I did the same thing again, innit? He didn't hit me, he hit the door. Obviously, it didn't splinter and smash me up or nothing like that. There was no blood, no nothing. So I thought twice you flung something at me and I didn't run, I didn't dodge it, I stood up. I thought if you lick me with that thing, trust me, that's over, it's over for you, innit? You know what I mean? Like, so I didn't move. To be honest, I purposely wanted her to hit me because she did it before and she come and did it again. So I thought, alright, hit me with that bottle if you're bad, innit? Yeah? Because her father was sat in the car. Yeah, and these people are well known all over the community, well known people. You get me? So trust me, I know what I'm saying. Innit? Yeah, I'm very aware of what I'm saying. They're well known people. Yeah, and she came and fling this like this dragon bottle in it. So it's like you have Guinness and dragon in it. So it was like a dragon bottle. She launched it at the door, smashed all over the door, and obviously when I looked at myself, there was nothing. There was no split. There was no. They get me. Nothing happened in it. So I thought I ain't gonna move. So you hit me with that bottle. Trust me in it. Like you people are gonna have a serious issue around there. Man. So obviously she flung the bottle and run and jumped back in her father's car. I just laughed it off in it. So like this was some garden, and I realized this whole time in it. Like yeah. It was like this whole time in it. Like you lot, I obviously see what you man are trying to do here. You get me in. Obviously, these man ain't no gangsters, but like these men are gang members. Yeah. These men are gang members, but they're not gangsters because they can't. They wouldn't do that what they're doing without the aid of the police. You get me in. They couldn't do it without the police. They simply couldn't. And them lot are informants. You get me in. So she's an informant. I don't know. I ain't saying nothing more than that because I'm sure if certain people find out she was an informant, it'd be a big problem right there. I mean, but at the end of the day, isn't it like I gotta say it like it is, isn't it? Like because I can't go and retaliate against them people because what did they do? Them on the police stitched it up, innit? I mean, so they're calling it British security. Nah, it ain't smarter than me, bro. I mean, so for years I was quite aware of this little thing, but I just acted like I didn't notice. I was acting like I was blind, didn't it? I went to this other party like in Salford. And when I went into this party in Salford now, I was stood up like it was on this building. It's the weirdest building I've ever seen, but like it was like a new building at the time, innit? But it had like on top of the building, it had like flats on the roof of the building, if that even makes sense. Yeah, if that even fucking makes sense, it had like flats on the roof of the building where there was like this massive, like if you know what a building looks like, yeah. If you know if you expect what a rooftop on a, it's like a 4-story apartment building, yeah. But on the very top of the building, like the fucking roof, they had like a row of flats up there as well, isn't it? So between the row of flats and the edge of the building, there's just like a big square space. You had like them little wooden seats that people could sit on top of there as well. It was like a massive thing in it, like you just imagine a rooftop. So I got into this party now, like as soon as I got there, I clocked the little railing. I'm thinking like, yo, what kind of building is this? Like, I mean, I don't even know where that building is, but it's definitely somewhere in Salford. Yeah. I'm thinking like, what kind of building is this, blood? Like, yo, I was just uneasy the whole night, blood. On the whole night, I was just proper uneasy, innit? I'm thinking like, yo. So I started looking at the people I work with. I started looking at them, man, strange, innit? I'm thinking like, yo, what building is this, blood? Like, what are you man up to, innit? Yeah. And they started passing drinks around. They started passing drinks around and that, innit? So when the drinks started passing around, I started looking around like everyone, you get me? Because where I stood up there, I didn't go in the living room, innit? I didn't go in that living room. So I could hear pure people in there talking, but I didn't know none of them people, you get me in it. So I didn't go in the living room. So you go through the front door, it's like the little door, and it bends to the right to the living room, and God knows what else around it. I couldn't tell you what was in that flat because I thought I decided I ain't going inside that flat. Like, not me. You get me in it. I thought nah. Yeah. I thought something was off here, man. Something was off. But I'm thinking like I ain't comfortable in that situation. You get me in. So I stayed right between where the front door is and the little curve where you turn in the living room. Like I said, I don't know what's inside the house. I did not fucking pass that little curve. I came in the door and I stood there. There was like a light above my head. Yeah. And I stood right in that little bit. I don't know. I could just hear her talking in there. I didn't go in there. But I'm thinking I ain't going in there because I don't think this place. Obviously, we're on the top floor. We're on the top floor. There ain't no back door there, you get me? So I'm like, I ain't going in there, blood. You get me? So anyway, drinks started being offered around. And I was like, ah, cool. So how do you want a drink? So I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, cool. Obviously, I'm not trying. I don't want people to clock on that I'm finding the situation suspicious. So I was like, I take the drinks. But bear in mind, I'm a guy like this, blood. If I ain't see that drink poured, if I ain't seen that everybody was drinking from that drink when it was poured, I ain't drinking that bitch, man. Trust me on that. So what happened was they came and gave me a drink. And right at the side of the door, it's not a window sill, but it's like one of them fancy decorating stuff. Where it's like a wall, but they give it like a ledge where you can put candles on it. It's that design in the actual wall, isn't it? Yeah. So I took the drink and I put it there. It was like some sort of brandy in it. So obviously, like I started, because my brain just works like that. I started calculating. You get me? I'm thinking like I can't drink air. You get me in it? Because I'm a person like when I start drinking, I start buzzing. You get me in it? Start getting giddy and that. So I'm thinking like, nah, on this rooftop. I'm like, nah, I'm not having it in it. Because the truth is, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. Um, I put it down to 50% at that time. Maybe about 70% of it in the initial part of it was paranoia, innit? Like, in the initial bit. And I thought, alright, it's better to in my head, it's better to be paranoid than to be fucked, innit? You know what I mean? I'd always go for that choice, innit? Looking paranoid, innit? Right? It's the better option, innit? So you looking paranoid, people are just gonna chat out their asses that you paranoid. Well, at least you live to hear them chat. So trust me, I'd always go for the paranoia, innit? But anyway, so what ended up happening? Like I said, they started sharing out these drinks. So this black girl brought the drink, innit? I'm thinking, yeah. So obviously, I've seen that person before. I never know how close that person and that person was until that point. So I bear in mind, I knew that person for a minute, innit? You get me? I knew that person for a minute, innit? I thought, I didn't know you and that person is that close. I didn't even know you were relatives. So I thought, alright, cool. So anyway, they gave the drinks. So I put the drinks on the ledge thing. I ain't gonna lie. I thought something was suspicious. I swapped them fucking drinks, man. Yo, I swapped them drinks. Yeah? And the drink that was given to me, I swapped it with somebody else's. And the reason why I'm not being very specific and calling name is because I'd like to see what man do about what I'm saying, innit? Yeah, I'd like to see what a man can do about that. So I swapped the drinks. The drink was given to me by her. And obviously my man and her was some relative. And then my man and my man knew each other from way back then before I met either of my man. You get me in it? So I don't know if you can work that out. Innit? I know I met my man and my man after my man. And so my man and my man will know that, well, her is my man. Family, you get me in it? So I thought, So I'm just picking that up at the situation, innit? Because apparently it was somebody's house. So the invite got to somebody and then I was invited to tag along. But you don't trust someone like, I've never trusted my guy. One of them I trusted him, but I always kept an eye out, like, 'cause you can't trust everyone, you can't always be too trusting in. And like I say, that situation, I don't know what it was, I could just feel it in my gut, man. Like, I don't know, I could just feel it in my gut that something weren't adding up here, you get me in it. So it's like, when I swapped the drink now, I said nothing. I mean, I said nothing. I started sipping the drink that my man drank, innit? Yeah, because obviously I don't want it to look like people to be saying, "Oh, why is he not drinking the drink?" So yeah, I started drinking that drink that my man was drinking first because I thought, well, he drank that drink and it don't seem like nothing's wrong with him. So guess what? I don't want my man nobody to clap on that. Well, I'm not drinking the drink that was given to me. So in case they're up to something, I don't want to alert them in it. You get me? Yo, you got to play smart out in these streets, yeah, because it's not nice. It's not nice to get me in it. So it was like I had to play smart and to conceal what I was doing and my suspicion. I had to drink that drink, innit? Because obviously he drank it, and I realized that it was fine. Yeah, so I thought I'll stop them drink because guess what? It's them two who invited me there, so anything happens there, it's their responsibility. You get me, innit? So when I stopped the drink now, like Mama started drinking that drink, so I'm looking at him. I'm looking at him, innit? I'm thinking like I'm just waiting. You know when you're just waiting for something to happen. Like 10, 15 minutes later, my man's wobbling, bro. I'm looking at him. I said nothing, bro. I just looked. And I could see my guy like looking at me in it. You know, it's like he's like he knew, you get me? He's like he fucking knew, you get me in it. So I'm looking at him thinking, I'm looking at he's looking at me and I'm looking at him. I'm thinking, yo, my nigga, I'm sober, blood. Like, I'm on it in it, you get me in it. Like if it goes down in it, you get me in it. Because I just didn't want to be in that state if it went off, you get me in it. A man could just throw you off the roof and say you were drunk, blood, you get me in it. I mean, and that was my first initial thought, but like seeing that roof, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to party on no fucking ledge, my nigga. Like, what you think this is? You get me? Yeah. I don't know about the next man, blood, but you don't go up in any high buildings party, my nigga. Like, you're asking for it, you get me? You're literally asking for it. You know what I mean? That's how I see it. Like I'm telling you, these guys think they're scaring me, but like, I've been seeing it all. Been know the setup in it. Fuck it, it is what it is, isn't it? Mm. No matter what I was saying now, I'm saying now because it was being done anyway, or it was being attempted anyway. You get me in it. But like I said, I can't go out there and like, yeah, I can't go out there and try and pull any stunt because the moment I pull that stunt, there's gonna be some team of police officers waiting for the retaliation. You get me? Because obviously that's the plot, innit? It was never meant to affect them. It was only meant to affect me, innit? Yeah. So it's like we got back to where we got back to, and the thing is, if somebody, if they know who I'm on about there, that means they knew what they did. Yeah. If they knew what I'm on about there, they knew what they did. Innit? And also, I can play games too. You get me, innit? So this will see if they know who I'm on about. Yeah. And I saw my man started wobbling in it. So I'm looking at him now. I ain't saying nothing to him. I said nothing to nobody. Innit? I just stood there watching him in it. And like he couldn't hold himself up and that. I'm thinking like, rah. I was like, whatever you man put in that blood is strong as shit, blood. Because my guy both of us had to carry him back. You get me in it, like off one drink, blood. Like I don't know what he do. I don't know if he took something else somewhere else. I don't know if he does stuff like that because I've never really got in my man's business like that. Innit? Like I don't fuck with certain things, so I ain't questioning the next man what he does to hear me. But I put that down to the drink, blood. You get me, innit? So we got back to where we got back to, innit? And I stood behind them, blood. I'm thinking I'm not leaving these men behind me, blood. You get me, innit? Because I can't work out what's going on there. You get me? I can't tell if it's something in a drink. I can't tell if he took something otherwise. You get me? I can't tell what's going on there, innit? But me swapping that drink, I feel like yo, I'd have been tossed off that building, blood. Like, there's no way I could fight back because in the state he was in, blood. Yeah, hey, it doesn't matter what comes of it now. Like you might can't win this, blood. Yeah, But in the state that my guy was in, blood, if that happened, if that was me, yeah, they'd toss me off that building easily, bro. Like, there's nothing I could have done about it, bro. Like, because we had to, two of us had to lift him up, but he couldn't lift himself up. He just couldn't lift himself up. Obviously, I didn't feel sorry for him, innit? Like, I couldn't, because I couldn't tell what was going on, innit? You know what I mean, I just know somebody handed me a drink. I didn't see who the fuck poured that drink. I know that them man were freely in and out of that room with everybody in it. I didn't go in that room, blood, because I didn't. I'm just like that, innit? Like, I don't go to places that I don't know, innit? Like, it's just how I am, innit? So like certain parties and that, house parties and stuff, yeah, you never see me in there, blood. Like, never. Whether I'm invited or not, I make up some excuse to not go there because you ain't catching me like that, blood. You really ain't catching me like that. Like, nah. You ain't catching me in no house party like that. You get me in? Like, you can't be too careful in the streets. You get me in? But yeah, man. Like, I couldn't tell if it was a drink or he took something else and the drink and that led him to that state. But trust me, he was in a fucking state, mate. Like, trust me on that. And there's a reason why I'm saying that, innit? Because I know who he's associated to. But if he remembers and he's got a problem, then you know where I am, innit? Well, yeah, I swapped that drink, but like I said, they were freely in and out, and I just stood at that door, innit? Because I wanted to see anybody who comes in that door and anybody who leaves out that door, innit? Like, I'm just not one of them type of guys where, nah, he ain't catching me like that. You get me? The whole setup was, it was too blatant, it was too obvious. It was way too obvious for my liking. Way too obvious, like, the scenery, the setup, the whole thing, like, because I don't know if they lived there. I couldn't tell if they actually lived there or it was like one of them rented places, like, you know what I mean, like they rented for a party or something. Couldn't tell, innit? Like, but I just the moment I got up there, innit, like, for I looked to my right because the front doors was on the left and the little metal thing was on the right. Obviously, you have like maybe about 100 yards between their front door and the railing at the edge of the out the edge of the building, innit? So it's not like it was a tiny thing in it. It was like it was a humongous gap in it. You get me in it. So like you could play football up there. It was that big on that roof, innit? But I don't know. There was just this gut feeling, man. Like, tonight, just does not drop your guard here, innit? Because like I say, sometimes it ain't sweet out here, innit? Like people pretend, innit? Like they're friend and that, innit? And as you can tell, like I might appear like it's all good, but just yeah, I realized I looked at my man and I started when he started like wobbling and shit in it. I'm looking at him and thinking like, yo, I thought I confirmed. That at the point I confirmed what I was thinking. This was like 2013, innit? I literally confirmed what I was thinking, and I was thinking, oh, you man thought you were gonna do that to me and throw me off this building, and then what? The police would have come and said, oh, he committed suicide. Yeah, don't talk about yeah, gangsters down here, man. Yeah, your special ops team a post. I think man sat and watching the whole time. Never needed no friend. Then I'm good now. You get me? I'm on it now. You know. Always have been and always will be. Plain and simple, you know. But yeah, man. Like, 'cause we had to lift him up, back, bro. Like he couldn't move. He couldn't walk. Like he couldn't hold himself up. Nothing. He was like, it's mad, isn't it? Like, I remember the night like it was yesterday, but he was just like, he weren't even vomiting or nothing in it. Like, he was dead weird, innit? He just looked like somebody that was drugged in it, like plain and simple. And he was heavily drugged in it. That's what it looked like to me, like somebody that's heavily drugged. But, like, he couldn't talk properly, like, just weird, bro. Like, I thought, what the fuck? And obviously, I don't go and drink that. I ain't gonna drink that vinegar. I come here, I met you man here, blood. I don't know you man like that. You get me? It's actually funny, innit? It's actually funny. I don't know you man like that. You get me? Just met them like a year or something before, innit? I'm thinking like, you man knew each other time ago, blood, long before I came in the picture. And I found out like a little detail that I was misled, innit? To believe something else, innit? I was told something else, but I found out that what I was told was a lie, you get me, innit? And that they knew each other from way, way back in. I thought, alright, okay, cool. So I started asking my little one and two questions and that to see what's gonna be said. And every time I asked certain questions, like the answers weren't matching up, innit? You know what I mean? Like where certain people came from and that. You know what I mean? You know, like, oh, they're from this place, they're from that place. I was like, yeah. I was like, alright. I thought, okay, okay, okay. Well, yeah. I ain't scared of dying, man. Just making sure this little pussy set of people and their police friends ain't covering shit up here, but I tell you that, I mean, that sheet is burnt to the ground. If you gonna do it, innit? Like a man, innit? I mean, where you gonna go after that? That's the problem, innit? You gonna do it like a man, blood. Don't try and bitch up, blood. This is not a fucking movie. It's you, man, that think I believe I'm living some delusion. You, man, don't believe that, blood. I say, I don't care. Nobody sees. Mm-hmm. I told Delta, I told Delta certain things, yeah, and she's taking sides with these people, innit? So obviously she's involved herself. I don't think she's my mum, innit? I don't. She's involved. She's deeply involved, like undeniably involved. But yeah, man. Like when I saw the state, yo, less than 10 minutes, man, he weren't acting normal, and as the time went on, it got worse and worse and worse. Because he couldn't even hold it. He couldn't stand up. Like he was just, he couldn't talk. It was like, I'm thinking like, rah. I was thinking like, I couldn't work out. I don't know of him taking anything. I must be honest. Maybe he hid it, whatever. Innit? But I don't know of him taking anything. So I assume it's the drink that they put something in the drink, and that was just too convenient. You get me? Innit? That's what I mean. I don't personally when I go out and that, don't know about the next man. But I ain't just going to pick up. I ain't just going to walk into like a bunch of people that I know, and there's just some random bottle there, and I just open that and start drinking from that. No chance. Nobody's pouring no liquor down my throat, bro. You get me? Like, I'd rather be a boring cunt than be alive. You get Is it true? I'd rather be a boring cunt than be alive than let somebody pour liquor down your throat. It looks like fun and games, but trust me, it gets to a point out there. Innit? But certain things I don't do, but I don't care what nobody sees it. But yeah, that's it. That's what happened. This was like 2013. And ever since that, I've been paying very close attention to everything, blood. Trust me. Everything, like, I didn't miss a fucking penny, blood. Paid close attention to everything. And I thought, no, never again, blood. Don't invite me nowhere, man. Nigga. They don't want to invite me nowhere, because maybe I'm set up with Bobby like cake. Yeah, like, the violent, the violent. But obviously, I'm not a fool, innit? I can't allow them little pussy old police boy if you lock man up and put man in a prison and let them my man feel like they're gangsters, innit? Because they're not gangsters. They're not. Somebody needs to wake them up that they're actually not gangsters. You get me? I don't know what kind of spy movie them when I watch it, but I saw the picture clear, blood. Like I just felt strange, innit? Like I don't know what it was. I don't know if you want to call it intuition, sixth sense. I don't know what the fuck you want to call that bitch. But I just remember looking to my right, and I went and I looked over there, and I looked and I saw how fucking high it was, like a 4 or 5 story building, blood. Like trust me, you drop there, you're fucked, innit? Like it'd be a miracle that you don't die if you drop off of that. Yeah, and I thought, and I looked at the situation. Like I said, I couldn't tell you what inside of the flat was like because when you go through the door, then it's got like a little hallway thing, and it bends to the right, so you can't see straight in the house. And yo, I stood in that little pathway between the door and the little bend to the right the whole night, blood, like the whole night. I went to the edge and I pissed off the side of the building. I didn't even go in there inside the house to have a piss in that toilet, but like, you get me? I thought, yeah, like, I ain't letting you, man, get that sort of upper hand on me, blood, you know what I mean? Because I know there was just something, I don't know, I could just feel the vibe in it. Like, the vibe was just strange, innit? It was like a very strange vibe. Like, even when we were going there, and it was just a strange vibe in it. And I thought, but nah, I didn't even go in that toilet to have a piss, but didn't. I didn't even go in there. I didn't go in for a piss in that toilet, but I pissed off the side of the building. I'd rather get a ticket for pissing on the side of the building than fucking going there. Cause you go in that room, that's a locked door situation, and that's pure people in there that you don't know, blood. Like, I don't care who you are, blood. I ain't going into nowhere where everybody know everybody and I don't know nobody, blood. If you're going into those situations, just me asking for it, bro. Never go into situations like that. You don't know everybody in there, bro. Don't go in there. I mean, you need to know, make sure you know everybody in there. Even if you know everybody in there, you still have to be careful. I've never been to a rooftop party in my life, and maybe that I put it down to that. Innit? Yeah, I put it down to that. I'm glad I've never been to a rooftop party in my life, but and that made me feel quite uneasy, but like quite uneasy. I've never been to one, and that's the last one I'd ever go. That was it, and I thought, can't get taken out like that. That's horrible. That's a horrible way to go, but because trust me, the state he was in, you can't fight, but like it'd be impossible. Man would just walk you off the side of that. Simple as that, and there's nothing you could do about it. But yeah, and the reason I'm telling this story is because let's see what happens as a result. Innit? 10 years later, I'm telling that story. I gave them enough time, innit? Like, I gave them enough time. Allowed them to try what they wanted to try, innit? And they tried what they tried, but I guess whatever. They tried what they tried what they tried, but they weren't good enough. But I've never been to a rooftop party before that, and that I think I put it down to that. And I just thought I felt proper like weird about the situation. I think I ain't going in that house, because I can just hear pure noise, pure talking, music, and I'm thinking like the whole thing is just me like thinking like nah. Because anywhere I go, blood, I try to like figure out an exit plan. You get me in it. I always got an exit strategy in it. Like you get me. Because it's just the world, innit? Like, can't trust nobody out here. I always have an exit strategy, blood. Like, any building I enter, yeah, I'm assuming that at any point, something can go wrong, innit? I'm looking for a back door. I'm looking for something to say, yo, if it goes wrong, I don't want to be panicking and trying to search for my way out, innit? I already want to know my way out. You get me, innit? Being in a goddamn 5, 6 story building. Yeah, there's only one way out. There's So I ain't going in there. I didn't hear I'm pissing there. I'm pissed over the side of the edge, bro. And that's when I looked down there because I was pissing. And I looked down there and thinking like, I'm thinking like, and then I realized I'm thinking like, but I'm not. This is just pure paranoia. And coincidence are too deep for me. Too much of a coincidence. You know? Like I say, my man could hold himself up. He was basically a ragdoll at that point. You get me? You know? So man, he could just pick you up by your collar, bro, and toss you off the side of that. hmm I don't think cameras and an investigation after that would make a difference to you if you are the one that's flying off the side of that. Innit? I don't think that would have made a difference at that point. But that was like 2013, but like, you know what I mean? So I sat down for years and said nothing, but like, was always ready to go when it's time to go. When you get me, yeah. But these man weren't on a go. You get me, you know what I mean? These man were on amber blood. These man was on amber blood. I was always on green blood. Really, when you're ready, innit? I don't care how who wants to say I think this and I think that. Okay, if you want to say I think I'm bad, I don't care how you want to put that down. But I don't believe in lying down and rolling over and dying, innit? I mean, I don't believe that. I believe do whatever is necessary to survive, you get me? Innit? And the first rule of survival is know your environment, innit? I mean, it's the first rule of survival for me, but not understand your environment. Don't go to certain places where you don't know people like that, innit? I mean, I don't know nobody around them sides, but they get me. So I'm being led into a situation where I don't know nobody in the house, I don't know nobody in the area. Too much in it. Now I'm on some sort of fucking rooftop, look. I mean, that's three strikes and you're out, isn't it? I look good for it. Three strikes and you're out. Blood. I don't know nobody around there. Blood. I don't know nobody in the house. I mean, I'm on some top of the roof thing. Three strikes and you're out, blood. Like, I didn't move from that little doorway, blood. So anybody came through them doors, I see them. You get me in it. I mean, anybody came through the door, I just saw them. I'm thinking like you have to go off right there and there, then and there, innit? You know what I mean? But at least he ain't locking that door. You get me? I ain't being in there drinking, and you're locking that door behind you. Because where did you go at that point? Innit? I mean, you run into solid wall. I mean, the first rule of survival, bro, is never go into a building like that. By yeah, just nah, man. Yeah, that's all. And trust me, I don't care who wants to say that that's a lie, that's made up. I don't need to make up stories. I wouldn't come 10 years later talking, making up stories. I would have made it up from time ago. Innit? I told everybody from time ago. Obviously, as time and time gone, I just started to pay more attention to certain little tactics and certain little things going on. Innit? That's why for time I stopped going to certain places and stopped hanging around certain places. Innit? I mean, like people invite me to party. I ain't going no party where you are. Man. Remember this girl invited me to a party, some barbecue, saying that, oh, come to this barbecue. And I was like, yeah, I should come to the barbecue. I don't know nobody you know. Why am I going to this barbecue today? I don't know nobody that you know. I ain't going to that barbecue for nothing. But I don't. The outnumbering thing ain't outnumbering me, but not today or yesterday. I can tell you that. Mm-hmm. But in life, you just have to know. You have to know your environment. But you have to, you know what I mean? It's the first rule of survival, isn't it? When you go on them little survival courses, that's what they teach you, innit? They teach you about the terrain and the wildlife, the poisonous plants, insects. They teach you all them stuff, innit? Because you can't survive if you don't know your environment. Innit? So it doesn't matter what fucking danger is out there lurking. You have to be aware, innit, of the present danger, innit? I treat the world like I'm in the wilderness, but you get me. I'm looking for that cobra and that snake. I don't want to accidentally step on that bastard and he bites me. Yeah, that's how I treat the world, man. I don't care like that. But I saw what man tried to do there, innit? Like, well, I obviously realized the situation was a bit. Situation was a bit odd, yeah. And nobody got past me after that, but like nothing. Nobody got not even close. But anybody I met after that, I just assumed, yeah. Everybody I met after that, it was merely an assumption there. But you ain't getting that upper hand on me, but like, I mean.